In the hustle and bustle of the night market, Lin Sun was holding a pile of barbecue in his hands, with a proud look on his face. Su Qingshi was chewing her favorite grilled gluten while handing the rest to Lin Sun, revealing a hint of tenderness. The couples around him cast envious glances at them, as if they had accidentally sprinkled a wave of dog food. Lin Sun was secretly happy in his heart. Although he was just eating the food of his senior sister, it felt like an indirect kiss, and he felt sweet in his heart. After finishing the barbecue, Lin Sun bought some sugar-roasted chestnuts. He handed the peeled chestnuts to Su Qingshi's mouth, and she bit it without hesitation, with a smile on her face. But just as he was about to tease her, Su Qingshi accidentally found the photo in his phone. The photo of her holding Lin Sun's finger made her look ashamed and angry. "You lied to me?" Lin Sun panicked for a moment. "I just wanted to tease you." He lowered his head to admit his mistake. Su Qingshi shook her head helplessly, but there was a smile in her eyes. Walking to the end of the night market, Su Qingshi sighed. This night market is no different from other ones. Lin Sun didn't want to end it, so he suggested taking a walk by the lake. As they were walking, Su Qingshi mentioned that the lighthouse by the lake was not open tonight. Lin Sun's heart tightened, and then he decided to give her a surprise. Before Su Qingshi could react, brilliant fireworks burst into life, lighting up the entire night sky. Lin Sun took the opportunity to express his love, saying sincerely, "Senior sister, fireworks may be short-lived, but the time I spend with you is eternal." Su Qingshi's pretty face was slightly red, but her heart was filled with sweetness. She shyly replied, "Stupid, who taught you that?" Lin Sun scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed, but the smile on his face became even brighter. The fireworks rain was like a dream, and the brilliant sparks in the night sky illuminated the entire South City, and everyone was intoxicated. However, Su Qingshi only cared about Lin Sun standing beside her. She raised her head slightly, enjoying the romance of this moment and feeling his warm embrace. "Do you like it, senior sister?" Lin Sun stared at her intently, his eyes full of anticipation. "How long have you been preparing?" Su Qingshi was secretly moved. "I've been thinking about it since we separated last time." Lin Sun showed a confident smile, secretly proud of himself. He spared no effort for this proposal that shocked the whole city. Comments on the short video platform were endless. "This is the most romantic proposal in South City. The mysterious rich man is so rich." Some people even complained, "In a place where fireworks are not banned, they can actually set off this kind of thing. It's really a carnival of capitalism." As the fireworks ended, the air was filled with the aftertaste of gunpowder. Lin Sun looked at Su Qingshi affectionately, as if everything was self-evident. "Close your eyes," Su Qingshi suddenly said. Lin Sun was startled and then closed his eyes obediently. But her lips suddenly came up to his, interrupting his teasing. He was stunned, his face red like a ripe apple, his heart ecstatic. The two hugged each other tightly, as if they were the only ones left in the world. At that moment, the temperature of their relationship instantly sublimated. "Senior, can we sleep together tonight?" Lin Sun asked tentatively, but Su Qingshi shook her head seriously. "You don't understand. You'll have to sleep on the couch tonight." She smirked and closed the door. Lin Sun could only look at the closed door helplessly, but he secretly swore in his heart that he must enter her room next time. The next morning, Su Qingshi woke up to find that the sofa was empty, with only the folded quilt left. Her heart tightened. Could it be that Lin Sun had gone back? At this time, the door opened and Lin Sun walked in with breakfast in hand. "Senior sister, good morning. What time did you wake up?" she asked calmly. "Half an hour ago." Lin Sun pretended to be relaxed and changed the subject. "Then when can I live in your room legitimately?" Su Qingshi smiled slightly and was about to refute, but Lin Sun did not miss the opportunity and raised his lips. "As the saying goes, husband and wife are one body. We should sleep together." "Are you looking for trouble?" Su Qingshi couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. In this way, the days continued with laughter and joy, and Lin Sun gradually learned how to deal with the relationship with his senior schoolmate. Su Qingshi was also infected by his humor and persistence, and her feelings for him became more complicated. On weekends, the two of them watched anime in the rental house, and Lin Sun would tease from time to time. "Senior, I will miss you." Su Qingshi pretended to be indifferent. "Then I won't see you off." "Stop," he said anxiously. The two walked hand in hand to the parking lot. Lin Sun couldn't help but look forward to it. Would the senior sister give him a kiss? Sure enough, Su Qingshi gently kissed him on the face, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. Are you blushing? Lin Sun joked. You're seeing things. Su Qingshi pretended not to care, but the tips of her ears were slightly red. Senior, be careful on the road and call me when you arrive. He turned around and prepared to get off the car, but his heart was full of reluctance. When Lin Sun returned to the dormitory, he found that all his roommates were gone. Just as he was about to send a message to Su Qingshi, Go Xingli suddenly rushed in, carrying a packed meal with a strange expression. Why are you back? Go Xingli looked surprised. I just came back. Lin Sun smiled faintly. You actually have a girlfriend? Go Xingli came over, his eyes full of gossip. Who do you want to pursue? Lin Sun asked curiously. Go Xingli's face flashed with embarrassment. Actually, I am interested in a girl. What? Who do you like? Lin Sun's gossiping spirit was instantly aroused. Go Xingli said seriously, you don't understand this, right? I just want to sacrifice myself so that other cute girls can gain some experience so that they won't be cheated when they look for boyfriends in the future. Go Xingli decided to pursue love, which made Lin Sun and Lu Gang chuckle. They knew in their hearts that the target was the girl from the logistics department who they bumped into in the toilet a few days ago. Lin Sun teased. Have you added each other on WeChat? Go Xingli shook his head awkwardly, and the two called him waste in unison. I need your help, Go Xingli said eagerly, but Lu Gang asked him to calm down first. Soon, they learned that the girl had a physical test in the afternoon, and Go Xingli's eyes showed anticipation. Just like that, Lu Gang made the decision. Let's go and cheer in the afternoon. At the same time, Lin Sun's mother suddenly came to South City. He exclaimed and wanted to know if his father was coming with him. His mother said that she was here to play with her sisters, and Lin Sun quickly advised her to be careful. Then he fell asleep in a daze on the bed. At this time, Su Qingshi returned to the community and met a young and beautiful woman. She greeted her warmly and said that she was looking for a daughter-in-law. Although Su Qingshi was not very good at communicating with strangers, she still explained the parking rules of the community. After hearing this, the woman was a little disappointed, but she asked to add Su Qingshi's contact information and contact her later. Su Qingshi hesitated for a moment and finally agreed. The woman who returned to the car was Lin Sun's mother, Gu Yinyan. She looked at her daughter-in-law's circle of friends and praised happily. This girl is really good. My son saved the Milky Way in his previous life. The driver, Lao Guan, smiled silently, obviously full of expectations for his future daughter-in-law. Lin Sun just woke up and found that his senior Su Qingshi sent him a message. He asked curiously, what happened? Su Qingshi narrated it briefly. After listening to it, Lin Sun felt something was wrong. Could it be that the other party has taken a fancy to you and wants you to be your daughter-in-law? This really shocked him. What are you thinking about? Su Qingshi replied, obviously not taking it to heart. Lin Sun praised her beauty generously, which made Su Qingshi smile. A few minutes later, the three of them agreed to go to the playground together. Go Xingli dressed up specially, ready to show off in front of the girl he liked. The playground was very lively, and Lin Sun and Lu Gang followed Go Xingli around, looking for his target, Lin Meow. Right there. Go Xingli pointed at the girls who were warming up, and his eyes were fixed on Lin Meow. She was wearing a yellow short-sleeved shirt, which was playful and cute, and instantly attracted the attention of many boys. Come on, tomboy, Go Xingli suddenly shouted. People around him cast strange looks at him. Lin Sun and Lu Gang looked at each other, thinking, this kid is really courting death. When Lin Meow heard this, her face immediately turned cold. Who is the tomboy? She was unhappy, but she still tried to focus on the game. At the command of the physical education teacher, the girls started to sprint. Go Xingli followed closely behind, running and shouting. You're not bad. You're in the top few. I'll treat you to milk tea later. When Lin Meow heard the word milk tea, her eyes immediately brightened and her mood improved slightly. At this moment, a boy rushed over in the chaos and hit Lin Meow mercilessly. Her petite figure fell directly to the ground, her face full of pain. Are you okay, tomboy? Go Xingli immediately went to help her anxiously. Seeing this, Lin Sun and Lu Gang hurried over. Lin Meow's face was pale, and her eyes were red, like a wounded little rabbit. It hurts, she groaned softly. Lin Sun's heart tightened, and he quickly squatted down to inquire about the situation. Are you okay? Lin Sun asked with concern. Go Xingli kept apologizing beside him. Sorry, I didn't see you. For a moment, the playground was filled with concerned eyes. Lin Meow was hit hard by the collision. Her palms were scraped, and her knees were hit. It was similar to the last time Go Xingli fell, but Go Xingli had a strong recovery ability and was already alive and well. After all, she is a delicate girl, and Lin Meow Meow cried because of the pain. Meow Meow, are you okay? Her best friend Du Linger rushed over at this time and quickly supported her. It's okay, just a little skin broken. Lin Meow Meow wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said reluctantly. Go Xingli's face was a little gloomy. He glanced at Du Linger and said, help her to go to the infirmary. The latter nodded. I have to talk to the teacher. Du Linger supported Lin Meow Meow and walked towards the finish line. Hey, are you okay? Lin Sun touched Go Xingli. Lu Gang said calmly. Remember the guy who hit me just now? The latter said gloomily. Remember. Lu Gong nodded. What do you say? You can do whatever you want. Several people came to the finish line. At this time, everyone else had finished running. The teacher also noticed the situation here and ran over to ask, what's wrong? Teacher, she was hit by someone. Du Linger replied. The teacher frowned. Is it that serious? Let's go to the infirmary. You two can take the test later. Where's your monitor? Ask him to take you to the school clinic. Teacher, I'll take her there right away. The class monitor was a boy, and he was quite polite. Let's go. Du Linger looked at Lin Meow Meow and said. The latter glanced at Go Xingli, then looked away and nodded. Wait a moment. Suddenly Go Xingli spoke. Everyone looked at him. He suddenly pointed at a boy and shouted, You, what are you doing hiding in the corner? Come here and apologize. When everyone heard the sound, they looked over and saw a boy in a vest with his hands on his hips looking over here. Surrounded by people, the boy also walked over, but he looked a little arrogant. How? The boy looked at Go Xingli indifferently. In terms of height, the other person was about the same height as Go Xingli. Go Xingli glared at him without showing any weakness. You bumped into her, shouldn't you apologize? Was it him who hit someone? Everyone understood and immediately looked at the boy with strange eyes. The boy sneered. Brother, are you deaf? Didn't I just yell at her to get out of the way? Besides, I was speeding up. How could I possibly brake in time? I didn't do it on purpose. Hey, which class are you from? You speak so arrogantly. The person was in the inner lane, and you could clearly see him, but you didn't go around him. Is it so difficult to apologize after you bumped into him? Lin Sun looked at him with a frown. What's it got to do with you? Who are you? The boy looked at Lin Sun coldly. Stop arguing, classmates. If you bumped into someone, just apologize to them. There's no need to speak so harshly. You're all classmates. Seeing that the situation was not good, the teacher immediately tried to mediate. Forget it, I don't need him to apologize. Ling, help me go to the school infirmary. Lin Meow Meow said in a low voice. Du Linger gave her a disappointed look. No matter what he does today, he must apologize to you. Go Xingli refused to give in. Damn it, if he can't even protect the girl he likes, he might as well castrate himself. Bullshit. The boy looked at her with disdain and turned around to leave. Fuck. Go Xingli growled, rushed over, and kicked the other person down. Seeing this, Lin Sun and Lu Gang immediately rushed forward. 3 against 1. The outcome was no suspense at all. Stop it. The teacher was so angry when he saw this that he hurried to separate the two. Others also gathered around, and some of them hurried to separate the fight. Stop fighting. Lin Meow Meow shouted anxiously. She knew that Go Xingli was so angry because of her, and she was grateful, but also a little worried. If you fight in college, you will be punished. With the pulling of the crowd, the few people were finally separated. Go Xingli stared at the boy, whose face was swollen from the beating. He looked at Go Xingli in pain and pointed at him angrily. Which class are you from? I'm going to kill you. I'm your father. Go Xingli made a poo sound. What are you doing? A shout was heard, and a man ran over. Fuck Luo Xiang, brother Lu. Why are you fighting? The person who came was Zhao Jie, and he looked at them in surprise. He is someone Zhao Jie knows, which means he is from the sports college. Lu Gang sneered. Your friend? Zhao Jie. We are in the same class. No need to say anything. It's useless no matter who comes today. Apologize if you need to. Lin Sun suddenly spoke. His face was cold at this time, and he was somewhat similar to Su Qingshi. Everyone, go to the principal's office. This is outrageous. The teacher also had a gloomy face at this time. The group was invited directly to the principal's office. Lin Sun and his 2 companions, Zhao Jie, Luo Xiang, Lin Meow Meow, and Du Linger were all here. Lin Meow Meow was feeling better now, but she still walked a little awkwardly. The blood on the scar on her palm had dried. Wow, so many people? What are they doing? The principal was drinking tea in the principal's office. When he saw a group of people rushing in, he immediately spoke in surprise. Principal, these students were fighting. The teacher gave a brief account of what happened. The principal's originally relaxed expression gradually turned gloomy. Fighting? How old are you still fighting? What do you think this school is? A gang? The principal criticized severely. Our school is a key university after all, and our school motto is to cultivate morality and educate people. How many times have you been punished for fighting in a semester? This happened to you. Faced with the principal's reprimand, even the physical education teacher did not dare to respond, let alone the students. Everyone stood still with their heads down to accept the criticism. What's the big deal? Isn't it just an apology? Look, hey young people nowadays, tell me who starts a fight first? The principal glared at the bastards. Go Xingli is full of passion and is not afraid of the consequences at all, so he will stand up. At this time, Lin Sun, who was standing behind him, suddenly pulled him and stood up. I hit it first. When these words were spoken, everyone was a little surprised. Brother, you? Go Xingli and Lu Gang looked at Lin Sun in surprise. The former was touched. This was no small matter. In serious cases, the offender would be given a serious warning. Lin Sun stood up, which showed that he really treated him as a brother. You hit me first? Hi, you huh? The principal was about to speak when he suddenly saw Lin Sun's appearance clearly, and he glared at him. What the hell? Why is it this ancestor? This matter is actually related to Lin Xiao. This is a bit difficult to deal with. Principal, I think everyone is at fault in this matter. This student hit someone, but did not apologize. His attitude was very bad. I think he should apologize to the student who was hit. Lin Sun spoke in a calm voice, and as he imitated Su Qingshi's coldness, he looked a little bit like a student. As the principal finished speaking, the entire office suddenly became silent. The atmosphere was like frozen air, suffocating. The teacher panicked and quickly interrupted. Student, this matter is handled by the principal. Don't interrupt me. He thought to himself, this kid is really ignorant of the world. He actually dared to argue with the principal. Lin Sun ignored his anxiety and fixed his eyes firmly on the principal. Luo Xiang's face changed slightly, realizing the awkward situation, and remained silent. The principal sighed softly and finally said, well, considering that you are protecting your classmates, the serious demerit this time will be forgotten. However, everyone must write a letter of apology and hand it in to this teacher. Yes, principal, I will take care of it. The teacher responded quickly, feeling relieved. So, who bumped into the girl? The principal's eyes swept over everyone, and Luo Xiang immediately stood up. Report to the principal, it's me. If he didn't express his opinion at this time, he would really suffer. The principal nodded and said sternly, then you apologize to this female student. A man should be responsible. Is it so difficult to say 3 sentences? Yes. Luo Xiang lowered his head and apologized to Lin Meow reluctantly. She was slightly stunned and turned to look at Go Xingli, who pretended to be busy. Lin Meow nodded helplessly. It's okay. All right, you guys, 3 against 1. That's too rude. Let's go fight one-on-one in a deserted place. Disperse. The principal waved his hand, appearing extremely casual. Everyone. It turns out that the principal is such a person. The teacher apologized and led everyone out of the office. At this moment, the principal suddenly pointed at Lin Sun and said, that student, stay for a moment. Go Xingli and Lu Gang looked at each other in bewilderment, and Lin Sun gave them a reassuring look. After leaving the office, the teacher immediately created a group and asked everyone to join in, and the 4 apologies were dealt with together. Send your apologies this weekend and go home. The teacher waved his hand as if to drive away the plague. Luo Xiang looked confused, but was pulled away by Zhao Jie. Thank you, Go. Lin Meow walked over with a serious expression. Go Xingli rolled his eyes. Call me Brother Go Shang, tomboy. I'm serious, Lin Meow muttered, with a hint of mischief in her eyes. Go Xingli smiled slightly. If that guy causes you trouble, feel free to come to me. How to find it? Lu Gang and Du Linga asked in unison, then looked at each other and looked away tacitly. Lin Meow lowered her head and mustered up her courage. Then let's add each other's contact information. The two added each other on WeChat, and the atmosphere suddenly became relaxed. Go to the school infirmary to treat your injuries first and stay away from water, Go Xingli said with concern. Yeah, After Lin Meow Meow and Du Ling left, Go Xingli smiled. Aren't you going to see him off? Lu Gang raised his eyebrows. Go Xingli laughed and scolded. Get lost. I am a loyal man. He blocked the knife for Lin Sun. How could he abandon his brother to send his girl away? At this moment, Su Qingshi's voice came like a cold wind. Where is Lin Sun? The two turned around and saw her approaching. Their hearts tightened. Senior Su. They greeted in unison. Lin Sun is still in the principal's office. Lu Gang said. Su Qingshi had no expression on her face, but she was silently thinking about Lin Sun in her heart, knowing that he must have fought for his brother. Seeing that she was silent, Go Xingli felt uneasy and regretted his rashness. Lin Sun walked out of the office at this time with a calm face, but when he saw Su Qingshi, he instantly became excited and walked up quickly. Senior sister, why are you here? I heard that you had a fight, so I came to see. Su Qingshi responded indifferently. This matter. Lin Sun hesitated. Did we win? Su Qingshi asked. Ah! Lin Sun was stunned, then replied. We won. 3 of us beat him 1. It's good if we win. It's 3 against 1. It would be embarrassing if we lose. Su Qingshi's tone remained calm. Lin Sun was stunned. Senior sister, you don't blame me? Why should I blame you? Su Qingshi's question left him speechless for a moment. My dear, you are so loyal. I will never let you call me dad again. Go Xingli said with emotion. Get out. Lin Sun's face was full of black lines. The atmosphere between the few people was relaxed and happy. Is it solved? Lu Gang asked. Solved. Lin Sun nodded. The principal seems to know you. Lu Gang said suddenly. Didn't I tell you? My family is the richest, and my father donated several buildings to the school. Lin Sun responded with a smile. Go Xingli and Lu Gang looked at each other. Su Qingshi already knew it. Be careful next time, Su Qingshi reminded. I understand, senior sister. Lin Sun agreed respectfully. Where is Lin Meow Meow? He suddenly asked. She went to the school infirmary. Go Xingli said. You don't even want to send her off? Lin Sun teased. They have already added WeChat. Lu Gang replied indifferently. That's great. The progress is so fast. Lin Sun was surprised. Okay, since senior sister Su is here, we'll leave first. Just give your letter of apology to my roommate brother Go Sheng. Lu Gang said with a smile. Yes, leave it to me. Go Xingli replied enthusiastically. Okay. Lin Sun watched them leave, feeling calm. The incident was finally over, and when he turned around, he saw Su Qingshi calmly asking, Who is Lin Meow Meow? Su Qingshi's expression changed slightly. When she heard Lin Sun mention the other girl's name, she began to worry. But Lin Sun didn't notice and said calmly, Oh, Lin Meow Meow. She's the girl my roommate likes. The fight this time was also because of her. Tell me in detail. Su Qingshi's eyes were sharp. Senior sister, don't you want to know? Lin Sun teased. I changed my mind. Oh. Lin Sun began to explain seriously, and Su Qingshi's face gradually returned to calm. Actually, Lu Gang and I wanted to help Go Xingli pursue her, but now it seems that they don't need our help at all. Su Qingshi smiled slightly. You are still the military advisor? Lin Sun's eyes widened. What's wrong, senior? Are you looking down on me? She didn't say anything, and Lin Sun felt a little embarrassed and lowered his head. Let's go. I'll take you back to the dormitory. Su Qingshi said coldly, taking the lead. Lin Sun followed closely behind, thinking to himself that if there were no students passing by, he really wanted to hold the senior sister's hand. How did you know we had a fight? Lin Sun asked curiously. If you want to know, just tell me. Su Qingshi responded indifferently. But aren't you in the rental house? I drove here. Lin Sun was immediately touched. It turned out that Su Qingshi had rushed back to school just for him. A warm current surged in his heart. He couldn't help but ask, Do you want to have dinner together? Forget it. I'll go back. Su Qingshi shook her head, seeming not to want to eat. Lin Sun looked a little disappointed, but Su Qingshi continued. There is a speech contest in the department tomorrow night. I will go. Senior, are you going to participate? Lin Sun's eyes lit up. No, Jiang is attending, so I'll go and accompany her. She looked at him again. Then I'll go too, to accompany my senior sister. Lin Sun responded with a smile. Yeah, Su Qingshi nodded. After saying goodbye, Lin Sun walked to his dormitory alone, feeling a lot of emotions in his heart. After more than a month at Nanjing University, he gradually adapted to the life of a college student, but he always felt a sense of emptiness in his heart. His family was the richest, but this was not his achievement, and he couldn't help feeling lost. Why does Senior like me? He whispered to himself, feeling a little depressed. At this moment, a gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. What are you doing here? Lin Sun turned around in surprise and saw Su Qing sitting next to him. There was a hint of teasing in her eyes. Do I look like a monster? Why are you reacting so strongly? After all, I already have a girlfriend, so I have to keep my distance from other opposite sexes. Lin Sun said expressionlessly. Don't worry, I don't like you anymore. Su Qing smiled. Let's just be friends, okay? Lin Sun frowned. Are you really okay? Su Qing looked at him seriously. You have changed a lot. How has it changed? Lin Sun was puzzled. Still shy. Even a little inferior, she said bluntly. I didn't, Lin Sun retorted. You may not have felt it yourself. What does it feel like to be in love with senior sister Su? Su Qing suddenly asked. Lin Sun was stunned. Why do you care about this? Ha, after all, senior sister Su is my target, and I want to get to know her better. She smiled mischievously. Lin Sun said seriously. Senior is very nice to me. She is very good, Su Qing said, turned around and left, but suddenly stopped and turned back and said, In fact, you are very good. You should not feel inferior. I wish you good luck, Lin Sun. In the afterglow of the campus, Lin Sun stood quietly, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. After returning to the dormitory, Go Xingli and Lu Gang were discussing in low voices. Lin Sun approached curiously and asked, What are you talking about? Go Sheng is chatting with new friends. Lu Gang looked gossipy. Are you chatting already? Lin Sun was surprised. Go Xingli said excitedly. TZ, what do you think I should do? Lin Sun looked at the chat history, and an idea suddenly occurred to him. You can say no need to review, just treat me and my roommate to a meal some other day. Fuck, you're really good at it. Go Xingli's eyes lit up. Lu Gang agreed. This gives me a reason to ask her out. Go Xingli immediately sent it as Lin Sun suggested. After waiting for a minute, Lin Meow Meow's reply finally came. Sure, let's do it this weekend. It happens to be my birthday. You are welcome to come. Birthday party? She actually invited you. This is a good opportunity. Lu Gang's eyes lit up. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Lin Meow Meow was a little nervous. Linger, if I reply like this, will he think I'm being careless? Whatever. Just arrange a meal to express my gratitude. Du Linger smiled. Look, he's back. Lin Meow Meow's eyes lit up. On Monday morning, the Finance Class 1 class was like an endless marathon, making people feel exhausted. However, the evening speech contest became the highlight that Lin Sun was looking forward to. Walking downstairs to the girls' dormitory, he waited quietly, his eyes unconsciously wandering among the crowd, attracting countless eyes. A tall girl came forward and said boldly, Classmate, can you add me on WeChat? But Lin Sun refused coldly. He is no longer the shy boy now, and the senior schoolmates around him make him become aloof. The girl left disappointed, and the other girls around also backed out. At this moment, Su Qingshi appeared at the door, like a star in the dark night, making Lin Sun's eyes light up. He smiled and walked forward, gently calling her senior sister. Su Qingshi was slightly stunned, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Could it be that the junior brother has become more handsome? She said softly, sorry for the long wait. It took some time to help Jiang put on makeup. Then why don't you wear makeup? Lin Sun asked. Su Qingshi's bare face is still outstanding. She is wearing a black short-sleeved shirt and tight jeans, which makes her look casual and charming. She teased, Don't I look good like this? Lin Sun nodded seriously. In my eyes, senior sister is the most beautiful. This sentence warmed Su Qingshi's heart. Then, Lin Sun took out a brand new mask and put it on her face himself. This is more convenient. There are many people at the speech party, and I have to protect my girlfriend. Su Qingshi smiled lightly and did not refuse. Instead, she enjoyed this little thought. The two left hand in hand, which caused the girls around them to exclaim without realizing it. Is that Su Qingshi? Someone asked in a low voice. Seeing this, several girls exclaimed, The school beauty is actually in love. Lin Sun and Su Qingshi entered the lecture hall to watch the speech contest. The classroom was full of people. Su Qingshi explained the importance of the contest, and Lin Sun was full of expectations. The competition started, and Lin Sun was fascinated by the contestants' wonderful speeches. Just as he was concentrating, he heard the discussion about Su Qingshi, and the mention of Su Qingshi immediately attracted his attention. Lin Sun's eyes were fixed on the stage, but he was attracted by the discussion behind him. The boys' discussions echoed in his ears. The school beauty has not appeared much recently. Is she in a relationship? Impossible. She definitely has no shortage of suitors. Lin Sun smiled bitterly, thinking about his own identity. Turning to Su Qingshi, he asked, "Senior sister, everyone doesn't believe you can fall in love. Why?" Su Qingshi smiled faintly. "Because I once rejected a suitor who said I don't know how to fall in love." Lin Sun quickly said, "But we are together." She glanced at him. "It's just that I succumbed to your tyranny." Before she finished speaking, Jang Yuna walked onto the stage gracefully like a black swan, instantly setting off the whole audience. Lin Sun exclaimed, "Is that Senior Jiang?" Her transformation shocked him. Su Qingshi smiled slightly. She's not bad when she's serious. Sure enough, Jiang Yunxiao's performance was brilliant, and even the audience was discussing. Who is this? She's really stunning. During the speech, Jiang Yunxiao was nervous and his speech was a little stumbling, but he still managed to draw applause. Su Qingshi commented, "Her manuscript was revised by me, and it is pretty good." Lin Sun listened attentively, but several boys around him stared at Su Qingshi and wanted to take the opportunity to chat with her. "You look very professional." Lin Sun frowned. "She is my girlfriend. There is no need to answer you." The boy was stunned and then looked embarrassed. After the speech, Jiang Yunxiao sat back beside the two excitedly, showing her lively side. "I was so nervous just now," Lin Sun praised. "You performed very well." Jiang Yunxiao was very proud and said that she was only fighting for credits. She suggested going to Zhaijin night market. Su Qingshi nodded in agreement, but Lin Sun hesitated in his heart. At this moment, a surprised voice came from behind. "Are you Jiang Yunxiao?" The boy stuttered in surprise when he saw her. Jiang Yunxiao looked proud. "Yes, next to me is my best friend, Su Qingshi." Several boys were stunned for a moment, thinking in their hearts, this school beauty is actually in front of them, and they just offended her. Several boys looked at each other, their faces turned pale, and they retreated in a hurry, thinking in their hearts, "Oh my God, we just talked about her unscrupulously in front of the school beauty. This is simply a social death scene. What's wrong with this group of people? They look like they have seen a ghost." Jiang Yunxiao tilted his head, looking puzzled. Lin Sun was about to explain, but saw Jiang Yunxiao's face suddenly changed. "Is there such a thing? Humph. Wait for me to find a chance to teach them a lesson." "It's okay. Don't take it to heart." Su Qingshi responded calmly, her eyes always fixed on the stage. Soon after, the speech contest came to an end. Jiang Yunxiao hurriedly said goodbye and walked backstage. Su Qingshi leaned slightly on Lin Sun's shoulder and said softly, "I'm a little tired. Hold on a little longer, it's almost over." Lin Sun stroked her back gently, but he didn't expect that this action would make Su Qingshi stiffen and her breathing become rapid. "Lin Sun," her voice was low and a little dissatisfied. "What's wrong?" Lin Sun asked confusedly. "Don't touch there," she warned softly, a blush on her face, as if she had drunk too much. Lin Sun was startled for a moment before realizing that her reaction was abnormal. He quickly supported her and asked, "Are you okay?" Su Qingshi slightly scolded. "Did you do this on purpose?" With the last contestant leaving the stage, the speech contest finally ended. Jiang Yunxiao won the third prize, with a score only 0.1 point behind the last place winner of the second prize. She was so excited that she ran straight to the dressing room amid the cheers. At this moment, two girls were whispering nearby. "Why did Jiang Yunxiao win the award? He speaks just like Xiaobai." Jiang Yunxiao overheard in the dressing room. His face suddenly turned cold, and he pushed open the curtain without hesitation. "You are gossiping about others behind their backs without considering the situation. It's disgusting." She looked at the two of them coldly. What are you doing?" One of the tall girls glared at him. "Do you think there is some shady deal in my winning the third prize? That's ridiculous. You didn't tell anyone about the first prize, but you caught me winning the third prize and told them about it. Aren't you just asking for trouble?" Jiang Yunxiao sneered. "You don't deserve the third prize," the tall girl said indignantly. "Oh, so you didn't even get the third prize. How pitiful." Jiang Yunxiao pretended to be surprised. "But I've already recorded it." She slowly took out her cell phone. "What?" The two girls panicked. "Either apologize sincerely, or I'll hand the recording over to the boss, and you won't get any participation points," she said coldly. In the end, the two could only bow their heads and apologize. Their anger was hard to calm down. Can you delete it? Oh, actually I didn't record it. Jiang Yunxiao smiled slightly, his eyes full of teasing. You. The two were stunned and extremely angry. It's not difficult to admit that others are excellent. Your vision is too narrow. I'm not interested in arguing with you. Jiang Yunxiao looked at them coldly, straightened his chest deliberately, turned around and left nonchalantly, leaving the two girls looking at each other, unable to cry. Senior Jiang here. Lin Sun and Su Qingshi were waiting outside the lecture hall. Jiang Yunxiao came over with a bag full of dresses, smiling. Why did it take so long? Su Qingshi asked curiously. Jiang Yunxiao waved her hands and said, I met two monsters and almost beat them to death. Her exaggerated tone made Lin Sun look puzzled. Let's go and eat. Jiang Yunxiao held Su Qingshi's hand, and Lin Sun's face was full of black lines. This hand was obviously his. You only got the third prize. Su Qingshi said lightly. Oh, just try your best. Sure, take me there. Jiang Yunxiao said coquettishly. Su Qingshi sighed helplessly. Okay, but only for 1 hour. Oh yeah, Jiang Yunxiao cheered, and then the three of them drove to Ziajin Night Market. Junior brother, I want to sit in the passenger seat tonight. Jiang Yunxiao argued excitedly. No, first come, first served. Lin Sun insisted. The two were arguing fiercely, and Su Qingshi interrupted with a cold voice. Shut up. As soon as she spoke, Jiang Yunxiao and Lin Sun immediately shrank their necks. In the end, Lin Sun sat in the passenger seat, and Jiang Yunxiao could only reluctantly get into the back seat. Those who show off their affection will die quickly, she muttered to herself. The night market was crowded with people. Jiang Yunxiao could not wait to rush to the food stall, his eyes sparkling. This is much better than school. Lin Sun watched the two beauties enjoying themselves and sighed in his heart. Just when he thought he would be hungry, the two of them handed him the food they couldn't finish, and he immediately became a food receiver. I'm so full. Jiang Yunxiao sat down with a look of satisfaction on his face. The snacks here are really good. She burped and continued to order oysters. Senior, why do you love oysters so much? Lin Sun was curious. Because it's delicious. Jiang Yunxiao's eyes sparkled. I like it too. Lin Sun thought. It seems they have something in common. As soon as the oysters were served, Jiang Yunxiao pounced on them immediately, but Lin Sun was shocked by her speed and quickly pushed them to her and Su Qingshi. Open your mouth. Su Qingshi suddenly picked up an oyster and put it to Lin Sun's mouth, causing his heart to beat faster. Thank you, senior sister. His face was full of happiness. At this moment, Jiang Yunxiao wanted to spit out the oyster in his mouth, thinking to himself, obviously I liked it first. Just as the three of them were enjoying themselves, Jiang Yunxiao suddenly spotted a row of claw machines and rushed over excitedly. I'll take the challenge. When did you become interested in catching dolls? Lin Sun was surprised. I've practiced a few times. I'm sure I can do it, she said confidently. Then let's take a gamble? Lin Sun suggested, with curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Okay. Jiang Yunxiao nodded excitedly. What are you betting on? Su Qingshi raised her eyebrows, with a hint of vigilance in her eyes. We each have 10 coins, and let's see who can catch more dolls. Lin Sun smiled, feeling secretly proud of himself. Okay, give me the coins. Su Qingshi didn't hesitate much, but she knew that this boy was definitely not simple. Wait, let's talk about the bet first. Lin Sun showed a sly smile. Speak. Su Qingshi responded calmly, having been prepared in her heart. If I win, senior sister, you will kiss me, and we have to take a photo. Lin Sun's eyes lit up, as if he saw delicious food. You rascal, you're always thinking about sex. Su Qingshi shook her head, but her heart was slightly dazed by his bold provocation. What if you lose? She asked back. If I lose, whatever you say goes. Lin Sun looked relaxed. Deal. Su Qingshi smiled slightly and secretly decided in his heart that he must not lose. The two began to grab the dolls, and Jiang Yunxiao watched silently from the side. Su Qingshi lost her grip on the doll, and her face was gloomy. Lin Sun couldn't help laughing secretly. Oh yeah! Jiang Yunxiao shouted excitedly and caught a big teddy bear. When he turned around, he saw Su Qingshi staring at Lin Sun. Are they a couple? Jiang Yunxiao's mouth twitched, and he felt emotional. Lin Sun continued to work hard, and finally caught a rabbit. He proudly showed it to Su Qingshi. Senior, I won. Su Qingshi glared and walked over to him, ready to try her luck. She inserted a coin and grabbed a rabbit, but caught it crookedly, and her face darkened. Teach me, she said seriously. Where's the bet? Lin Sun grinned. Su Qingshi blushed and quickly kissed him on the cheek. If you don't catch it, you're done. Don't worry, I'm invincible. Lin Sun was excited and started to operate immediately. The two of them manipulated the joystick in tacit understanding. Lin Sun held Su Qingshi's hand tightly. The hot air gently brushed past his ears, and Su Qingshi's heart was beating. I caught it! Lin Sun shouted excitedly, but still failed. Come again! Su Qingshi gritted her teeth, her eyes full of determination. At this time, Jang Yuna saw a pair of earrings in front of the counter, and the man with a deep voice suddenly interrupted. Please pack them for me. She turned around and saw a mysterious man, and was instantly attracted by his aura. Does the beautiful lady like it too? He smiled slightly, as if everything was under control. Oh! Zhang Yunxiao's heart moved, and he couldn't help but be attracted. Zhang Yunxiao just turned around when a deep and magnetic voice sounded, making her heart beat. She turned back subconsciously and was stunned. The man standing behind her was handsome and tall, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and his temperament was like a star. Hello, what's your impression of me? He smiled slightly, with a cunning glint in his eyes. Ah, do we know each other? Zhang Yunxiao was a little confused, wondering why this handsome guy would take the initiative to look for her. The man was about to explain when the lady at the counter handed him a beautiful gift box and said with a smile, a total of 1,599 yuan. The man paid with his card without hesitation, then handed the gift box to Zhang Yunxiao. For you. I don't know you, don't take it for granted. She took a step back, cautiously. Although her heart was beating fast, she was not a little girl who was easily fascinated by handsome guys. The man chuckled, interest flashing in his eyes. You don't know me, but I know you. You know me? When did I become so famous? Zhang Yunxiao was confused. He took out his phone and easily pulled up a photo of her. Is this you? When she saw it, her pupils contracted. How did you get my photo? Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Muzi. I'm 27 years old. I'm the CEO of a company and also your blind date. A hint of teasing appeared on the corner of his mouth. Blind date? How come I don't know? Zhang Yunxiao was stunned, thinking of the experience of avoiding a blind date during the National Day holiday. This handsome man turned out to be one of her blind dates? You are the first woman who dares to stand me up, he said lightly. I'm not a virgin. She rolled her eyes and retorted to him rudely. Li Muzi was surprised by her reaction and thought, this little girl is quite interesting. Okay, I'm too lazy to talk to you anymore, bye. Zhang Yunxiao turned and left. Looking at her back, Li Muzi secretly admired in his heart. It would be nice to marry a girl like this. At the same time, in front of the claw machine, Lin Sun and Su Qingshi were operating it nervously. There was only one coin left, and the atmosphere was tense. Success or failure depends on this one move. The two of them tensed their bodies at the same time, ready to fight with all their strength. Su Qingshi pressed the button, but because of excessive excitement, her claws were caught in midair. Is it over? Lin Sun's face twitched instantly. So fast. Su Qingshi was stunned, still feeling a little unwilling. Don't be discouraged, at least we caught 3. Lin Sun comforted. At this time, Zhang Yunxiao came back with a bitter look on his face. I just went up and took a walk, I'm tired. Su Qingshi looked at the time and nodded. Let's go, it's time to go back. When the 3 of them left, a man carrying a gift box appeared in the hall. It was Li Muzi. The black-clad assistant beside him was surprised. You're buying something? How much? $15.99. Li Muzi answered calmly, but he was thinking about the girl just now. The assistant acted as if nothing had happened. Boss Li actually bought something so cheap. If the news gets out, it will probably spread that the Li family is bankrupt. Let's go to the Lin group to discuss cooperation. A gleam of light flashed in Li Muzi's eyes, and his goal was firm. The Lin family is the richest family in Long Country, and its industries are even larger than those of the Li family. If they can reach a cooperation agreement with the other party, it will be an opportunity for the Li family to move up to a higher level. On the way back to school, Zhang Yunxiao seemed unusually quiet, which surprised both Lin Sun and Su Qingshi. Senior Zhang, what's wrong with you? Are you unhappy? Lin Sun asked with concern. Zhang Yunxiao uttered softly and forced a smile. It's okay. Are you worried about anything? Su Qingshi asked calmly. looking in the rearview mirror. She was very sensitive to her friend's mood changes. Jang Yuna curled her lips. Don't mention it, I met a guy who claimed to be my blind date. Blind date? Lin Sun looked confused. Yes, that guy actually has the photo my mother gave me. Jiang Yunxiao spread his hands helplessly. So, what does he look like? Lin Sun asked curiously. He really handsome, the kind of mature and steady uncle type. Jiang Yunxiao couldn't help but think of the man in his mind. Su Qingshi shook her head helplessly. It seemed that her best friend was really nothing to worry about. Is your mother so anxious to arrange a blind date for you? Lin Sun asked. Oh, my mother is just like that. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Jiang Yunxiao sighed. The car stopped at the south gate of NCU, and Lin Sun prepared to say goodbye. See you tomorrow, senior. Before Su Qingshi could react, Lin Sun kissed her. Good night kiss. Su Qingshi was stunned. A smile appeared on her lips. Good night, my princess. Yo, my. What's going on with you guys? Jiang Yunxiao teased, winking. Su Qingshi glanced back helplessly. Aren't you going to find a boyfriend? Jiang Yunxiao hesitated. Actually, it's not bad to find a handsome guy as a partner. The blind date that popped up in her mind, humph, I don't want to be influenced by him. I am single and free. I can spend my own money. She shook her head to dispel that thought. At this time, Lin Sun's luck was bad. Just as he arrived at the dormitory door, he heard the sound of the door closing. Oh no, Annie closed the door. He thought to himself that something was wrong, so he turned around and walked forward cautiously. The dormitory manager didn't care. Leave the door open for me. Lin Sun sent a message to his roommate. The group chat exploded instantly. Who sneaked into my dormitory group? I just went into retreat. Who woke me up? Lin Sun had no choice but to send a red envelope with a note. Leave the door open for Dad. After all the red envelopes were grabbed, Lin Sun earned 17.22 yuan, which was a good income. After a while, he walked carefully to the dormitory door, found that the door was not locked, breathed a sigh of relief, and slipped in quietly. The roommates were all huddled in their quilts, with a faint glow from the screen, as if they were watching a movie. Lin Sun asked softly, Are you back? Yeah. He answered simply, washed up, and went to bed. I opened my phone and saw a message from my senior, saying she had arrived at the dormitory. So late? She asked. I encountered the auntie, closing the door, and after waiting for a while, there was no hot water. Lin Xuanhui. Our dormitory can be burned. You're actually using illegal electrical appliances. Report it. The following days were uneventful, with the only upheaval being the upcoming physical test. Lu Gang from the dormitory led everyone in running every day to prepare for the school sports meet. Su Qingshi frequently appeared on the playground, attracting countless eyes. Everyone wanted to catch a glimpse of the school beauty. Lin Sun was looking forward to meeting his senior. The two looked at each other silently, conveying their feelings in their hearts, while their roommates were speechless. As time went by, Saturday's physical examination finally arrived, and everyone's faces were filled with bitterness. This is really not something a human can do. During the physical test, Lu Gang and Lin Sun easily won the championship and became the focus of the whole audience. The girls screamed one after another. Although Lin Sun performed well in the competition, he felt a little pressured by the care of the class monitor, Huang Chuyin, and bluntly refused the water she handed over. At this time, Chen Dazhuang, the labor committee member of the class, teased, Can you be a little gentle? Lin Sun smiled helplessly. He had no thoughts about her. He had already been thinking about his senior sister Su Qingshi. After the physical test, the four of them squeezed into the cafeteria. Go Xingli praised the girl's slim figure, which made Lu Gang joke. Your eyes are more tired than your body, right? When Lin Meow and her best friend Du Linger appeared in front of them, the atmosphere suddenly became lively. Lin Meow invited them to her birthday party. Everyone was a little surprised for a while, but soon accepted it with pleasure. After the dinner, Lin Sun found Su Qingshi as he wished and confided his feelings to her in the library. He took her seat in a humorous way, which surprised the students around him. The communication between the two gradually deepened. Lin Sun mentioned the problem of long-distance relationship, and Su Qingshi also seemed to be worried. Before, her future was only about career, but now a junior has moved into her future, so the existence of a junior is indispensable in her future planning. Lin Sun looked at the senior sister, and he felt at ease when he saw her. What are you doing? Su Qingshi suddenly asked coldly. It looks like you're cold. I'll warm your legs. Under the table, Lin Sun stretched out his legs, wrapped around Su Qingshi's two long legs, and clamped them together. Feeling the wonderful touch from the senior sister's legs, Lin Sun felt itchy in his heart. Su Qingshi rolled her eyes at him. You are so frivolous in the library. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? In the school's peach garden, the sun shines on Lin Sun and his senior sister Su Qingshi, forming a beautiful picture. The peach trees on both sides of the path are in full bloom, and the surroundings are quiet and beautiful, making people intoxicated. I didn't expect there is such a place in school. Lin Sun looked around in surprise and was full of curiosity about this hidden corner. The senior sister's hand was as warm as spring in his palm, and he couldn't help but feel sweet in his heart. This is a newly designated green area, which will become a small forest in the future, which will be convenient for experiments and specimen collection. Su Qingshi explained softly, her eyes still firm. Lin Sun's mind was wandering, and he secretly sighed. The school beauty next to him was like a fairy, which was really eye-catching. There are not many people around here, senior sister. We can have a good chat, Lin Sun said in a serious tone, unable to hide his mischievous smile. Su Qingshi raised her eyebrows slightly. Are you trying to do something bad? This ruthless remark made Lin Sun couldn't help laughing. As a couple, of course we have to cultivate our feelings. Stop talking about this and concentrate on studying. Su Qingshi's expression was cold, but she had longed for this relationship in her heart. Lin Sun gently stroked her hair and said seriously, Senior sister, you are so charming, and I am also under a lot of pressure. At this warm moment, Su Qingshi couldn't help but lean her forehead on his shoulder and whispered, Sorry, I may have overlooked it. At this moment, Lin Sun felt an invisible bond. His heartbeat accelerated, and it seemed that the distance between them was one step closer. Senior, why is the shampoo I use not as fragrant as yours? Lin Sun joked. Su Qingshi smiled faintly. Fragrant? Why don't I feel it? Before she finished speaking, she suddenly twisted his waist. Lin Sun exclaimed and instantly became a little embarrassed. How did you become so cruel? He complained helplessly. The two smiled at each other, as if they were the only ones left in the world. Soon, they came to a lawn, and Lin Sun carefully swept the dust off the stone chair for Su Qingshi. Princess, please sit down. His gentlemanly demeanor made Su Qingshi's mouth slightly raised, and she sat down gracefully. It's very quiet here, she said softly. Lin Sun nodded, feeling the tranquility and beauty of this moment. He suddenly suggested, Senior, how about we go on a trip? Okay, Su Qingshi answered straightforwardly. Lin Sun excitedly described the blueprint for the future, talked about their travel plans, and even talked about getting married and having children, which made Su Qingshi shyly protest. Not serious, Lin Sun said seriously. I feel so lucky to meet you. Su Qingshi was stunned, then asked softly, Do you know what love is? He thought seriously and finally expressed his understanding. Senior, I think I'm in love with you. She suddenly whispered this, and although her voice was cold, it went straight to the bottom of her heart. Lin Sun's heart softened instantly. Stupid senior. I've noticed it a long time ago. Before she met Lin Sun, Su Qingshi had always kept her heart closed. No, that wasn't the word closed, but she had never thought that she would fall in love one day. But it was this young man who witnessed her vulnerable side and gave her just the right amount of gentle comfort and tolerance, which finally allowed this ice goddess to come down to earth. Her heart was moved by Lin Sun. A man and a woman sat quietly on the stone bench, leaning against each other. After a while, Su Qingshi fell asleep. Lin Sun looked at his senior sister's sleeping face, and his heart suddenly felt calm. In fact, this girl is not as cold as she appears to be. She can cry, make noises, and laugh. She possesses the innocence that all girls have, but she is extremely strong, so she does not show it to outsiders. Now, only Lin Sun is lucky enough to obtain her innocence, and he must protect her. Before he knew it, Lin Sun fell asleep. When he woke up again, Lin Sun had the same confusion in his eyes as when he first woke up. He subconsciously turned his head to look at his senior. He found that the latter was looking at him with calm eyes. Looking at that beautiful face, Lin Sun suddenly felt very satisfied and smiled. What are you laughing at? Su Qingshi didn't understand. She looked at Lin Sun's smile and thought, well, it was a little silly. Lin Sun smiled and said, There is a saying on the internet that when you open your eyes every day and see your lover for the first time, you will feel very happy. It's really true. Su Qingshi blushed slightly. Not serious. Her eyes were a little empty because Lin Sun's words once again touched her heart. When she woke up just now and saw Lin Sun for the first time, she felt a sense of relief. Senior, I want to kiss you. Lin Sun suddenly spoke. This time he did not launch a surprise attack, but spoke as if he were talking about something very ordinary, waiting for the girl's agreement. Su Qingshi's long eyelashes trembled, her eyebrows drooped, her cheeks flushed, and she hummed softly. A hint of heat flashed across Lin Sun's eyes, and he gently approached the senior. A strong male scent hit her face, and Su Qingshi subconsciously closed her eyes slowly. Soon, there was a cool touch on the lips. Su Qingshi's heart trembled, and she raised her head to cooperate with Lin Sun's attack. Wow, look, that couple is kissing. What are you looking at? Don't you understand that you should not look at anything inappropriate? Go, go, go. No, this scene is so cute. I want to take a picture of it. Big sister, I asked you to come here to take photos of specimens. Who asked you to take intimate photos of others? But it's delicious. Don't you think it's sweet? I don't think so. Bah, you don't understand romance. Look at that little brother. He's so good at kissing. Nothing like you. It's like a dog biting him. At this time, a man and a woman passed by. The boy was holding a camera in his hand. They also discovered Lin Sun and his partner who were kissing. Just because of the angle, they couldn't recognize that it was the school beauty. The girl obviously wanted to take a picture of this sweet scene, but the boy refused. He was probably too embarrassed to look at it any longer. Soon, the two of them walked away tactfully. In the grove, on a stone bench, this man and woman are trying their best to feel each other, seemingly unaware of anything in the outside world. A few minutes later, Lin Sun reluctantly let her go, his eyes dark and unclear, staring straight at Su Qingshi. This gave the strong senior student an illusion that she was like a helpless prey, and the boy in front of her was the big bad wolf that was catching her prey. Senior, you've made great progress. You've learned how to breathe. Lin Sun teased with a smile. Su Qingshi's face flushed, and she said expressionlessly, "If you say one more word, I won't kiss you next time." Lin Sun chuckled and hugged his senior tightly. Huh. Su Qingshi spoke helplessly. Although she didn't mind being close to Lin Sun. It was afternoon now, the sun was so hot, and the temperature was so high that she was sweating. Seeing this, Lin Sun quickly let go of her and used his hand as a fan to fan her. Are you feeling cooler now? Su Qingshi looked at him as if he were a fool. Fool, how can this be cold? Why not? Take off your clothes? Ouch, my kidneys. After staying for more than 10 minutes, Lin Sun stood up and said to the senior sister, Senior sister, let's go. Su Qingshi nodded slightly and stood up. Lin Sun's eyes never left her. There was nothing wrong with the senior sister's appearance. She was indeed worthy of being the school belle. The senior sister is the school beauty. The school beauty is his girlfriend. The senior sister is his girlfriend. His girlfriend is the school beauty. Hey. Lin Sun gave a silly smile. You kid, are you crazy? Su Qingshi looked at him strangely. Lin Sun quickly regained his composure. He looked at the senior sister, and his eyes were attracted by her lips again. Because of the kiss just now, the senior sister's lips were a little red and swollen, which added a touch of charm, making people salivate. Stared at by his gradually wolfish gaze, Su Qingshi's heart tightened. She pursed her lips subconsciously and swallowed her saliva. The next second, Lin Sun's face suddenly enlarged, and while Su Qingshi's eyes were wide open, he accurately captured her lips. Scored twice. The senior sister's lips are so addictive that you can't help but kiss them. At the same time, Lin Sun put his hands on the senior sister's slender waist. The latter trembled, and her body suddenly fell limp in his arms. She subconsciously raised her hands and pressed them against his chest. Su Qingshi's mind went blank. Okay, I'll kiss you while you're sitting, and I'll kiss you while you're standing. You're so mean, Junior. She was so dizzy from being kissed that she didn't notice that something was poking her. After a long time, the man and woman finally separated, of course, referring to their lips. Su Qingshi leaned softly in Lin Sun's arms, breathing hotly. You are bad, the senior student complained. Lin Sun smiled and said, Senior sister is so charming that I can't resist her. Okay, it's time to go back. Lin Sun finally let go of the senior with satisfaction. Looking at the senior sister's face at this moment, Lin Sun's heart moved. This is too unfair. He took out a mask, tore open the package, and put it on Su Qingshi's face. A smell of disinfectant hit her nose, and Su Qingshi frowned. What? Lin Sun said solemnly. Senior sister, you don't know how attractive you are now. He really thought in his heart. Senior sister still can't do without mask. Su Qingshi rolled her eyes at him and then turned and left. Lin Sun followed her steps and imitated her pace when he was 2 steps behind her. The two of them walked in sync, which looked a little funny. Su Qingshi stopped, and Lin Sun also stopped. The former looked back at him with a blank expression. Childish. Lin Sun smiled and took her hand. Let's go back. By the way, senior, there is something I want to tell you. I have a friend who... The two figures walked farther and farther away, and soon left the grove. Brothers, are you ready? At 6 p.m. on Sunday evening, Dormitory 307 was bustling with activity. Go Xingli was dressed handsomely today, with neatly combed blonde hair, and was swaying narcissistically in front of the mirror. You look so impatient. The date isn't until 7:30. Lin Sun yawned, having just woken up from a dream. He didn't expect his weekend to be disturbed by such excitement. This is not an ordinary date. It's the birthday of the girl I like, so of course I have to prepare in advance. Go Xingli said proudly. Don't worry, the girl is only 1 kilometer away from our school. It will only take a few minutes to get there by sharing a car. Lu Gang walked towards the toilet and joked. I'll go to the toilet first to make sure I don't make a fool of myself tonight. Okay, then I'll go take a shower too. Lin Sun said helplessly, thinking to himself that he really hoped to have a good lazy sleep in his senior's rental house. At around 7 o'clock, the 4 people in dormitory 307 dressed up and walked towards the south gate. Go Xingli said to himself along the way, I'm the campus hunk of Nanjing University. All the girls will be attracted to me tonight. Lin Sun couldn't help but roll his eyes, wondering who could punish this conceited guy. In fact, among them, Lin Sun had the best appearance and a good figure, but he never boasted. As they passed by, several girls looked at them and exclaimed, Wow, so handsome. That guy in the sweatshirt is simply a man of honor. Lin Meow Meow blushed slightly and quickly stopped her roommate's enthusiasm. Don't scare them. At this moment, a girl named Liang Jing walked towards Lin Sun with a smile. Handsome guy, can you add me on WeChat? Lin Sun smiled and shook his head. Sorry, I already have a girlfriend. Ah, already single? Liang Jing was a little disappointed. Du Linger added, his girlfriend will also be here tonight. She'll be here later. Lin Sun said, his heart full of anticipation. They entered the private room. Lin Meow Meow asked her roommates to order food. The girls made various requests, and the atmosphere was relaxed and warm. Just when everyone was chatting enthusiastically, Lin Sun's cell phone rang. He took out his phone and looked at it. A gentle smile appeared in his eyes. The senior is here. He stood up and prepared to meet her. Behind him, everyone was gossiping. Who is she? The senior must look very beautiful. Lin Sun raised a mysterious smile, his heart full of anticipation. After saying that, he left the box, and everyone started gossiping about it. After going downstairs, Lin Sun saw Su Qingshi at a glance. No matter where she was always so eye-catching. On the slightly cool night in South City, she wore a white dress with a light jacket on the outside. Her long hair was like a waterfall, and her cold temperament made the boys who wanted to chat up there not approach her. When Lin Sun appeared in her sight, the coldness on Su Qingshi's face slowly faded away, but she did not take the initiative to greet him, but just stared at him quietly. Senior, is the meeting over? Lin Sun walked up to her, naturally took her little hand, and asked softly. Su Qingshi nodded. It just ended. She walked from where the meeting was, and the distance was not short. Let's go upstairs. They're all upstairs. Lin Sun pinched her palm, and Su Qingshi nodded gently, like a well-behaved little wife, letting him lead her into the box. This scene made the boys who were peeping nearby so jealous that their eyes turned red. They thought to themselves, such a perfect girl actually has a boyfriend. It's so unfair. When the two entered the box, the lively atmosphere suddenly became quiet, and everyone was stunned, with disbelief in their eyes. Especially Lin Meow Meow and other girls. They couldn't believe their eyes. Hello, everyone. I'm Su Qingshi, Lin Sun's girlfriend. Su Qingshi had a calm expression and introduced herself confidently, not caring at all about the strangers around her. This sentence was like thunder, exploding in everyone's heart. Su Qingshi, the campus beauty of Nanjing University, a talented girl in the Department of Finance, was actually with Lin Sun? It was unbelievable. Ah, a girl screamed. instantly attracting everyone's attention. Sue, senior sister Sue? Are you really senior sister Sue? Du Linger asked stutteringly. Yeah. Su Qingshi nodded slightly. Then Lin Sun. Du Linger was speechless for a moment. A hint of shock flashed in her eyes. He is my boyfriend. Su Qingshi answered with a firm voice, confirming it. The girls were shocked. It turned out that the girlfriend Lin Sun was talking about was actually the school beauty. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at Lin Sun silently, wondering what charm he had that could capture such a goddess. Senior Su, please sit down. Lin Meow Meow reacted and greeted her hurriedly. Su Qingshi smiled slightly. Happy birthday, sorry, I didn't prepare a gift. Lin Meow Meow waved her hands quickly. No, it's the greatest honor to have you here. Can we take a photo together? Okay. Su Qingshi nodded. Several boys looked at each other in bewilderment, thinking to themselves, we didn't even prepare any gifts. How shameful. Hello, senior sister Su. Go Xingli and the others greeted her honestly, secretly speculating in their hearts. This kid Lin Sun is really a henpecked man. As Su Qingshi entered the venue, the atmosphere became a little awkward. After all, her aura was so strong that it made people feel ashamed. Senior sister Su, how did you two meet? Du Linger asked cautiously. Summer vacation in Liangcheng. Su Qingshi responded simply. Liangcheng? What place is that? The girls were curious. It's just a small county town a bit far from South City. Lin Sun took over the conversation, a hint of tenderness flashing in his eyes. Everyone started chatting while eating, and the atmosphere became more lively. Lu Gang's humor made everyone laugh. Lin Sun carefully picked up some food for Su Qingshi and asked gently, Are you hungry? Su Qingshi nodded gently, with a smile on her face, which amazed everyone around her. Oh my God! Senior Su actually smiled. At this moment, everyone understood that Lin Sun's charm was definitely not limited to his appearance. Come on, how about playing truth or dare? Go Xingli suddenly proposed, instantly igniting the atmosphere. Everyone agreed, with anticipation glittering in their eyes. Sure, I heard this game is fun. Lin Meow Meow agreed with a smile. Go Xingli smiled mysteriously and started dealing the cards. The rules were simple. The person with the smallest card chose truth or dare, and the person with the largest card was the implementer. Who was the ace of spades? Go Xingli's eyes flashed with disappointment, and his gaze fell on Lin Sun, who raised his hand. It seems that you are the protagonist. Choose truth or dare. Lin Sun looked at Su Qingshi, who seemed calm and didn't seem to care. He decided to choose the truth. Lin Meow Meow took the opportunity to ask, How many times have you kissed Senior Su? The whole audience was instantly boiling. Lin Sun was stunned, but Su Qingshi's ears were slightly red. I'll have a drink. Lin Sun gave up without hesitation, and everyone said fuck. He whispered to Su Qingshi, We kissed 16 times. This is our secret. Su Qingshi glared at him, her cheeks flushed. Let's start the second round. Go Xingli collected his cards excitedly, and the atmosphere became more and more heated. Lu Gang drew the ace of spades and faced Go Xingli's challenge. Tell me my 10 strengths. Lu Gang had no choice but to finish his words, stumbling over them, causing everyone to laugh. Soon, Lin Sun drew a card again and challenged to confess his love to a senior. The 1-minute affectionate confession made Su Qingshi smile, while Lu Gang took photos to record this sweet scene. The atmosphere was hot, and everyone shared their embarrassing stories and laughed continuously. In the last round, I will play the king, and the person who draws it must kiss the other person. Go Xingli suddenly announced, and everyone instantly became nervous. Lin Sun thought to himself, Senior sister, please don't draw it. As a result, Su Qingshi got the king, and the air was filled with astonishment. Oh, it looks like I have to kiss you. Go Xingli teased, and everyone waited with bated breath. Su Qingshi looked calm, but Lin Sun was in turmoil, and the situation took a turn for the worse. At this moment, their eyes met, nervous and expectant. At the lively party, Su Qingshi accidentally turned over the king card, which immediately attracted Go Xingli's attention. Wow! Senior Su is the king. He was so excited that his face turned red and his neck became thick. He couldn't help but teasing. Hey, you can't cheat this time. Are you Xiaowang? Lu Gang asked coldly. Go Xingli's smile froze instantly. He then coughed dryly and changed the subject. Everyone, turn over your cards and see your strength. Everyone opened their cards. Liu Gang and Wuda had 6 and 9 respectively. No one drew a joker. Their eyes were tense and fell on Go Xingli and Lin Sun. Go Xingli took a deep breath and turned over the cards. It turned out to be the ace of spades. He was secretly happy and turned his eyes to Lin Sun. Lin Sun looked incredulous and opened the cards. It turned out to be a joker. Oh shit, could this be such a coincidence? For a moment, exclamations were heard everywhere, and the atmosphere was instantly ignited. Su Qingshi smiled faintly, as if she had expected all this. Congratulations, she said softly to Lin Sun, who showed surprise on his face and was a little shy. Senior, we are so lucky. Yo, yo, yo. There was a lot of noise all around. According to the rules, kiss. Go Xingli winked in an ambiguous way, and everyone started to make a noise. Lin Sun suddenly understood, thinking that this guy had already arranged it, but he didn't mind and was actually looking forward to it. Under everyone's urging, Lin Sun pretended to be calm, hooked his hands around Su Qingshi's neck, and kissed her without hesitation. Su Qingshi only felt a surge of warmth and was stunned for a moment, with a blush on her face. Good. Go Xingli's face turned red with excitement, and he quickly picked up his phone to record this wonderful scene. People around him applauded, and the atmosphere was warm. Lin Sun secretly held Su Qingshi's hand, trying to comfort her. Although she still pretended to be cool, she couldn't resist the redness on her face, and instantly became the focus of the whole audience. As soon as the game was over, the waiter pushed the door open, carrying a big cake, obviously coming to celebrate a birthday. Lin Meow Meow wore a birthday crown, and everyone sang the birthday song together, and the atmosphere was extremely cheerful. Hey, tomboy, this is your birthday present. Go Xingli suddenly took out a small golden bag from his pocket, causing everyone to laugh. When did you prepare it? Liu Gang was surprised, and everyone's eyes were focused on Go Xingli. I was just passing by a store and suddenly wanted to pick something up. Go Xingli scratched his head, unable to hide his pride. Lin Meow Meow took the gift bag with anticipation and smiled brightly. Don't be disgusted, there's nothing valuable in it. Go Xingli pretended to be modest. How could I dislike it? Thank you. Lin Meow Meow smiled sweetly and seemed very happy. After the party, Go Xingli offered to take the girls home, as it was already late. Lin Sun took Su Qingshi to say goodbye. In the evening breeze, he asked curiously, Senior, is this your first time attending a party like this? I attended someone else's birthday party before, when I was a freshman in college. Su Qingshi answered indifferently, a flash of memory in her eyes, but she quickly subsided. Lin Sun nodded and said with a smile, In fact, if you attend more gatherings like this, you can make more friends. That depends on whether our friendship is strong enough. Su Qingshi spoke with a double meaning. Before he finished speaking, a cooing sound suddenly rang out. Lin Sun's eyes widened, and he asked hurriedly, Senior, are you not full? Su Qingshi blushed instantly and wanted to explain, but she was speechless. A hint of sweet embarrassment instantly filled the air. Lin Sun held Su Qingshi's hand and strolled in the night, his heart full of sweetness and expectation. In the noodle shop, they had just enjoyed a bowl of free steaming noodles, and the boss's story made them cherish this simple happiness even more. Ah, you are really a model young couple. The boss's joke made both of them blush, but they felt more warm. Lin Sun pushed the noodles in front of Su Qingshi. The senior was a little hesitant at first, but she finally picked up a piece of meat and fed it to him. The tacit understanding between the two made the atmosphere more intimate. Lin Sun couldn't help but praise, Delicious. Seeing her smile, he was secretly happy. At this moment, it seemed that they only had each other, and the hustle and bustle around them disappeared. Halfway through the noodles, Su Qingshi finally couldn't eat any more and pushed it to Lin Sun. Facing the remaining noodles, he swept them away without hesitation. The boss was charging his phone while playing with it. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but smile. You two have a really good relationship. Lin Sun asked the name of the noodle shop, and the boss's eyes showed a trace of reminiscence, and he told the story of his first love. Listening to this, Lin Sun and Su Qingshi looked at each other silently, and they both felt an indescribable emotion in their hearts. Life is not easy, so we should cherish it, Su Qingshi suddenly said. Yes, Lin Sun nodded, holding her hand tightly with his fingers interlocked. Their hands conveyed warmth in the cool night breeze. Why do you always think about these things? Su Qingshi asked softly. Sometimes I think too much and feel depressed. Lin Sun sighed. Su Qingshi's eyes flashed with cunning, and she took off the rubber band on her wrist. I'll show you a magic trick. Magic! Lin Sun's eyes widened in surprise. Can the senior sister do magic? Su Qingshi carefully wrapped the rubber band around her fingers and clenched her fist. Lin Sun's eyes were completely attracted, and he couldn't be distracted at all. She smiled mysteriously and loosened her fist. The rubber band actually moved to her ring finger and little finger. How was this done? Lin Sun was shocked. Do you want to know? Kiss me, and I'll tell you. Su Qingshi pretended to be arrogant. Is there such a good thing? Lin Sun's eyes lit up, and he leaned over and kissed her on the lips. Su Qingshi was stunned, then said coldly, Who asked you to kiss me? You said it, but you didn't say where to kiss. Lin Sun blinked innocently. She was speechless for a moment and could only roll her eyes at him helplessly. As she explained, Lin Sun finally understood that there were actually many skills behind this simple magic trick. Did you like magic when you were a child? Lin Sun asked. A little bit. My dad can perform magic to make me happy. Su Qingshi said lightly, with a hint of nostalgia in her tone. Then let's go watch the magic show. Lin Sun suggested. Where to go? Su Qingshi was stunned. Magic can be found everywhere. Lin Sun smiled, having already decided in his mind to plan a surprise. Okay. A gleam of light flashed in Su Qingshi's eyes. Before they knew it, they had reached the school gate, and the time to say goodbye had quietly arrived. Good night, senior sister. Lin Sun said with a smile. Good night, junior. Su Qingshi responded with a gentle smile on her face. Fuck! Go Xingli suddenly screamed, breaking the tranquility of room 307. The clown magician is coming to Kyoto to hold a solo show? Is this true? This exclamation immediately attracted everyone's attention. Who is the clown magician? Lu Gang asked curiously. You really haven't been paying attention to current affairs. The clown magician is a mysterious master of magic, and his performances are like witchcraft. Go Xingli explained excitedly. This guy is awesome. Lin Sun smiled. Would you like to go and see it together? I'm not interested in magic. I feel it's all a lie. Wu said hesitantly. In fact, it's not easy to perform magic to perfection, Lu Gang retorted. I have nothing to do on the weekend, so let's go and take a look. Go Xingli instigated. Do you want to date Lin Meow Meow? Lu Gang teased. Go Xingli smiled awkwardly. Then I'll take my senior with me too. Lin Sun pretended to be serious, but was mercilessly besieged by a group of gazes. At the same time, in the girls' dormitory, Jang Yuna was putting on a facial mask and approached Su Qingshi. The clown magician is coming to Kyoto to perform. Are you going? Go! Su Qingshi said lightly. I'll go too. Jang Yuna gritted his teeth and decided not to be alone anymore. When it was dark, Su Qingshi checked her phone and saw a message from a stranger named Yen Ryu who wanted to drink coffee and watch a magic show together. She hesitated for a moment and felt it was a bit strange, but still agreed. At the same time, in a villa in Kyoto, Gu Yin was chatting with Lin Batian with a smile. I'm chatting with my daughter-in-law. What? You have my daughter-in-law's contact information? Lin Batian immediately became interested. I found it myself, Gu Yin said proudly. What are the conditions? Lin Batian was curious. Fairy daughter-in-law, Gu Yin said proudly. Lin Batian's eyes lit up. I heard that she studied finance. We can hand over the company to them. I donated schools and supplies to children in mountainous areas, and recently donated 100 million yuan to the victims of the Ganqing earthquake, said Gu Yin. You're awesome, Lin Batian praised. We should use the money we earn to give back to society. At this time, the news of the magic show spread like wildfire on campus, and everyone began to look forward to what surprises this mysterious clown magician would bring. On Saturday morning, the sun shone through the curtains into the dormitory, and Lin Sun was as excited as the bright light. He and his roommates made an appointment to go to Kyoto to watch the performance of a clown magician. This legendary magician has always been mysterious, but his magic can be called sorcery and has long become the center of discussion. Be careful on the road. Lin Sun waved to his roommates, pulled his small suitcase, and walked out of the dormitory, already impatient. Alas, those of us who don't have a partner can only take the high-speed rail. Go Xingli sighed, and Lu Gang replied disdainfully, I am accompanying you. Except for holidays, what's the difference between you and a single guy? Go Xingli retorted, leaving Lu Gang speechless. Wu said quietly, Senior Su has a driver's license, and Brother Lin went with her. Sure enough, Lin Sun arrived at the girls' dormitory, where Su Qingshi and Jang Yuna were getting ready to leave. Is Senior Jiang going too? Lin Sun asked. Of course, how could I miss such a lively event? Jiang Yuna lifted her hair confidently. Let's go. Lin Sun took Su Qingshi's luggage, and the three of them walked towards the car. After getting in the car, Lin Sun sat in the passenger seat. Su Qingshi started the engine skillfully, and Jiang Yuna played with his phone in the back seat. If you feel tired, stop and take a rest. Lin Sun reminded with concern. I don't get tired that easily. Su Qingshi smiled faintly. The journey was boring, and Lin Sun tried hard to stay awake. Jiang Yunxiao's teasing made him couldn't help but smile. By the way, senior sister, the magic show will be tomorrow morning, and I have reserved a seat. Lin Sun said proudly. Is there any for me? Jiang Yunxiao asked anxiously. Don't worry. The organizer has reserved 12 places for us. Lin Sun responded confidently. The car was driving on the streets of Kyoto, and the tall buildings along the way were eye-catching. Lin Sun showed Su Qingshi the way, and soon they arrived at the Imperial Capital International Hotel. This is a real 7-star hotel, Jiang Yunxiao exclaimed. Mine, Lin Sun said lightly, which instantly stunned the two girls. After getting off the car, several staff members in suits came up to greet him respectfully. Hello, master. Jiang Yunxiao looked at this scene in shock, while Su Qingshi looked calm. Manager Luo bowed to Lin Sun and said, Master, the lady said that we will arrange your accommodation. Thank you for the trouble. Lin Sun smiled slightly and handed the car keys to Manager Luo. I will park the car. Please follow me, young master. Manager Luo said respectfully. Walking into the hotel lobby, Jiang Yunxiao was dazzled by the magnificent decoration. The girl at the front desk greeted Lin Sun respectfully, and Manager Luo instructed, the room that is ready is the presidential suite. She is my girlfriend, and the other one is my friend. Lin Sun smiled and took Su Qingshi's hand. The latter's face suddenly flushed, with surprise and shyness intertwined. Hello, madam. Manager Luo bowed respectfully and then asked others to welcome her together. The atmosphere in the whole hall instantly became lively. Lin Sun was secretly proud of himself, thinking that there would definitely be more surprises waiting for them in tonight's magic show. On Saturday morning, Lin Sun and his roommates packed their bags early and were excited to go to Kyoto to watch a magic show. Be careful on the road. Lin Sun waved goodbye, but secretly looked forward to meeting Su Qingshi. We don't have a partner, so we can only take the high-speed rail. Go Xingli sighed, and Lu Gang responded coldly. Don't you still have me? At this time, Wu De said quietly, Senior sister Su has a driver's license, and brother Lin went in her car. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Go Xingli waved his hand, and the three of them left the dormitory excitedly, their faces full of anticipation. Fuck! Go Xingli suddenly screamed, and a message from the tomboy appeared on the phone screen, asking them if they wanted to take a ride. She also has a driver's license? Lu Gang was shocked, and the three of them looked at each other, feeling annoyed, and decided to refund their tickets and take a ride instead. At the same time, Lin Sun met Su Qingshi and Jiang Yunxiao in the girls' dormitory. When he learned that Jiang Yunxiao was going with him, Lin Sun became even more excited. They got into Su Qingshi's car and chatted along the way, and the atmosphere was relaxed and happy. The magic show will be tomorrow morning, and the seats have been booked. Lin Sun said proudly. His family was a sponsor, so it was no surprise for him to get good seats. That's good. You really deserve to be the richest man in Lin, Jiang Yunxiao praised. After a 3-hour drive, they arrived at the Imperial Capital International Hotel. As soon as they got off the car, several men and women in suits greeted Lin Sun respectfully, which made Su Qingshi slightly stunned. She replied calmly, Hello. For a moment, everyone thought to themselves, Is this the legendary young lady? Excuse me, are you sharing a room with a young lady? Manager Luo asked cautiously. Lin Sun looked at Su Qingshi, who hesitated for a moment, and said, Jiang and I will share a room. The hotel staff quickly delivered the luggage, and they checked into the top-floor suite. The luxurious environment made Lin Sun dazzled. Just as Lin Sun was about to pack his luggage, there was a knock on the door. Su Qingshi stood at the door, looking a little tired. Senior, are you tired? Lin Sun asked with concern. Su Qingshi shook her head. I'll clean up later, can you come in? Lin Sun happily invited her in. Why are you lying in bed so lazily? Lin Sun teased. Su Qingshi lay down casually, which made him unable to help but take a few more glances. "Senior, let me give you a massage," he offered enthusiastically and began to massage her legs. Su Qingshi enjoyed it. Her voice gradually became hoarse, as if she was tempting Lin Sun's nerves. At the end of the massage, Su Qingshi actually fell asleep beside him, quiet and beautiful. "Good afternoon, senior sister," Lin Sun said softly with a gentle smile on his face. At the same time, Jang Yuna shouted from the next room, Sure, help me take off my pants." While waiting for a response, she suddenly noticed the silence around her and couldn't help but feel anxious. Nothing will happen, right? Finally, she walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel and saw the empty room with a helpless smile on her face. Well, my bestie went to visit next door. Chapter 173 Deluxe Life Experience. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Sun was awakened by a cell phone ringing. He opened his eyes, dazed, and just in time he fell into a pair of clear, starry eyes. What time is it? Lin Sun's brain was starting up, and he asked this question subconsciously. Su Qingshi said calmly, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. They have slept for 2 hours. Are you feeling better now, senior sister? Lin Sun gave a warm smile. Much better. But can you let go of your hand first? Su Qingshi's voice sounded faintly, and her eyes did not change even when she spoke. Comrade Lin Sun blinked and let go of his hand. He regained consciousness and subconsciously grabbed his hand, which felt soft. Su Qingshi's expression changed drastically. Her pretty face turned red, and a hint of moisture appeared in her originally cold eyes. Lin Sun's face froze. He didn't look at what he had grabbed with his hand, because he didn't need to look. He stared at the senior sister with a straight face and said seriously, Senior sister, I said I didn't mean it. Do you believe me? Su Qingshi. I believe it. Comrade Lin Sun was delighted. Really? Oh, I saw the quilt moving, accompanied by a scream. My kidneys. Lin Sun let go of his hand in pain, held his waist, and said with a wry smile, Senior sister, why do you like to pinch people so much? Su Qingshi sat up calmly. Although her expression was cold, the blush on her cheeks betrayed her. Sleeping with me secretly? After saying this, Su Qingshi felt that this sentence was ambiguous, and asked again, Why didn't you wake me up? Lin Sun rubbed his waist as if in pain, and said, Senior sister, you have been so busy today, I want you to sleep a little longer. Oh man. Su Qingshi rolled her eyes at her. I have to say that junior brother Lin Sun's massage skills are pretty good. She felt so good that she actually fell asleep. At this time, the cell phone rang again. Lin Sun just realized that a phone call had just come in. When the call was connected, Go Shungli's cheerful voice was heard. My dear, you are still asleep? Are you enjoying yourself? After these words were spoken, Lin Sun's face became a little embarrassed, and he subconsciously glanced at his senior. The latter turned his head to one side and didn't look at him. What nonsense are you talking about? Where have you been? Lin Sun said calmly. We have already checked into the hotel. It's my first time staying in such a luxurious hotel. All thanks to you, brother. Go Shungli said excitedly. Lin Sun said calmly. Why thank you? You're all my sons. Caring for you is my duty as a father. Bang! The next second Lin Sun took a breath of cold air because Su Qingshi slapped his thigh and glared at him in reproach. Talking nonsense? Lin Sun smiled awkwardly. Are you really living in the same room with senior sister Su? Go Shungli's uncertain voice came from the other side. Lin Sun didn't admit it and said, Why bother with so much? By the way, let's have dinner together tonight. Stay here for one night and go to see the magic show tomorrow. Okay. After chatting with Go Shungli for a few words, Lin Sun hung up the phone. From Go Shungli, we learned that they were all arranged to stay in a VIP suite, which was only one level lower than the one where Lin Sun and his friends lived, but it was also a room per person, which was considered a luxury. There are also 2 daughters, Lin Meow and Du Ling. There are 4 boys and 4 girls, 8 people in total. Lin Sun looked at the senior sister and said, Senior sister, do you want to sleep a little longer? Su Qingshi shook her head, slid off the bed, put on her shoes, stretched her body, and did it all in one go. Then she suddenly came in front of Lin Sun and gently touched his lips. I'll go back and take a shower first. See you in the evening, little brother. After saying this, without giving Lin Sun time to react, she turned and left the room. As she left, a sly smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Lin Sun swallowed and watched the senior leave. Only when the door of the room was closed did he come to his senses. Senior. You are so bad. A hint of helplessness flashed across Lin Sun's eyes. He lifted the quilt, looked down, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Then I'll take a cold shower too. Sure, sure. You are an ungrateful man. Zhang Yunxiao glared at Su Qingshi, who came in. The latter said calmly, Unfaithful man? What's the point of that? Zhang Yunxiao looked aggrieved and exaggeratedly wiped the corners of her eyes. While he was taking a bath, I secretly ran off to find my lover. What if a pervert breaks in? Su Qingshi looked at her expressionlessly. If I remember correctly, you practiced Taekwondo in your freshman year? Zhang Yunxiao's exaggerated expression froze, and then she said unreasonably, What's the use of that thing? I'm just a weak woman. Su Qingshi ignored her madness and packed her things. Get ready, we'll have dinner together tonight. Hearing about eating, Zhang Yunxiao's eyes lit up. Hot pot or something else? Can you be a little more promising? In such a big hotel, you still eat hot pot? Su Qingshi said lightly. That's right. Poverty limits my imagination. Zhang Yunxiao patted his forehead. I'm going to take a shower. You're free to do whatever you want. Hey, my lady, would you like me to rub your back? Roll! Yes. In the evening, everyone met on the 21st floor because Go Xingli and his friends lived on this floor. Are all here? Lin Sun looked at everyone. Hey, richest brother, why do you look so amiable today? Go Xingli put his arm around Lin Sun's neck generously. Lu Gang and his companions were also in a good mood. After all, they were enjoying services that they had not been able to enjoy in recent years. It was so comfortable. Lin Miao Miao and Du Linger had come to their senses at this time. Before this, they didn't know Lin Sun's identity until they drove the car to the downstairs of the hotel and were invited into the hotel and checked into a room. It took them a long time to come back to their senses. They were all amazed. It turned out that this handsome classmate was the son of the richest man in Long Country. Invisible rich man. Let's go. The restaurant is on the second floor, and it's ready. Lin Sun called them. The group took the elevator down to the second floor. Manager Luo, two beautiful women in uniforms, and a fat middle-aged man in a white chef's coat have been waiting for a long time. Young master, please come in. Manager Luo extended his hand. After the group entered the box, their eyes lit up. There was a huge round dining table in the room, which was also a rotating one. The table was already filled with a variety of dishes, including seafood. Well, they only know seafood. The other dishes are very exquisite. I haven't eaten them, and I can't name them even if I have seen them. TSK, the last time I saw this kind of food was before I retired. And this one is even better. Liu Gang sighed. Go Xingli and Wu De also looked at it curiously, as it was the first time they saw it. Is this the standard meal for the rich? Chapter 174 Encounter with Li Muzi. With the introduction of the professional chef, Lin Sun and others had a delicious dinner. In order to maintain a good image, everyone behaved in a reserved manner. Although they were extremely upset inside, they still managed to remain calm on the surface. But it's so delicious. TZ, how big is your family's business? Go Xingli asked curiously while eating. Others also looked over curiously. Lin Sun was silent for a while, then shook his head. I don't know either. He only knew that his family was the richest, but he really didn't know what specific industries the family had. Perhaps he couldn't count them all. He looked at the dish that was turned over, picked up a piece of meat, and put it into the bowl of the senior student next to him. Thanks, Su Qingshi said softly. Manager Luo smiled and said, Master, Madam said that you can bring your classmates back to the old house as guests. Lin Sun's eyes lit up, and then he looked at the senior schoolmate and others. What do you think? Su Qingshi shook her head gently and said, Maybe another day. Among all the people present, she should be the one who least wanted to go. After all, her current identity was Lin Sun's girlfriend, and the time had not come for her to meet his parents. In fact, she was not ready yet. Forget it. We came here just to watch the magic show. I feel embarrassed to disturb you by coming here. Lu Gang also said. The others also nodded. Seeing this, Lin Sun nodded. Okay then. After dinner, everyone had free time. Go Xingli has already taken Lin Miao Miao out to play. Oh no, it should be said that it was Lin Miao Miao who took Go Xingli. After all, Lin Miao Miao is more familiar with the Kyoto area than Go Xingli. Wu De and Lu Gang stayed in the hotel and enjoyed a massage and foot bath, regular one. Lin Sun and Su Qingshi went out early, holding hands like ordinary lovers. Of course, if there weren't several black-clad bodyguards behind them, they would have looked normal. Lin Sun turned around and glanced at a bodyguard. You guys go back, we can just go shopping by ourselves. The captain of the bodyguards was a burly man named Qin Xiao. He had a stern face but looked honest. With his tall stature, Lin Sun felt that the other man could beat two of him. Qin Xiao said seriously, Young master, our duty is to protect your safety and ensure that you are safe during these 2 days in Kyoto. Lin Sun was speechless. We live in a society ruled by law now. How can there be any danger to life? This is Madam's arrangement. We are just following orders. Qin Xiao said meticulously. After a pause, he continued, Young master has a special status, so it is inevitable that he will be targeted by villains. Moreover, when young master goes out, there are many dangers, such as being hit by a car, being robbed, or falling on the slippery road. Lin Sun's eyes gradually widened, and his mouth opened in surprise. Damn, it seems like what you said makes some sense. After hearing what the other party said, he was unable to refute. Master, please forgive me for speaking frankly. The young lady is so beautiful. If there are any scoundrels causing trouble, we can handle it for you. Qin Xiao looked straight ahead and said calmly. Lin Sun. Su Qingshi glanced at him, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Lin Sun shrugged and said, You are welcome. When passing by a shopping mall, Lin Sun pulled Su Qingshi in. You guys wait outside. I'm going to the bathroom with my senior. Lin Sun said to Qin Xiao, stopping him at the door. Yes, master. Lin Sun nodded with satisfaction. Then he looked at the senior sister and entered the mall. A few minutes later, Boss, I feel like something is wrong. A bodyguard in black couldn't help but speak. Qin Xiao looked at him with a serious face. What's wrong? Did you sense the murderous aura? The corner of the subordinate's mouth twitched and he shook his head. No, it's the young master. It seems that he and the young mistress didn't go in the direction of the bathroom. Qin Xiao was stunned for a moment. Then he looked inside the mall. At this time, Lin Sun and Su Qingshi just disappeared around the corner of the shopping mall. There is another exit of the mall. Qin Xiao was stunned for a moment, then said in a deep voice, Follow me. Several big men immediately rushed over with serious faces, as if they were chasing instead of protecting. There is no way. If the work goes wrong, they will lose their jobs. At the same time, Lin Sun and his senior sister ran to a green belt. A moment later, several dark shadows rushed past them and gradually went away. We got rid of them. Lin Sun smiled victoriously. Su Qingshi looked at his somewhat childish smile and said nothing. Come on, senior sister, let's go play. Lin Sun said excitedly. Where are you going? She also hasn't been to Kyoto many times. Lin Sun smiled slightly. About 2 kilometers from here, there is a park with everything. Su Qingshi nodded calmly. Let's go. We lost the boss. Several big men in black huddled together, panting. Because of their ferocious facial expressions, passers-by avoided them, and some even cast strange glances at them, took out their cell phones, and looked at them again, as if they were hesitating about something. Qin Zhao's face was full of black lines. He looked gloomy and didn't say anything. He scanned the surroundings sharply and finally took out his mobile phone helplessly. Ma'am, we. At the same time, in a cafe, Jang Yuna lowered his head and sipped his coffee without saying anything. Opposite her sat a well-dressed man with a cold and handsome face, aloof eyes, and a powerful aura. Finally, Jang Yuna couldn't help but look at him. Li? Li what? Li Musi. The man raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. He didn't care whether the woman remembered his name or not. Instead, he stared at her straight in the eyes. Li Muse, right? Hey, are you following me? Jang Yuna sneered, his face extremely cold. Not long after she sat down, the man appeared. When Jang Yuna saw him, even if she was a fool, she could tell that the other party was coming for her. Li Musi chuckled. Ms. Jiang, I am the CEO of a company after all. How could I do such sneaky things? Meeting you here is purely accidental, or it can be said that it is fate. Jang Yuna rolled her eyes speechlessly. I don't believe in you, let alone fate. As if afraid that she would not believe him, Li Musi explained. I came to Kyoto this time to discuss the project. Okay, then you can talk slowly. Goodbye. Jang Yuna said lightly, standing up and preparing to pay the bill. Wait, Li Musi called her. Anything else? To be honest, Jang Yuna was a little impatient with this man. At first, she thought he was quite handsome, but that was all. Can being handsome be used to make a living? She, Jang Yuna, is a soul that pursues fun, and she doesn't just care about looks. Chapter 175 Ultraman becomes a monster. Let's talk about our blind date. Lee Musi looked at Jang Yuna seriously. The latter said calmly, Mr. Lee, I think I have made it clear enough. I have no intention of getting married, nor do I want to fall in love. Do you understand? Lee Musi crossed his fingers and said sincerely, Ms. Jang, I like you. I hope you can give me a chance. We can still get along for a while, right? Jang Yuna was speechless and said, It's your business if you like me, but you'd better not disturb my life. Thank you. After saying that, she paid the bill and left. Lee Musi stood there in a daze, looking at Jang Yuna who was paying the bill. He thought that he was in good condition. No, it should be said that there were very few people in the whole long country who could achieve what he had now at his age. However, the girl in front of him was not as reserved towards him as the others. Instead, she was impatient with him, which surprised him. In the upper-class society, countless socialites admired him and expressed their love to him, but he was not interested in them. He did not like the feeling of business marriage, which felt deceptive and oppressive. On the contrary, he prefers girls like Jang Yuna. Maybe that's why he thinks she is special. Sir, can I sit here? Suddenly at this moment, a fashionably dressed woman appeared beside Lee Musi and gave him a friendly smile. She was good-looking and her demeanor was dignified, but she could not conceal the eagerness and admiration in her eyes when she looked at Lee Musi. Lee Musi's face was calm, and his voice was cold and low. Okay. The woman was delighted, thinking her chance had come. She sat opposite Lee Musi and was about to speak when Lee Musi suddenly stood up, ignored the woman, and left. Woman? Hello. What would you like to drink? A waiter came over at the right moment to ask. Woman. On the other side, on a small street, Jang Yuna was walking on the street, carrying a bag in her hand. She was wearing thin clothes and rubbing her arms. You're crazy. You can't even have a cup of coffee. Jang Yuna shook his head and said with some complaint. Thinking of Lee Musi's face, her mood became even worse. Ring, ring, ring. The cell phone suddenly rang. Jang Yuna was a little confused. He took it out and saw that it was his mother. Hello. After pressing the answer button, Jang Yuna immediately moved the phone away from his ear. And the next second, You stupid girl. You came to Kyoto alone without saying a word? Did you forget that you have a mother? Are you itching for trouble? Jang Yunshao's mother, Lu Jilin, shouted at the top of her voice. Her voice was a little loud. Jang Yunshao said speechlessly, I can hear it. You don't have to be so loud every time. Aren't you afraid of deafening your daughter's ears? Hey, are you still a virgin? Speaking of this, did you meet Shaoli? Lu Jilin changed the subject and asked. Jiang Yunshao frowned. How do you know? Did that fellow Li Muzi tell you? For a moment, Jiang Yunshao felt a little irritated. I think that kid is good with good conditions in all aspects. At first, I thought the relationship was over because you stood her up. I didn't expect that you two are so destined to meet each other again. Lu Jilin spoke quickly and tirelessly. He is in Kyoto now, and you are too. How about you bring the boy to your home for a meal? Jiang Yunxiao's pretty face was cold. Impossible. Jiang Yunxiao, are you angry with me? Lu Jilin's voice began to rise. Jiang Yunxiao said calmly, Let me tell you clearly, I don't like him, and there is no possibility between us, so don't worry about my relationship. I'm your mother, so you should respect me even more. Jiang Yunxiao suddenly shouted coldly. People passing by were startled and looked at her strangely. Jiang Yunxiao took a deep breath, regained her composure, and said as she walked, I make my own decisions about my own affairs. Mom, I don't want to follow in your footsteps, and you shouldn't let me go through what you went through. I, Jiang Yunxiao, will never marry into a wealthy family in my lifetime. So, do you understand? Lu Jilin on the other side of the phone fell silent. Jiang Yunxiao sighed helplessly. Anything else? If not, I'll hang up. Wait, if you don't like Shaoli, I have a few good guys here. Xiaozhang Shaoli. Jiang Yunxiao hung up the phone with a frown on his face. Looking at the dim lights ahead, a complex look flashed across Jiang Yunxiao's eyes, and he obviously remembered something bad. She sighed softly and kept walking. Passing by a bright stall, Jiang Yunxiao stopped subconsciously. A group of playful children attracted her attention. She looked over and found a group of children surrounding a young man. The young man was wearing a black bucket hat, a sweatshirt, and loose black leggings. He had a gentle smile on his face and was performing something for the children. In addition to the children, there were also several elderly people watching the scene with smiles on their faces. Jang Yuna was a little curious and walked over subconsciously. I'll perform one last show for you, and then everyone can go home, okay? The boy looked at the group of children with a smile and said, Good. The children rushed to agree and danced with joy. The boy took out a piece of red cloth and took an Ultraman Tiga toy from a child. Little boy, do you like Ultraman Tiga? The little boy's eyes were full of excitement. I like it. I love watching Ultraman Tiga fighting monsters the most. As he said this, he also performed one of Ultraman Tiga's signature moves. There was laughter all around. Jang Yunshao's lips curled slightly as he watched the scene with great interest. Then, if your Ultraman Tiga turns into a monster, will you still like it? The boy looked at the little boy cunningly. This made the little boy silent. He frowned and seemed to be struggling for a long time. Then he said firmly, Then I will become Ultraman Gaia and save Ultraman Tiga. The boy nodded after thinking about it, and then said, I understand. He covered the Ultraman Tiga toy with a red cloth and asked the children to count. 3, 2. The children all counted in unison. Strangely, Jang Yunshao also started counting subconsciously. 1. The boy smiled. Then he blew at the red cloth and suddenly opened it the next second. Wow! The children exclaimed in surprise. Because Ultraman Tiga has turned into a monster. Jang Yunshao's beautiful eyes opened wide in disbelief. What the hell? I was staring at him just now. How did he change? Ultraman Tiga is missing. Where's my Ultraman Tiga? Where's my light? Whoa! The little boy who was the owner of Ultraman Tiga suddenly had a fallen face and burst into tears. Chapter 176 Meow Clothes. The whole audience was silent. The little boy's crying sounded a little funny, and everyone started laughing. Don't cry. Don't cry. I'll change you back immediately. The boy laughed, and then comforted him. The next second, he covered the monster with a red cloth again and asked the little boy to count them. Brush. The red cloth was lifted, and an Ultraman appeared in everyone's sight. This switch caught people off guard, and they all looked puzzled. Even after seeing him twice, they couldn't figure out how he had changed. Gaia! The little boy exclaimed. As a fan who has been watching Ultraman since he was a child, the little boy recognized the owner of the toy at a glance. Do you like it? The boy asked the little boy with a smile. Looking at the toy in his hand, the little boy found that it seemed much bigger than his own Tiga, so he nodded repeatedly, as if he was not the one crying just now. Little boy, didn't you just say that you like Ultraman Tiga the most? A teasing voice sounded. The boy was stunned, then looked at the person who spoke. When he saw Jang Yunshao, he was stunned for a moment, then smiled at her. This girl is quite pretty. The little boy also looked at Jang Yunshao. He wanted to refute, but when he saw such a beautiful older sister, his eyes widened. Star? Big sister, are you a star? A group of children also started to make noise. Jang Yunshao smiled and said, Sister is not a star. Sister is just an ordinary person. The boy returned the boy's toy to him and said, Okay, everyone go home and play. Brother is leaving. Goodbye, big brother. After the kids left, the boy smiled at Jang Yunshao and said, Excuse me. Jang Yunshao shook his head. No, you performed very well. I didn't even notice anything. Are you a magician? The boy smiled and nodded. Yes, but I have only learned a little bit. I can only fool the kids. I am not presentable. Jang Yunshao smiled and said, There will be a solo show by a clown magician tomorrow. You can also go and watch and learn from it. The boy was a little surprised. Do you like magic too? Jang Yunshao shook his head. I don't know much about this. I just came here to take a look with my friends. The boy nodded. Then he smiled and said, Sorry, I have something to do, and I have to go. Goodbye. Goodbye. Jang Yunshao looked at the boy's back as he left and raised her eyebrows. She found that he was smiling the whole time and was a cheerful person. Shaking her head, she turned and left, taking a completely different path from the boys. Senior, shall we go in and try? Lin Sun pulled on the senior's sleeve and whispered. Su Qingshi glanced at the store in front of her. Of course, she didn't need to look at the name to know what kind of store it was through the window. There were many well-made models inside, all wearing various kinds of clothing. Moreover, this kind of clothing is different from normal clothing and seems to be a characteristic of a certain Meow ethnic group. The two entered the store, and a woman wearing silver jewelry clothes came up to them. She had delicate features and a smile on her face. It was obvious that she was the proprietress. Welcome. Would you like to know more about the characteristics of Meow clothing? The proprietress said to them with a smile. Lin Sun looked around the scene in the store and was a little amazed. The clothes were all very well designed. and were inlaid with many small jewels that sparkled with silver. A hint of curiosity flashed across Su Qingshi's eyes. Lin Sun looked at her with a smile. Want to try it, senior? Su Qingshi nodded calmly. Yeah. Lin Sun looked at the boss lady and asked with a smile. Boss lady, can we try it? The lady boss smiled and nodded. Sure, you two are both very good looking. It should look great on you, especially this girl. She is so beautiful. Handsome guy. Is this your girlfriend? Lin Sun said with pride. Yes, she is my girlfriend. Su Qingshi glanced at him, her eyes full of tenderness. Ah, that's great. This lady is very beautiful. Ordinary clothes can't match her beauty. Come with me. The proprietress took Lin Sun and the other person deeper into the store. At the end of the store, there was a large red wooden box. The proprietress opened the box and took out a Meow costume. So beautiful. Lin Sun exclaimed. Su Qingshi's eyes also lit up. This dress was much better than the one on the model. Miss, would you like to try this one? The proprietress said with a smile. Su Qingshi asked, Is this the treasure of the store? The proprietress shook her head and said, No, it's my mother's wedding dress and the best one in the store. It's not for sale, but if you want, you can try it. Su Qingshi nodded in understanding. Lin Sun smiled and said to the senior, Try it. Okay. There was some anticipation in Su Qingshi's eyes because it was the first time for her to wear this type of clothes, and she had never had this experience before. Come on, little sister. Let me help you. The proprietress excitedly pulled Su Qingshi into the changing room. Lin Sun watched this scene eagerly. Actually, he could help. However, he still walked obediently to the door of the changing room to protect his senior sister. At the same time, he could hear the voices inside. The proprietress was teaching his senior sister how to wear Meow clothing, which made him look forward to it. Not long after, the door opened. When Su Qingshi walked out, Lin Sun was stunned. The senior student was wearing a Meow costume and a crown on her head. It was shining with silver light and so exquisite that one could not take their eyes off it. There was also a circle of silver ornaments on the crown, and silver chains were connected and hung down. They collided with each other as she moved, making crisp sounds, which was very pleasant to hear. Because of her tall figure, she looks very charming when wearing the Meow costume. The Meow costume is slim-fitting, gorgeous yet low-key. Because it is not conservative, Su Qingshi's pair of white arms are exposed to the air, and her beautiful collarbone is clearly visible. The hem only reaches her calves, revealing a part of her calves, as white as jade. So beautiful! Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh that the senior sister was the most charming senior sister he had ever seen, even if she didn't make any deliberate movements or expressions. Su Qingshi was a little uncomfortable. She looked at Lin Sun with a look of inquiry. Does it look good? Lin Sun nodded quickly. It's beautiful. Senior sister, you are so beautiful. So beautiful that it is not enough to describe it in words. Su Qingshi breathed a sigh of relief, and then the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Lin Sun was stunned again. It's really beautiful, more beautiful than my mother. If the young lady wears Meow clothing as a wedding dress in the future, it will surely amaze countless people. The proprietress said enviously. Thank you. Su Qingshi pursed her lips and smiled. At this moment, she was no longer indifferent, and she looked like a lady from ancient times, dignified and generous. A piece of clothing can also change a person's temperament. The proprietress smiled, and then she looked at Lin Sun. Handsome guy, do you want to change into a set of clothes? I could take a picture of you as a souvenir. When Lin Sun heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 177, What to Do If We Quarrel in the Future. Me? Lin Sun's eyes were sparkling, full of excitement and impatience. While looking at the attractive senior, he looked at the clothes on the field, wondering which one to wear. In the end, it was the proprietress who prepared a set for Lin Sun. It must be said that the proprietress had a good eye. When Lin Sun walked out, even Su Qingshi's indifferent eyes emitted a hint of light. Seems pretty handsome. Lin Sun was wearing Meow clothing for men. As he was tall and well-proportioned, he looked energetic and handsome in the clothing. I have to say, this guy is handsome and looks good in anything he wears. The proprietress was so happy that she took out her cell phone and took a picture of Lin Sun. How is it, senior sister? Lin Sun walked up to Su Qingshi expectantly and looked at her. Su Qingshi nodded. Very handsome. Lin Sun burst into laughter immediately. Haha, you two are such a perfect match. If you were in my hometown, you would probably charm a lot of boys and girls. The proprietress praised. Thank you, Madam Boss. Can you take a picture for us? Lin Sun asked with a smile. Of course. The lady boss was more than happy to accept this. She took Lin Sun's phone, adjusted her state, and said, "You two should get closer. Yes, 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 hold hands. Show this action in front of the camera. Smile and be happy." Lin Sun and Su Qingshi held hands, looked at each other, and both smiled gently. The proprietress also seized the opportunity and took a picture of the scene. Wow, it's so beautiful. The proprietress handed the phone to Lin Sun reluctantly. The latter took it and looked at it, and was also very satisfied, and then asked, "Are you really not selling this?" "Sorry, handsome guy, this means a lot to me," the proprietress said with a smile. It was because Su Qingshi was so beautiful that she couldn't help but let her try on the dress. Of course, it was impossible for her to buy it, because it was her mother's wedding dress. Lin Sun nodded but didn't force it. He felt that after the senior sister put on this piece of clothing, all the other clothes seemed to lose their color. What a pity. Forget it. If there is no suitable senior sister, then he doesn't want her anymore. Thank you, Madam Boss. It's okay. Don't take off your clothes yet. I'll take a few more pictures. The proprietress picked up her cell phone and pointed it at the two of them. While changing clothes, Lin Sun leaned close to the senior sister's ear and said, "Senior sister, how about I help you change clothes?" Su Qingshi's face flushed instantly. She rolled her eyes at Lin Sun and said, "You wish." This guy is always planning bad things. When the proprietress saw the two flirting with each other, she also smiled like an ant, with some envy in her eyes, but more of nostalgia. A few minutes later, Su Qingshi came out wearing her previous clothes. The proprietress came out holding the clothes she had changed out of and said to Lin Sun, "Handsome guy, it's your turn." Lin Sun also quickly changed his clothes. Before leaving, the boss lady asked them if she could print out their photo and put it up in the store. Lin Sun was not surprised by the familiar scene. After obtaining the consent of his senior sister, he had no objection. After leaving the Meow clothing store, Lin Sun and Su Qingshi continued to explore the park. From time to time, sightseeing buses passed by on the road, with old people and children sitting in the buses, laughing and playing, and the atmosphere was very lively. In the center of the park, there is a lake with a bridge over the lake. Many tourists are setting off fireworks on the bridge, and some young couples are cuddling together in pairs with tenderness on their faces. Watching this scene, Lin Sun suddenly felt his heart calm down. Even Su Qingshi was no longer so aloof. Her expression was calm and indifferent. "Send me the photo." Su Qingshi suddenly spoke. Lin Sun was stunned for a moment, then reacted and sent the photos he had just taken to his senior. Su Qingshi looked at the photos on her phone, a look of satisfaction flashing across her eyes. "It's a nice shot." Lin Sun came over and added, "He's a good person." Su Qingshi glanced at him calmly and said, "I want to use it as wallpaper." Lin Sun agreed. "Okay, sure." Su Qingshi glanced at the desktop wallpaper, which was also a photo of her and Lin Sun, so she simply set it as the lock screen wallpaper. Lin Sun also followed suit and set it as the lock screen wallpaper. Before this, his lock screen wallpaper and desktop wallpaper were the same, but now, this wallpaper perfectly fills in his flaws. "Senior, I want to take lots and lots of pictures of us." Lin Sun suddenly laughed. "Why?" Su Qingshi looked at him puzzled. Lin Sun said, "Because when we are old, we will have many things to reminisce about." He thought about himself and his senior schoolmate sitting on a park bench when he was old, leaning on each other, looking at the pictures on the phone and talking about the beautiful memories, with a silly smile on his face. Su Qingshi was also stunned for a moment. Then she looked at him curiously. "Are you so sure that we can stay together forever?" Lin Sun said seriously. "Of course, as long as I treat senior sister well, senior sister will definitely not leave me, right?" Su Qingshi said calmly. "What if we quarrel? Then I will definitely coax the senior sister first." Lin Sun said quickly. Su Qingshi shook her head and held Lin Sun's hand tightly. "Lin Sun, I hope that we won't have a quarrel one day. I also hope that if I do something unreasonable one day, you will wake me up instead of letting me act out." Lin Sun held her hand in his backhand. "Senior sister, although it is inevitable for a couple to quarrel, I will do my best to prevent you from finding an opportunity to quarrel. I will definitely treat you very well, so that you won't be angry." "Fool!" Su Qingshi looked at him. Although she said that, there was a smile in her eyes. "Why are you so nice to me?" "Because you are my partner for the rest of my life. I like you, so I am willing to treat you well." "I like you too." "Thank you, senior." Su Qingshi blushed slightly. looked away, not daring to look directly at Lin Sun, and whispered, "I will comfort you too." "Ah, senior sister. What did you say?" Lin Sun seemed not to hear clearly and asked again. Su Qingshi said calmly, "I said if the two of us quarrel, I will also coax you." Lin Sun smiled. "Thank you so much, my girlfriend, for your kindness. Loquacious." "Hey, hey." The two came to the bridge in the lake and walked up the steps. There are also vendors selling candied haws and paper cuts on the bridge. Everything. "Handsome guy, why don't you try some local specialties? Tonghalu, $1 a string. Absolutely sweet. If it's not sweet, I won't pay for it." The uncle shouted towards Lin's son. And you know what? The candied haws he was selling were really big. As for whether it was sweet or not, it was not like he didn't see the syrup on the surface. "Boss, give me a bunch." Lin's son scanned $1 and handed it to the boss. "Okay, young man, your girlfriend is so beautiful. Why don't you give me one more?" The uncle said with a smile. Chapter 178, Daughter-in-Law. Fireworks are not banned in Kyoto. However, the ban on fireworks was strictly enforced in the past few years, and for some unknown reason, the ban was lifted this year. Perhaps they want the people who have worked hard for a year to enjoy this beauty. Standing by the handrail on the bridge, Lin Sun was taking pictures of his senior schoolmate with a mobile phone in his hand. Su Qingshi turned her head and glanced at him. "How long are you going to hold it up?" Lin Sun maintained his posture for a long time, but he didn't seem satisfied. Su Qingshi was a little amused and helpless, and just let her boyfriend do whatever he wanted. A few seconds later, with a cry of surprise from the crowd, several whistling sounds rose into the air and exploded in the sky. For a moment, the light of the fireworks directly illuminated the entire bridge. It was at this moment that Lin Sun finally captured this most beautiful scene. With fireworks blooming as the background, the girl on the bridge has her back to the camera, her long black hair cascading down like a waterfall. She slightly raises her head and looks at the colorful fireworks, looking beautiful and fairy-like. Lin Sun didn't seem satisfied with just taking a picture of her back, so he moved closer to Su Qingshi's side. Su Qingshi subconsciously glanced in his direction. Lin Sun took the photo. "It's so beautiful." Lin Sun sighed that no matter how the senior sister was photographed, she was impeccable and she didn't even have to deliberately strike a pose. He put away his phone and moved closer to Su Qingshi. Su Qingshi glanced at him, then returned her gaze to the fireworks. "I have to say that this fireworks display was very spectacular, comparable to the one at Shaojin Lake, which was also arranged as part of the garden tour." Tourists from all over the world took photos and exclaimed in amazement. Suddenly, I have a sense of New Year's Eve. Lin Sun's eyes were full of stars, reflecting the brilliance of the fireworks. Su Qingshi said calmly, "It's still a long time before the new year." Lin Sun suddenly looked at the senior sister. "Senior sister, how long have we been together?" "It's almost a month," Su Qingshi said softly. Both of them fell silent, as if they were recalling something. In fact, they didn't expect that what they had experienced in this month. Especially Su Qingshi. She is now the younger brother's person. "Senior sister, you have laughed a lot in this month," Lin Sun said with a smile. Su Qingshi didn't say anything. Just as Lin Sun said, she had indeed become much more cheerful in the past month and smiled more often. The amount of smiles she had in 1 month exceeded the total amount she had experienced in her past few years of college life. "And it all started with my relationship with my junior. Is love really that magical?" She didn't know. She only knew that it felt good to be with her junior. Lin Sun looked at Su Qingshi. Under the light of the fireworks, he could see the senior sister's delicate face and long eyelashes that fluttered in the blink of an eye. Her eyes were so moving that they seemed to have a magical power that attracted him. Su Qingshi noticed Lin Sun's gaze and also looked at him. This time she was not shy as before, but looked at him calmly. The two of them formed a beautiful painting. "Do you want to kiss me?" Su Qingshi asked calmly. Lin Sun nodded. "Senior sister, you are so smart." A faint blush finally slowly climbed up Su Qingshi's face. She still looked at Lin Sun and said, "Junior brother, am I very attractive to you?" Comrade Lin Sun blinked. "Don't you know how charming you are? Your charm is so great. It's addictive." After saying that, without waiting for the senior sister to react, Lin Sun kissed her lips. Su Qingshi snorted softly, and a pair of warm hands stroked her waist, causing her body to soften involuntarily. She could only support herself on the young man's chest and passively endure it all. The two had been dating for a month, But Su Qingshi still failed to take the initiative in the relationship. So Lin Sun, as her younger brother, had the opportunity to improve and became a domineering boyfriend with an increasingly possessive nature. They kissed each other, expressing their love for each other. People were coming and going on the bridge, and some stopped to look at the couple. Most of them smiled and expressed their blessings to the young couple. The fireworks were still blooming, and the smell of gunpowder filled the entire bridge, making people wonder if it really was Chinese New Year. Their kiss lasted longer. After several minutes, Lin Sun noticed that Su Qingshi's pretty face was flushed. Thinking that she couldn't breathe, he reluctantly let her go. Su Qingshi looked at Lin Sun with eyes as bright as water, a rare hint of affection in her eyes. "Senior, do you like me?" I want to hear you say you like me." "No." Asking her to say this? How could she possibly open her mouth when she was so embarrassed? "Will you tell me?" "No." Ugh. Poor senior sister. Before she could finish her refusal, she was attacked by Lin Sun again. The kiss was not enough. Lin Sun couldn't control his emotions. The senior sister fascinated him, and no matter how much she kissed him, he felt it was not enough. Fortunately, the rest of the senior's life belongs to him. After the fireworks ended, the two sat on the bench and rested for a while. In the dark night, Su Qingshi's beauty was concealed very well. At least Lin Sun didn't have to take out his mask. However, passers-by still frequently glanced at her and took a peek at this rare beauty. Su Qingshi's complexion had returned to normal. She said expressionlessly, "You are very dishonest." "Ah, didn't I tell you that you can only kiss me if I agree?" "Ah, but didn't Senior agree just now?" "I don't. Senior asked me if I wanted to kiss you, which meant that she wanted to kiss me. She was hinting at me, so I kissed her." Su Qingshi was a little stunned by what was said. She even began to doubt whether her IQ of 180 was fake. "This is the conclusion you came to?" "Yeah." The fairy was speechless. At this moment, Lin Sun's cell phone suddenly rang. "My dad." Lin Sun explained to Su Qingshi. Su Qingshi's body stiffened. Although her face was expressionless, one could feel that she seemed a little nervous. To Su Qingshi, her boyfriend's elder is not an ordinary stranger, but her future father-in-law, and he is also the richest man in Long Country. Lin Sun answered the call and put the phone to his ear. "Dad." "Son, are you in the hotel now?" Lin Baishan's rough voice came out. Su Qingshi blinked, as if analyzing something. Lin Sun said, "Yes, I'm outside. Don't you know?" He knew why his father called him. It was simply because the bodyguard had complained. "Ahem. Is my daughter-in-law next to you?" Lin Batian suddenly cleared his cough and then asked cautiously. A hint of doubt flashed across Lin Sun's eyes. Why did he hear the slapping sounds and the sound of people gasping for breath just now? However, his attention was attracted by the word daughter-in-law, and he subconsciously glanced at the senior sister. A trace of panic flashed across the latter's brows. She looked at Lin Sun and shook her head gently. Lin Sun nodded in understanding and then said to the other end of the phone, "Yes, I'm here." "Sukinsi." "Brother, do you understand?" Chapter 179, Conversation between father-in-law and daughter-in-law. In fact, Lin Batian knew that Su Qingshi was staying by Lin Sun's side at this time without Lin Sun saying it. After all, those bodyguards were arranged by them. Well, can we ask our daughter-in-law to give us a call?" Lin Batian said nervously. "Daughter-in-law, this is something that the Lin family cherishes. And from what my wife said, my son's girlfriend is very outstanding, so we can't let her run away." Lin Sun looked at the senior sister, squinting his eyes and smiling. "Senior sister, my dad said he wants to talk to you." Su Qingshi looked a little flustered, but she quickly calmed down and took the phone. "Hello, uncle. My name is Su Qingshi, Lin Sun's girlfriend." Her voice was calm, and she tried to speak gently so as not to leave a bad impression on her future father-in-law. "Hey, hello, kid. Did that brat Lin Sun bully you?" Lin Baishan's voice was a little excited. At this moment, how could he still be the richest man? He was just like an old father. Su Qingshi felt a warm feeling in her heart, and her expression softened as well, but she herself was not aware of it. Lin Sun had a smile on his face, and he was very happy in his heart as he watched this scene. He wanted to let his parents know about their relationship, which means that their relationship is approved by both parents. This kind of love is the happiest. Who doesn't want their lover to be recognized by the elders in the family? Su Qingshi said softly, "Lin Sun is very good to me. It is my blessing to be with him." "Ha, okay, Okay, Uncle and Aunt support your business. I hope you can live a good life and get married soon and give birth to a big fat boy for our Lin family. Well, a cute granddaughter is also fine. Our Lin family wants a good girl, haha. Lin Batian said freely. Lin Sun's face darkened immediately, and he said directly, Dad, isn't it too early for you to make such a plan? We are still college students. Su Qingshi's face flushed red, and she glanced at Lin Sun subconsciously. It was unknown what she was thinking about, and her gaze turned away into the distance again. What's wrong with college students? It's true, you guys can take your time with your things. Anyway, we two old bones can still hold on. Lin Batian pretended to be melancholy. Lin Sun said calmly, regarding the fact that you posted about bungee jumping with your mom on your moments yesterday, it seems like you guys are in the same year. Ahem, you little brat. You're digging into other people's privacy. This is not right. Well, let me say a few words to my daughter-in-law. Lin Baishan's voice was a little embarrassed, and he simply ignored Lin Sun. Lin Sun had no choice but to shrink back. Uncle, I'm here. Su Qingshi looked at Lin Sun's speechless expression, with a gloating smile on her lips. Oh, that's it. Boo. Lin Sun suddenly gave a wicked smile and quickly moved in front of Su Qingshi and kissed her as her pupils contracted. Her mind went blank for a moment. Lin Sun moved away as if he had succeeded, a little further away from Su Qingshi. Daughter-in-law? Is the daughter-in-law still here? Yes, uncle. I'm here. Just now. Lin is looking for him. It's okay, uncle. What did you ask just now? Su Qingshi came back to her senses with difficulty, took a deep breath, and asked. While communicating with Lin Batian, she glanced at Lin Sun with a deathly look, as if she wanted to tear him apart alive. Lin Sun silently shifted his gaze, but his ears perked up. Soon Su Qingshi's expression turned serious, because Lin Batian began to discuss financial matters with her, seemingly observing her. However, Su Qingshi was also able to respond to his questions and added some of his own insights and pointed out some loopholes in the process of answering the questions. Lin Sun looked as if he suddenly understood something. Well, actually, he didn't understand it either. As expected, the gap between freshman and junior year is too big. He's still a child. Unexpectedly, the conversation lasted for half an hour. If others knew that the campus beauty of Nanjing University discussed business with her father-in-law, the richest man in Dragon Country, when they first met, and that they had a very pleasant conversation, I wonder what they would think. Even 6 out of 10 sentences Lin Batian said were praising Su Qingshi, which made Su Qingshi feel a little embarrassed. Very good, girl. If you can't find a suitable internship in the future, come to my company to help. Then you can work in the company and save yourself the trouble. Lin Batian laughed at the end. Su Qingshi pursed her lips and smiled. Thank you, uncle. Well, it seems that it is the brat's blessing to be able to pursue you. Lin Batian sighed. Lin Sun nodded in agreement. What Dad said makes sense. Okay, that's all. Have fun, young two. By the way, ask that brat to give you my husband's phone number. You can call me if you need anything. Lin Batian instructed. After hanging up the phone, Su Qingshi handed the phone to Lin Sun. Senior, I suddenly realized how capable you are. If I were to be the president of your company, I would be able to make a lot of money. Lin Sun looked at her with admiration. Su Qingshi had a blank expression on her face. Changing the subject? Lin Sun smiled awkwardly. I was wrong. Su Qingshi rolled her eyes at him and said, Don't you consider the situation? Aren't you afraid that I might say something wrong? This guy suddenly kissed her, almost causing the tone of her organization to collapse. Does her current junior schoolboy have such a big influence on her? A gleam of brilliance flashed across Lin Sun's eyes. Does the current situation allow this? Roll. Okay. Wife, our daughter-in-law is such a genius. At Tyne's Ixua number 1, Lin Batian showed a satisfied smile on his face. Gu Yanyan had been sitting next to him, and because she had met Su Qingshi before, she did not show up. She still needs to have more in-depth communication with her daughter-in-law. What else? How bad can the wife I find for my son be? Gu Yanyan straightened her chin proudly. Lin Batian quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, my wife has strong genes. Then he said with a smile, According to my daughter-in-law's business talent, I will have a successor in the future. Gu Yanyan raised her eyebrows and looked at him. You want to hand over the company to your daughter-in-law? Aren't you afraid? Lin Batian said calmly. Don't worry, I'm the richest man in Dragon Country. How can I be that kind of a coward? Besides, our daughter-in-law is a nice person, so there's no need to worry too much. Gu Yanyan nodded. Lin Batian came over, hugged his wife's delicate body, and said, "Don't you want to retire early, so we can travel around the world together?" Gu Yinyan's eyes lit up. That makes sense. The money they have now is enough to last them several lifetimes, even if they don't earn more. "Hey, honey, I want—" A moment later, Lin Batian excitedly rushed into the room, holding Gu Yinyan. Chapter 180 Senior Sister. I like you so much. After admiring the scenery on the bridge, the two decided to go back. Lin Sun noticed the tiredness on Su Qingshi's face, and he suddenly said, "Senior, let me carry you back." Su Qingshi was stunned. Then she looked at Lin Sun, and seeing that he looked serious and didn't seem to be joking, she nodded. "Then I'll trouble my boyfriend." Lin Sun smiled, turned his back to the senior sister, and bent down. "Come up." Su Qingshi looked at the boy who was bending over. A cunning look flashed across her eyes. She gently bent down, put her arms around Lin Sun's neck, and pressed her weight on Lin Sun. Lin Sun only felt 2 soft touches first, and then a burst of fragrance came, which made him intoxicated. He smiled, then stretched out his hands to hold the senior sister's legs, and with a single force, he lifted her up on his back. At the end, he exerted more force and pushed her forward, and the senior sister's delicate body bounced up a bit. Some inevitable friction made her face slightly red, but Lin Sun was unable to see this scene. "Let's go home." Lin Sun shouted like a child, and walked under the bridge with Su Qingshi on his back, as if he was carrying his own princess. Su Qingshi hugged his neck and whispered in her ear, "Slow down." Lin Sun said confidently, "Don't worry, I'm very stable." Su Qingshi was helpless, but she did not try to stop his childish nature. Instead, she chose to accompany him in his madness. I have to say that the two figures did attract the attention of passersby, especially Lin Sun and the other two, who were very good-looking. Those who didn't know would have thought they were acting. For a moment, some people looked at him with envy. "It's great to be young. Ah, the kid is quite strong. Well, I used to carry my wife like this. Wow, baby, I want to be carried too. How can I carry all these things in my hands? How about you carry them? Forget it, let's just go. Dad, I want to be lifted up too." Okay. A little girl pestered her father to lift her up high, and the father picked up the little girl with a kind face and let her sit on his shoulders. Suddenly, the little girl cheered and looked very happy. The mother next to her also had a loving look on her face. The whole family was filled with happiness. Su Qingshi looked at this scene and was somewhat moved. She rubbed Lin Sun's neck with her head and whispered, "Lin Sun, can you do that?" Lin Sun's mouth twitched and he said, "Senior, according to my intuition, it should possibly not be possible." The senior was only slightly shorter than him, and even though her weights were very light, she was still lifting them high like the little girl, and he felt that it might be a little very challenging. If that really happened, they would be lucky not to fall down. The senior student behind me chuckled. Lin Sun also smiled. The two walked further and further away and soon left the park. I have to say, although it is becoming more and more tiring to carry the senior sister on his back, it is comfortable at the end. Lin Sun is extremely addicted to that wonderful touch. The senior sister has a great figure, the kind that is explosive. Carrying her like this, Lin Sun only feels comfortable on his back. But he still asked worriedly, "Senior sister, will it hurt if you press it like this?" After a few seconds, there was no response. Lin Sun was stunned for a moment. He turned his head slightly and saw that the senior sister had buried her head in the crook of his neck and was breathing evenly. Fell asleep? Lin Sun was a little surprised. He thought the senior must be tired. Without saying anything else, Lin Sun gently shook the senior sister, then adjusted his posture and walked with her on his back. "Master." Not long after, Lin Sun met Qin Xiao and others. Several people came up. Lin Sun signaled them to be quiet. Qin Xiao glanced at Su Qingshi, who was sleeping behind the young master, and nodded in understanding. However, they also felt a little strange. In their opinion, the young master was the son of the richest man in Dragon Country. He had such a noble status, but now he actually condescended to carry a girl on his back. Of course, although this girl is their young lady. This is enough to show that the young master loves the young mistress very much. "Master, the car is ready. You may get in. I will take you back," Qin Xiao said respectfully, pointing at 2 black cars on the side of the road. Lin Sun shook his head and said softly, "I'll walk for a while first. You guys can follow me in the car." The senior sister had fallen asleep, and if he put her in the car, she would wake up. Lin Sun wanted the senior sister to rest more. Qin Xiao didn't ask any more questions and nodded. I understand, master. He asked two brothers to drive, and the rest followed Lin Sun. They were already somewhat eye-catching, and now they attracted even more attention from passersby. At the beginning, oh my god, this couple is so good-looking, so cute. Now, what the hell? Who is this person? Whose young master or young lady is this? And there is a bodyguard. Some people even took out their mobile phones to take pictures and capture the scene. But this is Kyoto, the most prosperous city in Dragon Country. Rich people are very common here, and some nobles even bring bodyguards with them when they go out. Lin Sun walked for a few more minutes, carrying the senior sister on his back, but sweat was already appearing on his forehead. Qin Xiao and others followed behind, and next to them were two cars driving at a low speed, following them silently. But at this moment, Su Qingshi on Lin Sun's back suddenly moved, and her lazy voice sounded. Junior. I'm here, senior. Are you home yet? Her voice was exhausted. No, senior sister. Shall we take a bus back? Lin Sun asked. Su Qingshi responded. Lin Sun signaled to Qin Xiao to open the car door, and he asked the senior sister to get out. The latter's face was still dazed, and her eyes were not fully open. She just stared at Lin Sun stupidly for a moment. Lin Sun's heart melted as he watched her. He held the senior's cheeks with both hands and kissed her pink lips. Ro! Su Qingshi glared at him in reproach. Lin Sun said with a smile, Senior sister, I like you so much. Why is a senior so cute? Su Qingshi's face flushed slightly, and then she shifted her gaze to his forehead. I'm very heavy, right? After carrying her all the way, the younger brother was sweating. Lin Sun smiled and said, It's not heavy. Senior sister is very light. She just walked for a long time. It's normal excretion. Su Qingshi's expression was moved, and her heart softened. Thank you for your hard work. She stretched out her slender white hands and helped Lin Sun wipe the sweat from his forehead. Belch! Qin Xiao and others watched this scene silently, enduring the dog food from the young master and the young mistress. They also wanted to squeeze into the car and avoid seeing them, but the young master and mistress had not yet entered the car, so how could they dare to move? Brother Lin Sun, I am here. My lips are a little dry. Su Qingshi raised her head slightly and looked at Lin Sun with an inexplicable light in her eyes. Lin Sun understood immediately. He lowered his head and kissed her. Chapter 181, A Girl Pretending to be Weak. Back at the hotel, under Lin Sun's eager gaze, Su Qingshi entered the room. Little brother, why don't you come in and sit for a while? May I? Sure, we can live together. Thank you, Senior Jiang. Jang Yuna hooked his finger at Lin Sun like a little devil and invited him to come in. Just when Lin Sun excitedly wanted to go in as a guest, Jang Yuna suddenly closed the door. Lin Sun, you cannot love me, but please don't hurt me, senior sister Jiang. Helpless, Lin Sun returned to his room in shame. Little brother, is really naive. He actually thought I would let him in. Jang Yuna said with a proud smile. Su Qingshi paused, then she thought of something and shook her head. Is this junior brother simple? He seems quite innocent on the surface, but in fact, this guy is just a little hungry wolf. Go to bed early and watch the magic show tomorrow. I'm sleepy. Su Qingshi lay on her back on the bed, murmuring. The magic show has been postponed to tomorrow night. Zhang Yunxiao was also lying on the bed, side by side with Su Qingshi. It's a pity that Lin Sun was not in this room. Otherwise, with two top beauties lying on the bed, wouldn't he be burning with desire? Sure. Let me ask you a question. Zhang Yunxiao suddenly spoke. Su Qingshi closed her eyes and responded. Can you turn an Ultraman toy into a monster in front of everyone? Zhang Yunxiao's tone was a little vague. Su Qingshi looked at her indifferently. Zhang Yunxiao turned sideways, faced her, and told her about the mysterious magician he met tonight. After listening to this, Su Qingshi was silent for a moment, and finally concluded, This is a master. Then what? Zhang Yunxiao's eyes lit up. Su Qingshi said calmly, I don't know. Zhang Yunxiao. I like magic, but I'm not good at it. Su Qingshi looked at Zhang Yunxiao, a little dazed, and then she shifted her gaze, from Zhang Yunxiao's face down, about 20 centimeters away. Zhang Yunxiao had no idea and continued. He should be a magic enthusiast. That's normal. After all, tomorrow is the special performance of the clown magician. As a popular magician recently, he should be very popular. And? Sure. What's that look in your eyes? As she was talking, Zhang Yunxiao suddenly realized something was wrong. She found that the way her best friend looked at her was a little abnormal. Why was she staring at her chest in a daze? Su Qingshi suddenly asked nonsensically. How did you develop so well? Jiang Yunxiao's face was full of black lines. You talk as if you haven't developed well. The other party is obviously not weaker than me. According to what is said on the internet, pretty girls don't usually have great figures. Su Qingshi said lightly. Fuck, are you saying I'm ugly? Jiang Yunxiao immediately showed her vicious look and said with a fierce smile. Okay, if I don't strip you naked today, I won't be called Jiang Yunxiao. She pounced directly on Su Qingshi and started her revenge. For a moment, screams echoed in the room, but unfortunately the room was well soundproofed, and no one outside could hear the sound. On the other side, Comrade Lin Sun was staring at his mobile phone. He had just sent a message to his senior schoolmate, but the other party did not reply. What's going on? Did the senior take a shower? At this time, the dormitory group of 307 became active. Go Xingli, Lu Gang. Son, do you have something important to consult with Dad? Go Xingli, get out of here. Let's get down to business. Go Xingli, let me ask you something. If we go to a haunted house and girls are obviously not afraid of ghosts but instead pretend to be weak, what should we do? Seeing this, everyone suddenly became excited. Lin Sheng, is that true? Wuda, brother Go Sheng, are you talking about Lin Miao Miao? Lu Gang, wow, isn't this wave stable? When girls pretend to be weak, it is obviously just for the boys to see. Go Xingli, don't talk bullshit to me. I know very well that she is pretending. The question is, what should I do? Should I pretend with her? Lin Sun, as someone who has been through this, crossed out, and as someone who is in a relationship, I think you should adapt to your situation. Since she wants to pretend, then you should pretend with her and be bold. Lu Gang, what the above person said is very true. Go Xingli, come on. Whether you can get rid of being single depends on this night. As long as you are brave, you can take maternity leave next week. Wuda, is this dormitory no longer able to accommodate me? With the advice and suggestions from a group of military advisors, Go Xingli, who was in the haunted house, suddenly had an epiphany and a look of enlightenment appeared on his face. He held a mace in his hand, looked at the NPC in front of him, and said, Brother, I have a favor to ask of you. The NPC was not very tall. Go Xingli was even half a head taller than him. This guy suddenly appeared just now to scare them, and then Lin Miao Miao and Du Linger were scared away, so he stayed behind to cover them. The result is predictable. The NPC was no match for him at all. His weapon was easily taken away, and Go Xingli even gave him an earful. Now he has completely subdued me. Brother, you tell me, the NPC said honestly. Go Xingli was so big that he really couldn't beat him, and the other party even offered more money. There's no way. He gave too much. Go Xingli leaned over and whispered something in his ear. On the other side, Lin Miao Miao and Du Linger hid in a corner. It's pitch black here, and you can't see your hand in front of you. Linger, do you think you will be scared away? Lin Miao Miao's voice sounded calm but worried. No way, he's a grown man. He shouldn't be so timid, right? Du Linger said uncertainly. I act so weak. Will he really be moved? Lin Miao Miao asked doubtfully. Yes, don't worry. Boys all like delicate girls. You can stimulate boys' desire to protect you. He would also like this. Du Linger looked confident. She was the one who gave Lin Miao Miao the idea of coming to the haunted house. Her purpose was to let Lin Miao Miao pretend to be weak and attract Go Xingli's attention. After all, although Lin Miao Miao has a pretty face, her personality is a bit spoiled. She could see that her best friend was obviously attracted to Go Xingli, but they were both too stupid to express their feelings to each other. So it was natural for her, as the military advisor, to stand up. It's been so long. He really wouldn't run away? Lin Miao Miao kept looking towards the door, like a woman waiting for her husband to leave. Du Linger was speechless. It shouldn't be that serious. If that's the case, then you will lose points. Just as she finished speaking, footsteps were heard. Tomboy, are you there? Go Xingli's voice followed. Hearing the other party's voice, Lin Miao Miao was delighted and responded, I'm here. Because she didn't try to hide it. Her voice sounded a little excited, and she didn't sound like a frightened little sister at all. Chapter 182, Go Xingli's Haunted House Adventure. Go Xingli sneaked in and saw Lin Miao Miao and the other girl in the dark. How is it? Are you okay? Lin Miao Miao took a step forward, grabbed Go Xingli's clothes with her two little hands, and whispered. Du Linger secretly raised a sly smile. At this moment, she was wondering whether she should retreat and give the two of them some space to be alone. While it seems necessary, Go Xingli smiled confidently and said, "What could possibly happen? They're just two little ghosts." The girl was quite close to him, and he could clearly smell the faint fragrance coming from her. His heart was filled with excitement. Shit, is this the natural scent of a girl? It seemed to smell really good, and even made him feel distracted. Not daring to do anything that would damage his image, Go Xingli cleared his throat and said, "Let's go, let's continue to break through." Good. After they made their decision, they walked out of the door one after another. Their task is to find a lock. The exit door is locked with a lock. If they want to get out, they must find that lock. Not long after, the three of them came to a rockery. The light here was dark green and looked very gloomy. There were 4 figures on the surrounding walls, 2 zombies, and a bride in a bright red wedding dress. They sat on high seats, facing Go Xingli and his companions. "What the hell? What kind of monster is this?" Go Xingli said in amazement. "They seem to be fake." Linger looked at these people thoughtfully. Let's find the key quickly. It's scary here." Lin Meow Meow's voice was trembling a little, and she didn't know if it was fake. Go Xingli nodded, and then he thought of the suggestions from the military advisors in the group and said, "Let's look for it separately, so we have a better chance." Lin Meow Meow and Linger's expressions suddenly changed. I'll follow you." Lin Meow Meow took a few steps closer to Go Xingli. Go Xingli was a little embarrassed, but he didn't say anything. Hey, this brother has such damn charm. Look, even girls want to seek his protection. The three of them began searching in this empty rockery. Number 3 Xiaoxi, you can come out now and scare them. At this time, a girl said into the intercom in the monitoring room. In the surveillance video, Go Xingli and his companions can be seen looking around for what is going on, while an NPC is slowly approaching a passage leading to that place. Sister Nan, they seem to be acting out infernal affairs. They are all experts in pretending to be pigs and then eating the tiger. A boy nearby sighed. Never mind him, we'll just take the money and do the job, and it would be great if we can bring a couple together here. Sister Nan said calmly. Those 2 girls are pretty. The boy looked at Lin Meow Meow and Linger on the surveillance camera. Sister Nan glanced at him and said, "Want to pursue her?" The boy smiled awkwardly. Sister Nan, you know, I've been single for 20 years. Sister Nan rolled her eyes and said, Sister, I've been single for 24 years, and I haven't spoken a word. Why are you so anxious? The boy was speechless. Then go ahead and scare them. Whether you can succeed depends on your ability. Sister Nan said calmly. The boy's eyes lit up. Sister Nan is so righteous. After saying that, he put on a mask and went out. Sister Nan looked at the boy in the surveillance video and suddenly laughed. Stinky brother, don't blame me. At the same time, Go Xingli and his companions were still searching, but unfortunately, there were not many places to hide things in the rockery. There shouldn't be any here. Let's go to the next one. Go Xingli suggested. Lin Meow Meow and the other girl also nodded. Just as the 3 were about to leave, suddenly, a muffled sound was heard. The 3 of them felt a tightness in their hearts and had a bad feeling. What's that sound? It seems like the sound of metal hitting the ground. The sound became clearer and clearer, as if it was approaching them. Just an NPC. Go Xingli said calmly in his heart, with some excitement in his eyes, but suddenly his hand was held. Run! Before he could react, Lin Meow Meow pulled him away. Go Xingli. Why did Lin Meow Meow suddenly feel stronger? Was it because he was too thin? The 3 of them ran all the way, entered the next level, and came to a pool. The pool is located in the middle of the road, and there are 2 paths on the side leading to the next level. The 3 of them ran here, and before they could catch their breath, suddenly, crash! The pool suddenly exploded with a splash of water, and then a wet figure jumped out with a roar from his mouth. Ah! The 3 of them were startled. This time they were really scared. Who knew there was an NPC hiding in the water? They had just run over here, and their heart rates were in an excited state. The sudden fright almost killed them. Linger ran away immediately and rushed towards the next level along the path on the right. Lin Meow Meow's face turned pale, and she threw herself directly into Go Xingli's arms. At the same time, she jumped, and her 2 long legs clamped around his waist, hugging him tightly. Go Xingli. He obviously didn't react, and he was holding a soft thing in his arms, but his hands subconsciously supported the other person's little, but to prevent her from falling. Go Xingli also looked at the NPC. When their eyes met, the air suddenly became quiet. The NPC was complaining in his heart that if these players didn't come over, he would suffocate to death in the water. He originally wanted to come out later, but he couldn't hold it anymore. However, he still succeeded in scaring the other party, so he can be considered a relatively successful NPC. Well, I have to pay more. But he was a little depressed. Damn, he actually ate a lot of dog food. Go Xingli's eyes suddenly became cunning, and he gave the NPC a thumbs up. It seems to be saying, "Brother, you showed up just in time." NPC, have they left? Lin Meow Meow's buzzing voice came out. Let's go, Go Xingli said with a smile. Lin Meow Meow subconsciously raised her little face and looked at Go Xingli. Go Xingli was stunned for a moment. Lin Meow Meow's little face still showed shock, as if she was really scared. Her big eyes were full of tears, which made people feel pity for her. Shit, my heartbeat actually quickened. Go Xingli exclaimed that it was so cute. He couldn't help swallowing. Lin Meow Meow also noticed it, and her pretty face suddenly turned red. Well, put me down. Oh. Go Xingli smiled awkwardly and then let her go. Lin Meow Meow landed on the ground and turned around shyly, just in time to meet an NPC who looked confused. Lin Meow Meow? NPC? Lin Meow Meow. What should I do? This guy hasn't left yet? Should I be calm or scared? NPC. This girl is so hot, damn. She's such a bargain for that guy. Next second. Ah! Lin Meow Meow screamed and turned to bury herself in Go Xingli's arms. The NPC rolled his eyes fiercely. Okay, I'm leaving. Is it okay for me to leave? Chapter 183 Interaction. Phew, now they should be alone, right? Du Linger, who had already run to somewhere unknown, stopped and sat on a table, swinging her long legs out of boredom. There was no longer any fear on her face. Instead, she looked around with some curiosity. This haunted house isn't very professional. It's a little worse than the one I went to last time with Meow Meow. Du Linger looked around, and suddenly a white shadow fell from above her head and landed right in front of her. The person was still upside down and looked at her. Du Linger stared at him curiously. How are you? NPC? He was confused. Wasn't this girl afraid of him? That wasn't right. She was screaming just now. Well, could you please at least pretend? I still have to save some face. The NPC hesitated and spoke. Du Linger paused. Then she let out a tentative ah. The air suddenly became quiet. The NPC didn't know what to say for a moment. Well, you've been hanging there for so long. Do you want me to help you down? Du Linger looked at him and suddenly spoke. The NPC thought about it and then nodded. Thank you for your hard work. You know what? He was hanging upside down and his head was full of blood. Finally, with the help of Du Linger and the monitoring room, the NPC finally landed safely. How about we chat? Du Linger sat back bored and continued swinging her feet. The NPC was silent for a moment, then said, I still have to work. 200 yuan for chatting with me. Du Linger said lightly. Deal. The NPC nodded quickly and sat next to Du Linger. You seem to be quite handsome. Du Linger looked at him curiously. The latter's expression changed and he said, Well, if you want to chat like this, you have to pay extra. Du Linger burst out laughing. I'm just teasing you. Then can you tell me where the key is? NPC. On the other side, Go Xingli and Lin Meow Meow walked towards the next level under the silent gaze of the NPC. The two walked side by side, both looking a little embarrassed. Well, thank you for standing up for me that day. Lin Meow Meow suddenly spoke. Go Xingli was stunned. Did you take the last physical test? Yeah. Lin Meow Meow nodded slightly. From that day on, her opinion of this boy changed. This guy seemed a little weird on the surface, but after getting to know him, she found that he was actually a good person and simple. Others say he looks a bit like Aquaman. Go Xingli laughed. I just couldn't stand it. If someone else was knocked down in front of me, I would also help. At the end, Go Xingli's tone suddenly became a little unconfident. If other girls were knocked down, he, would probably just help them up, right? It's just that the target happened to be Lin Meow Meow, a girl who holds a special place in his heart, so he was so angry. Lin Meow Meow looked at his profile. Her big eyes suddenly lit up and then curved slightly, like a crescent moon. Very cute. Can I ask, do you have a girlfriend? Well, I've never had a girlfriend. Yeah, yes, that, I lied to my roommate. Haha, you're so funny. Funny. Okay, I was wrong. The two chatted more and more cheerfully, and their figures became farther and farther away. Finally, after a few minutes and going through many levels, the three of them were reunited. When she saw her best friend, A hint of embarrassment suddenly crossed Lin Meow Meow's pretty face. Hey, what's going on? You're blushing? Du Linger looked at Lin Meow Meow teasingly, and then looked at Go Xingli jokingly. What happened to you two? Go Xingli's face suddenly became a little embarrassed. Well, this didn't happen either. The two of them were just hugging each other, nothing else. However, he felt that his relationship with Lin Meow Meow had become a little closer. Well, there's hope, buddy. We've found the key. Let's go out. Du Linger didn't pursue the matter, but shook the key in her hand proudly. So fast? You found it by yourself? Go Xingli exclaimed. Of course. I'm smart, and it's not difficult for me to find something. Du Linger said proudly. Well, actually, she got it out of an NPC. That younger brother was being played around by me. Ah, I am such a clever little fellow. After a few people went out, they went to a nearby barbecue stall to have a midnight snack. Of course, Go Xingli paid the bill. If you want to chase a girl, of course you have to be willing to spend money. Meanwhile, inside the hotel, after taking a shower, Lin Sun chatted with Su Qingshi. I originally thought about chatting with her next door, but she flatly refused. Dear girlfriend, picture. The senior student sent a picture. It was her selfie. When Lin Sun saw this picture, he swallowed hard. In the photo, the senior sister only took a picture of her lower body, with a pair of long legs like chopsticks together. Her delicate skin makes people crazy even through the screen. Maybe she had just finished washing up, and she stretched out her feet and swung them in the air. The senior sister's legs are so long, so thin, and so straight. Lin Sun decisively clicked save and set the picture to private. Well, this is a photo that only he can see. Collector's edition. Lin Sun replied. Senior sister, have you finished taking a shower? Dear girlfriend. Well, dry your feet before going to sleep. Dear girlfriend. Does it look good? Dear boyfriend. It looks good, the best I have ever seen. Dear girlfriend. Have you seen other girls? Although it was just words, Lin Sun could feel a cold, murderous aura. Senior, I'm jealous. I replied immediately, saying, No, but you don't need to guess this, of course. The senior is the prettiest. Like X3. In fact, he had seen other people's feet, which was unavoidable. College students nowadays have so much freedom. There are so many men and women who usually wear slippers. It's understandable that they would inevitably catch someone's eye. Moreover, there was something Lin Sun didn't dare to say. He had also seen Su Qing. After all, when they were in high school, they often went out to play, and there were scenes of them playing barefoot in the river. Dear girlfriend, Lin Sun immediately changed the subject. Senior, how about we go up and interact at tomorrow's performance show? Dear girlfriend, I don't want to. Dear girlfriend, too many people. The two of them had interacted at the last concert in Liangsheng. She didn't really like that kind of lively occasion, and it felt weird to have so many pairs of eyes staring at her. Dear boyfriend, okay. Lin Sun was a little disappointed, but the next message from his senior made his eyes light up. Dear girlfriend, why don't you come over now, and we can interact with each other. Chapter 184 Arrival at the Gymnasium. Past interactions? It has to be said that Lin Sun was very excited for a moment, but he quickly calmed down. Based on my senior sister's personality, how could she easily interact with me? There is no doubt that the past was a rejection, and Senior Jiang is here. Lin Sun shook his head and smiled. He replied, No, my boyfriend is tired tonight and wants to rest early. Su Qingshi was lying on the bed, holding up her phone. When she saw the reply, the corner of her mouth secretly raised. After saying good night to each other, she turned over lazily, stared blankly for a while, and then got into bed. No words were spoken that night. The next day, everyone had a sumptuous breakfast and lunch in the hotel. Time passed quickly, and by evening, everyone dressed up and went downstairs. Young master, the car is ready. Manager Luo had been waiting downstairs early. When he saw Lin Sun and others coming down, he hurriedly said. Lin Sun nodded. Thank you for your hard work. With so many people, of course there was a special car to pick them up, otherwise would they have taken a taxi? He was the richest man in Dragon Country after all, and this was Kyoto, so it would be unreasonable for him not to be high profile. The three roommates were in one car, Du Linger and Lin Meow Meow were in one car, and Lin Sun, Su Qingshi and Jang Yuna were in one car. The convoy started slowly and left the hotel. This show is still very popular. It is similar to a charity event. The ticket price is very low, but it is also hard to get a ticket. The special show is live broadcasted, so even if you are outside the venue, you can watch it on the internet. Jang Yuna looked at the message on his phone and explained. Lin Sun nodded and said, "That's true. I specifically looked into the background of the clown magician and found that he seems to be quite young, probably about the same age as us. It's just that his growth path was a bit bumpy, so he had no choice but to become a magician. The clown magician was not originally from Kyoto. He came from the distant city of Guicheng. He was an orphan since childhood and was raised by his grandmother. Later, because he had no money to continue his studies, he dropped out of high school and went out to work alone in another place. By chance, he became a magician. Initially, he was just performing on the street, but eventually a big boss noticed his talent and invested in him. And gradually, he became bigger and bigger, more and more popular, a clown magician, and gradually caught up with the big guys in the magic world. It has to be said that a young man can be on par with these old guys with decades of experience, which attracts great attention. Later, the Clown Magic Foundation was established, which made him famous in the magic world. In recent years, the amount of funds he donated to poor areas is very huge. So huge that even CCTV highly praised it and reported it many times. The clown magician has since become famous all over the country. But no one knows his true face under the clown costume. A group of people came to the outside of Jingling Sports Center. The bodyguard respectfully opened the car door for Lin Sun and followed them closely. Lin Sun didn't care, but took the senior sister's hand and walked towards the gymnasium with everyone. "Oh my God, is this just a sports center? Why does it feel a bit like a magpie's nest?" Go Xingli exclaimed. "Indeed, this stadium is really too big, and its appearance gives the illusion of a magpie's nest. It is the largest stadium in Dragon Country and is a venue specifically designed to host major events such as the International Olympic Games. This place is not empty either. There are so many people, just like a concert. Are clown magicians so popular?" Du Linger stood on tiptoe curiously and looked into the hall, but unfortunately, she was not tall enough to see through the crowd. Part of the reason why we came to see the clown magician is because of his fame. After all, the clown magician's deeds are considered one of the most touching figures in Dragon Country, so it is reasonable for us to show our support for him. And the clown magician's magic show is really refreshing and realistic, Lu Gang said, looking at the crowds of people in the square, frowning. "How can we get in with so many people?" "Young master, this magic show is specially sponsored by Madam, so we have a VIP channel here. Please follow me." Qin Xiao, who had been silent on the side, suddenly became absent-minded. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. The look he gave Lin Sun was full of envy. This damn money ability. Hearing this, Lin Sun's brows relaxed immediately, and he said, "Then let's go." Under the leadership of Qin Xiao, several people entered the museum smoothly. The power of capital is still terrifying. The seats in the front row are now empty, but the seats in the back are almost full. This is enough to show how popular the clown magician is. In full view of everyone, Lin Sun took Su Qingshi's hand and walked towards the first row. Everyone also uttered sounds of amazement. "Wow, girl, look, what a beautiful girl. Fuck, I was wondering why no one dared to sit in the first row. Turns out it was reserved. Who are they? How could they get first row tickets? Hey, my family is worth over 100 million, but I only got tickets to the third row. Who are these people? But those girls are so pretty. There are queens and Lolita girls. TSK, the girl next to that boy has such a cool temperament. Is she the aloof goddess in the novel? She's beautiful and has a sexy body. TSK, I'd be willing to shorten my life by 10 years if she could be my girlfriend. Don't say 10 years. I'll say 20 years. The noisy discussions were inconspicuous and were quickly drowned out, so Lin Sun and the others couldn't hear them clearly. They sat down in the middle, with Su Qingshi next to Lin Sun, and next to her was Jang Yuna, and next to the latter were two other girls. Lin Sun's three roommates sat next to Lin Sun. Not long after, Qin Xiao and several black-clad bodyguards appeared in everyone's sight. They had blank expressions on their faces, but they held a bucket of popcorn in one hand. And not only that, but also milk tea. As everyone stared wide-eyed, several bodyguards respectfully handed the snacks in their hands to Lin Sun and others. Going out with a bodyguard? What the hell? What kind of a show is this? The bodyguard also sells snacks? You don't have to waste your money like this. It's still more than 10 minutes before it starts. Eat something to fill your stomach. Lin Sun considerately put a straw in Su Qingshi's milk tea and handed it to her mouth. Su Qingshi opened her mouth calmly, bit the straw, took a sip of milk tea, and nodded slightly. Lin Sun took it back and took another sip. The audience behind him had their eyes on them. And when they saw this scene, they immediately looked jealous and their faces changed beyond recognition. Such a beautiful girl actually has a boyfriend? Let go of that girl and let me come. Not to mention them. Jang Yuna and Lin Sun, their roommates, were speechless and looked away. Before the show even started, I was already fed a lot of dog food. Jang Yuna suddenly felt that sitting in this position was not a wise choice. Chapter 185, the show begins. Wow, is that the famous Mr. Liu? He's here in person? It's really him. Mr. Liu is a master in the magic world. He actually came to participate in a young man's magic show. Oh, not only him, but even Kai Xin is here. At only 40, he has become one of the 4 great magicians of Dragon Country. And Mi Tuan, isn't she a volunteer in a remote Tibetan area? How come she's here? What a big deal. 2 of the 4 great magicians are here tonight. Who are the clown magicians? How could they be hired? TSK. Have they also succumbed to the pressure of capital? In front of the first row, there were 4 chairs and a table for the judges. At this time, 3 men and women walked in. As everyone discussed, Lin Sun and others also knew their identities. They're all big names in the magic world. Su Qingshi's eyes lit up slightly. She stared at the oldest man, Mr. Liu, and a hint of reminiscence flashed across her eyes. When she was young, she watched his performances. She had to say that this old man was indeed a master in the magic world and had influenced her childhood. Of course, the few magic tricks she knew were learned from him. My friend, your family is so awesome, right? They even invited the judges here. Go, Xingli exclaimed. I'm afraid only someone as rich as the richest man can afford to invite these big names. Lin Sun was also a little surprised. He was also amazed at his parents' handiwork. They're not judges. This magic show is a solo performance by the clown. There should be a few special guests specially invited. Lu Gang analyzed. That's right, but the level has been raised a lot. Wooden nodded in agreement. This is indeed the case. With the appearance of the 3 big names, the number of people in the live broadcast room increased like a rocket. The number of their fans back then was also astonishing, and most of their fans were of the same generation as Lin Sun and his parents. For a moment, everyone was looking forward to the performance of the clown magician. As the 3 special guests entered, the lights in the entire studio dimmed. The next second, a beautiful woman in Chong Sam walked onto the stage. She was the host of this performance. Good evening, everyone. It's my pleasure. After a set of opening remarks, which was nothing more than thanking someone for sponsorship and inviting guests, waves of applause broke out. Okay, everyone is looking forward to the appearance of the clown magician, so let's welcome the clown magician with warm applause. Pa, pa, pa. As the host left the stage, the lights on the stage suddenly dimmed. Everyone also fell silent, staring at the stage nervously, not wanting to miss any movement. Lin Sun and others were also looking at the stage intently, with curiosity in their eyes. At this moment, the lights on the stage suddenly changed, and a figure slowly walked out from the side of the stage. Suddenly, a beam of light fell on him. He was tall and thin, wearing a black cylindrical hat, a mask on his face, and holding a magic wand in his hand. When the beam of light hit him, the audience burst into warm applause. Clown magician. However, the costume he wore when he appeared at this time was not a unique clown costume. What's going on? Is he the clown magician? Judging from his figure, he looks very young. He has such strength at such a young age. It seems that he will become one of the 5 great masters in the magic world in the future. I thought he was going to come down from the sky on a wire like last time. The audience talked about it and commented on the clown magician's appearance. This person seems a little familiar. Jang Yuna in the first row suddenly raised his eyebrows and stared at the young man on the stage with some curiosity. She seemed to have been seen somewhere, but it doesn't seem like it. At this moment, the beam of light shining on the clown magician suddenly disappeared, and the entire set became dark again. The audience gasped. 2 seconds later, the beam lit up again, and the whole audience suddenly burst into exclamations. Because the young man in the suit on the stage seemed like a different person at this time. He still wore the hat, but his clothes had changed. He looked like a clown in a circus. Change of clothes. Lin Sun and others in the front row widened their eyes. They were closest to the stage and could observe the other party's changing of clothes most clearly. The fact is, when the lights dimmed, the young man in a suit on the stage just waved his hand. And then, nothing happened. What the hell? Black magic? Did you guys see clearly how he changed his clothes? Lin Sun looked at his roommate beside him. The three of them shook their heads in tacit understanding. Apparently, their eyes weren't following. Lin Sun looked at his senior. The latter stared at the stage calmly. Well, seeing this expression, Lin Sun knew that the senior sister didn't realize it either, so he decided not to ask. Perhaps the three big names at the front were the only ones in the audience who looked calm. Oh no, they were watching this scene with appreciation. The clown magician came to the center of the stage. A beam of light shone on him, and he first bowed to the audience. Behind him are staff members arranging props. Good evening, everyone. I'm glad that you can take the time to watch my performance. I will also try my best to do every performance well and live up to everyone's expectations. The immature speech gave people the first impression that the young man on the stage was not very mature, but his words immediately made the audience applaud and cheer for him. Fuck! Oh my god! No way! Jang Yunxiao's eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at the scene in disbelief. When she heard the voice, a face came to her mind. That boy! The boy who performed for the kids on the street last night. To be honest, even she found it hard to imagine that the famous clown magician was so ordinary in real life. Why are you so surprised? Su Qingshi looked at her best friend in surprise. Zhang Yunxiao swallowed her saliva, and then she said, I think I have seen that person before. Not sure, but pretty close. Hearing her words, Su Qingshi and others were a little surprised. Have you seen it? On the internet, the clown magician has always been dressed as a clown, and his true identity in real life has never been made public, so this has made some netizens and fans very curious. Zhang Yunxiao said she had actually met the other person. On the stage, the clown magician bowed to the three seniors, who also stood up and returned the greeting. The clown magician suddenly took out a rose from his pocket, and in a flash, the rose suddenly turned into several butterflies, flying all over the stage. Then the clown magician waved his magic wand, and the stage lights suddenly lit up. The butterflies suddenly exploded and colorful ribbons fell down. Then, let the show begin. Chapter 186 Meeting Chun Ying. The performance went on as planned, with the clown magician starting with the most basic performance, but despite this, it was still refreshing. The layman watched the fun and exclaimed one after another. Disappearing poker, floating apple, poker from mouth, thousands of paper cranes turning into pigeons. In less than 10 minutes, the clown magician had performed more than 10 magic tricks in succession. Zhang Yunxiao and others in the first row didn't understand and silently picked up their phones to take pictures. Lin Sun also looked at the scene on the stage in amazement and was a little amazed. You can still play like this. He had only seen magicians' performances online before, but this was his first time in real life. What's more, when watching from such a close distance, you can't tell how the other party changes. That mouth poker, I can do it, Su Qingshi suddenly said. Lin Sun immediately turned into a curious baby and came over. Senior sister, what do you say? Su Qingshi explained softly. The so-called magic is just a trick. As long as the speed is fast enough, there is no magic. The reason why he can shuffle the cards out of his mouth is actually very simple. The cards were originally in his hand. No, maybe they were in a prop. He took them out when no one was paying attention, and then he swiped the cards out with his fingers the moment he stretched his hand out of his mouth. Lin Sun seemed to understand what he said, but not quite. This is a relatively common magic trick that many enthusiasts can perform. Su Qingshi said this and stopped talking. Her father could do it, too, and when she was a child, she often asked her father to perform for her. Soon, the magic show ended and the special skills began. Even the judges in the front row became more alert. At this time, there were many large props on the stage, including cabinets, black cloth, etc. The clown magician was facing the audience. His expression looked a little funny under his clown costume. He would inadvertently perform a little magic trick and always get applause from the audience. The clown magician didn't say a word the whole time, but his eyes swept across the front row, stayed on Zhang Yunxiao for a second, and then moved away without a trace. Zhang Yunxiao, whose full attention was on him, also noticed it. She was a little surprised, but she already had some guesses in her mind, and her expression did not change. The props were set up, and then the clown finally spoke. I would like to invite a few lucky audience members to experience this magic trick. As soon as the clown magician finished speaking, the audience started shouting. What Lin Sun didn't expect was that Go Xingli next to him stood up directly, shouted me, and trotted over. This guy, does he have the physique of a social bull? Lu Gang and others watched this scene in silence. I also want to go up and experience it, but I don't dare. Duolinger looked at Go Xingli with envy. Not only Go Xingli, but also some social elites rushed towards the stage. After a magic show, 3 hours have passed. The magic show is almost coming to an end. Lin Sun looked at the senior schoolmate beside him and found that she had a tired look on her face. Tired? Sukinsinari. After watching for several hours with full concentration, anyone would definitely get tired. Senior, would you like to sleep a little longer? Or should we cancel? Lin Sun asked. Su Qingshi shook her head and said, I'm going to the bathroom. Lin Sun immediately said, I'll go with you. After saying hello to everyone else, Lin Sun and Su Qingshi crouched down and left the set. Gymnasium toilets. When Su Qingshi entered the bathroom, Lin Sun also went into the men's bathroom to relieve himself. 2 minutes later, I washed my hands, came out, and waited for the senior student at the door. You know what? After sitting for 3 hours, he felt a little numb. A girl walked out of the girls' restroom. Lin Sun subconsciously looked at her, and she also looked at him. Lin Sun was disappointed. It's not the senior. Girl, wow, what a handsome boy. Handsome guy, are you waiting for your girlfriend? The girl asked curiously. Lin Sun glanced at the girl and said coldly, Yeah. Not to mention, after spending so much time with the senior, Lin Sun could even imitate her coolness. Hearing this, the girl's bright eyes suddenly dimmed, and she looked a little disappointed. Hey, are all the handsome guys booked? Excuse me. The girl left disappointed. Lin Sun ignored her and just looked down at his phone to avoid embarrassment. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw someone coming out of the girls' restroom. But this time, Lin Sun didn't look up. Lin Sun, brother? A surprised voice came, with a hint of shock and joy. Lin Sun raised his head blankly and looked at the girl who was talking. The girl was very beautiful, wearing a light yellow long skirt. She was tall, with fair skin and delicate features. She had the temperament of a lady from a noble family, and also a bit weak, making people feel like spring breeze. Who are you? Lin Sun asked doubtfully. The girl obviously didn't expect Lin Sun to forget her so quickly. Her face stiffened for a moment. Then she maintained a proper smile. I'm Chen Ying. I met her last time at the Imperial Hotel. My mother and aunt know each other. Lin Sun thought deeply for a moment, and then he suddenly realized, yes, he had indeed met her when his mother took him back to Kyoto for dinner during the National Day holiday. It turned out to be her. Oh, it's you. It's been so long, I had forgotten about it. Chen Ying was silent. A month doesn't seem like a long time, right? With her charm, could the other party forget it? At this moment, she began to doubt her own charm. If Lin Sun knew what she was thinking, he would probably be speechless. Although a month is not a short time, it is already very long for him. So many things happened this month, especially after he started dating his senior. It felt like they had been dating for several years. Brother Lin Sun, are you here to see the magic show too? Chen Ying asked curiously. Hearing the other party addressing him like this, Lin Sun felt strange. Isn't this address a bit too intimate? If you don't know, you would think we are childhood sweethearts. However, due to his elder's affection, he turned a blind eye and nodded. Yes, you too? Chen Ying nodded, her voice as gentle as water, like a girl next door. The clown magician is one of my favorite magicians, and his deeds are also admirable. Lin Sun understood what she meant. Indeed, the clown magician donated all the money he earned to the foundation. From this point of view alone, he is selfless and has a great character. Lin Sun didn't say anything else, and the atmosphere became a little awkward. Chen Ying was a little embarrassed, and then she asked, Is brother Lin Sun free tonight? How about I treat you to dinner? Lin Sun said calmly, No need, I'm not free tonight. Oh, is there something wrong, brother Lin Sun? A hint of curiosity flashed across Chen Ying's eyes. He's going to spend the night with me. Do you have a problem with that? Just then a cold voice was heard. Chapter 187 Jealousy. Accompanied by a cold voice, Su Qingshi's figure appeared at the door. Senior. Lin Sun's face lit up, and he breathed a sigh of relief. But when he noticed that the aura emanating from his senior sister was even colder than usual, his face froze slightly. Senior seems angry. Chen Ying also looked at Su Qingshi, who suddenly appeared with curiosity, and was a little surprised to see that the latter also came out of the bathroom. Why didn't I see this girl just now? But what surprised her was that the other person was even more beautiful than her. Chen Ying was considered a campus beauty in college, and few people could make her feel so amazing. She thought that no matter how beautiful a girl was, she would only be as pretty as her. She didn't expect to meet such a gorgeous girl outside this small bathroom. You two know each other? Chun Ying looked at Lin Sun and Su Qingshi with a strange look. Seeing that the senior was a little jealous, Lin Sun immediately said, "Let me introduce her. She is my girlfriend, Su Qingshi." Su Qingshi's eyes moved, but she didn't say anything. Lin Sun cleared his throat and said, "Senior, she is the daughter of my mother's friend. We have only met once." He was quite cautious when speaking and deliberately went around the subject, not even saying the other person's name. Sure enough, Su Qingshi was smoothed down like a kitten with its fur standing on end, and her expression returned to calm. Lin Sun breathed a sigh of relief immediately. He had seen Su Qingshi's jealous look. Well, a bit fierce. No, a Tsundra senior. Girlfriend? You have a girlfriend? Chun Ying's eyes were filled with surprise, and there was a hint of sadness in them, but she hid it. In fact, she did have some good feelings towards Lin Sun. Of course, it wasn't love at first sight, but his identity and all other aspects of his appearance met her other side's aesthetic standards, so it was normal for her to have some good feelings towards him. Unfortunately, Lin Sun already has a girlfriend, and his girlfriend is so beautiful. Even she was somewhat powerless. Judging from this girl's temperament, she is obviously an extraordinary person, so she probably has no chance. Lin Sun nodded. Yes, we have been together for a month. There was a hint of pride on his face as he spoke, as if he was saying something to be proud of. Su Qingshi glanced at him. Then she looked at Chun Ying. My name is Su Qingshi. Chun Ying nodded gently. My name is Chun Ying. After a pause, she smiled and said, You two are a perfect match. Su Qingshi said expressionlessly, Thank you. You don't think I like him too? Chun Ying suddenly smiled. Lin Sun's face suddenly darkened. Damn, why does this style look a bit like Su Qing? He looked at Chun Ying. She looked so weak and fragile, but he didn't expect her to be so terrifying. Su Qingshi raised her eyebrows. Before she could speak, Chun Ying suddenly smiled and said, Actually, that's right. I did have a crush on him just now, because he might be one of the few boys who is worthy of me. Confidence. At this moment, Chun Ying's tone was a little confident, as if she was stating a fact. She is also a favored girl with a good family background and is also born into a wealthy family. Among her peers, there are very few boys who interest her. Lin Sun, on the other hand, looked very reliable at first glance. He was also the son of the richest man and had a prominent status, so he was qualified to be her future boyfriend. And now, well, she is also a proud girl. Since it already belongs to someone else, she disdains to snatch it. Su Qingshi said calmly, Even if you have this idea, you can't take him away. Her tone was equally confident, but also had a domineering tone, especially the icy temperament she exuded, which made her seem more convincing than Chun Ying. Lin Sun's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he sighed inwardly, thinking that the senior sister was worthy of being a senior sister. She was very fierce. He pretended to be indifferent and said, Miss Chun, is there anything else? Chun Ying was silent. She glanced at Lin Sun, then at Su Qingshi, thought for a moment, and said, I'm not the kind of person who steals other people's boyfriends. After a pause, he said, I disdain this. Su Qingshi didn't pay any attention to her, but said, Miss Chun, if you have nothing else to do, we will leave first. After saying that, she took Lin Sun's hand and left. Chun Ying looked at the two people's backs as they left, thoughtful. The son of the richest man is actually in love. If this gets out, well, I'm afraid countless socialites will be disappointed that they will never be able to marry into a wealthy family. Shaking her head, Chun Ying didn't think much about it. She turned around and left, walking in the opposite direction of Lin Sun and the others. Walking to the square, Su Qingshi let go of Lin Sun's hand and walked away with an expressionless face. Lin Sun tentatively held her hand, and Su Qingshi looked at him calmly. What for? Lin Sun chuckled and said, Hold my lovely girlfriend's hand. No, your girlfriend is not cute. Su Qingshi raised her eyebrows and said lightly. Lin Sun's eyes flashed with mischief. Huh? Why do I smell something sour? Senior sister, do you smell it? Are you implying that I'm jealous? Su Qingshi's eyes became dangerous. Lin Sun looked at her teasingly. Don't you have any? Su Qingshi choked. Then she looked away from him and said, I'm jealous. Well, how do you coax? Lin Sun jumped in front of her happily, grabbed her shoulders, and made her face him. Senior, you are too unconfident, aren't you? Who could take me away from you? From the beginning to the end, There is only you in my heart. You know how I feel about you. In this world, for me, Senior is the only person who can be my life partner. Others know. Lin Sun said firmly, his eyes sincere. Su Qingshi stared at him blankly. Then she chuckled and raised a mischievous smile at the corner of her mouth. Are you serious? Lin Sun nodded quickly. Really? Of course it couldn't be more true. Su Qingshi suppressed her smile and said calmly, slippery tongue. Senior, have you tried it? Roll! Hey. Lin Sun heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, he was coaxed into submission. He must stay away from other opposite sexes in the future, otherwise the senior student will be jealous at any time, and that will be the end, right? Well, it looks like he's also going to have to put on the persona of a cool and aloof male god. How many beauties do you know? Su Qingshi suddenly asked. First there was my high school first love Su Qing. Then there was Hua Chuai Wei from the computer department. And now there is the gentle goddess Chen Yingying. I don't know if there will be anyone else in the future. My junior fellow is quite popular with women. Lin Sun quickly shook his head. I promise there won't be any more. Really? I don't know why, but there seemed to be something strange when he said this. Chapter 188, Midnight Snack. After some effort, Lin Sun finally coaxed the jealous senior sister. Fortunately, Chen Yingying was somewhat rational and took the initiative to distance herself from them. Oh no, she told the truth. Otherwise, if she really talked nonsense, he would probably kneel in front of the keyboard when he returned. Senior, are we still going in to watch the magic show? In the square, Lin Sun held the hand of his senior sister, and the two of them walked around the square aimlessly. Su Qingshi shook her head calmly. I don't want to go. She was already tired of what was going on inside, and if she went in again, she would only feel more and more sleepy. Although I like magic, I am not obsessed with it yet. Lin Sun followed his senior. He was there wherever she was, so it was hard to say whether he liked her or not. Lu Gang sent a message asking him if he was coming. Lin Sun directly replied to them that the two of them were taking a walk outside and asked them to watch it on their own first. Lu Gang replied with 2 OKs and sent a photo at the same time. The photo was a bit blurry and showed the scene on the stage. What surprised Lin Sun was that senior Jang Yuna was also standing on the stage. Not only her, but also Lin Meow, Du Linger, Go Xingli, and others went over to join in the fun. Are Lu Gang and Wu the only ones left in the audience? Lin Sun shared this matter with his senior. Su Qingshi glanced at them calmly, and then said, they should be used as props. Lin Sun nodded. Letting the audience be the props, doesn't that mean telling the audience the secrets of magic? Indeed, when the audience participates in the magic, they can intuitively see the direction of the magic. After saying hello, Lin Sun happily shook the senior sister's hand and said, Senior sister, shall we go for a midnight snack? Su Qingshi raised her eyebrows. Good idea. When Lin Sun mentioned this, she realized that she was a little hungry. The two of them just left without taking any transportation, holding hands and walking towards the night market. Since many people did not buy tickets for the show, many people gathered in the square. Not surprisingly, there were projections outside the museum that broadcast the clown magician's performance live. Lin Sun and his companion wanted to go to the food street, so they had to go through there. And there were so many people there. Senior, please hold on to my hand, otherwise it will be very difficult to find you if we get lost. Lin Sun said to Su Qingshi with a serious face. Su Qingshi said calmly, if we really get separated, can you find me? Lin Sun nodded without hesitation. Okay, even if I have to dig 3 feet deep, I will find you. So Kinsi, that's too exaggerated. Could she actually burrow underground? But she still followed Lin Sun's rhythm and asked, what if I was kidnapped? Lin Sun's face suddenly became solemn. He thought about it, then hugged Su Qingshi and moved away little by little. Then I will be kidnapped with you. Su Qingshi's face suddenly turned red, half shy and half ashamed. Idiot, if you keep waiting till midnight snack, the show will be over. Hey. Lin Sun laughed dryly, then returned to his serious state and held Su Qingshi's hand. Senior is so nice. How can I bear to let you get separated? Su Qingshi felt warm in her heart. She looked at the big hand held by Lin Sun, and an indescribable sense of security emerged in her heart. Following my junior brother, I feel very safe. As they approached the entrance of the museum, the outlines of the two people became clearer and clearer under the light, and gradually more and more passers-by kept their eyes on them. What a beautiful girl. Passers-by were all shocked. Since they had never seen anything like that before, they thought it was a star who came to watch the show. It has to be said that Su Qingshi's appearance can attract people's attention, even in the dark. So beautiful. This temperament is like a fairy descending to earth, right? Suddenly, envious and jealous eyes fell on Lin Sun. How lucky is this guy to have such a pretty girlfriend? Lin Sun held the senior's hand and moved among the crowd very carefully, trying his best to avoid being bumped into by others. At the same time, facing the envious looks from others, he felt a little proud. Ha! Such a beautiful senior is his girlfriend. It wasn't long before the two of them made their way through the crowd. Senior, would you like some noodles? Lin Sun looked at a noodle shop not far ahead, which had luxurious decoration, so he asked Su Qingshi. The latter thought for a moment and said, I want to eat barbecue. Lin Sun nodded. Okay, let's go have a barbecue. Just do it. The two of them walked along the way and soon arrived at a barbecue restaurant called Li Si Barbecue Stall. Would you two like to have a barbecue? Let's sit down somewhere. The boss was a middle-aged couple. They greeted Lin Sun and his companions as soon as they arrived at the door. Right here. Lin Sun pulled the senior sister to sit down. There were still quite a lot of people at the barbecue stall at that time, so the two of them chose a table in the corner and sat down. The proprietress came over with a menu. Handsome guy and beautiful girl. What do you want to eat? Lin Sun took the menu and looked at it carefully. You two look unfamiliar. Aren't you locals? The proprietress spoke with a Kyoto accent, but she was simple and honest. Lin Sun smiled and said, Yes, we came to Kyoto to play. Oh, is this your girlfriend? What a pretty girl. The proprietress looked at Su Qingshi and couldn't help but exclaimed, Such a beautiful girl actually appears in a small barbecue stall? The proprietress's words also aroused the curiosity of others, and they all looked over. Then this didn't look good. Holy shit, this is awesome. There is such a beautiful girl here. Suddenly, a vague gaze glanced over here. Su Qingshi was obviously used to these looks. She nodded gently to the proprietress. Thank you. Lin Sun ordered some dishes, and then he handed the menu to the senior sister. Senior sister, what do you want to eat? Su Qingshi took the menu and looked at it carefully. Her eyes flickered as the name written on the menu appeared. Lin Sun took a look and found that, as expected, the senior sister ordered oysters again. Thank you, that's all for now. Lin Sun handed the menu to the proprietress. Okay, please wait a moment, both of you. The proprietress nodded enthusiastically. After a while, the proprietress came over with a small plate of melon seeds and placed it on the table for both of them. Thank you. Lin Sun thanked politely. Then he looked at the senior. He noticed that his senior was staring at him. What are you looking at, senior? Su Qingshi shook her head and then said, I'm just a little curious. After your identity change, you seem to be still so addicted to these snacks. Lin Sun suddenly realized and then smiled and said, You will get tired of eating big fish and meat after a few meals, but you won't get tired of these snacks. I think these snacks from the roadside stalls are much more delicious than big fish and meat. Su Qingshi's face turned strange. Lin Sun ignored the strange look from his senior sister and started eating the melon seeds. Suddenly the phone on the table lit up. Chapter 189, Get to Know. There was a WeChat message on the phone, sent by Lu Gang. Senior, the magic show is over. Lin Sun glanced at the message and then said to Su Qingshi. Su Qingshi nodded, her expression unchanged. Let's end it. Calculating the time, it has been almost 4 hours. It's time to end. They said they were going back to the hotel first. Lin Sun sent a message and then said, Okay, I'll ask the driver to take them back. After sending a message to Qin Xiao, Lin Sun didn't put down his phone until he replied. The magic show was over, and their trip to Kyoto was also over. Tomorrow is Monday. Well, I have to get up early to catch the bus. But Lin Sun was not in a hurry. It was just a few classes. He was a major shareholder of the school. It was reasonable for him to skip a class, right? As for the senior students, well, as long as I'm here, there won't be any problem. The ordered barbecue was served soon, and Lin Sun and Su Qingshi ate quietly. Eat some pig penis to replenish your body. Su Qingshi handed a pig whip to Lin Sun. Lin Sun smiled helplessly. Do I need to replenish myself? I feel that my body is pretty good. However, since it was the senior sister's intention, he gladly accepted it. At the same time, he considerately picked up an oyster, blew on it twice, and put it to Su Qingshi's mouth. Senior, open your mouth. Su Qingshi did not refuse either. She opened her mouth and bit the oyster meat into her mouth. The garlic aroma stimulated her taste buds. It was very delicious. There were envious glances from all around. They also want to be able to feed such a beautiful girl with their own hands. Let go of that girl and let me come. Suddenly, the brothers around them were no longer interested in each other, and they also wanted to fall in love. Want a drink? Lin Sun asked. Su Qingshi glanced at him, thought about it, and nodded. Okay. Lin Sun immediately stood up and took 2 bottles of beer, one for Su Qingshi and one for himself. Senior, it's been several months since we met, got to know each other, and fell in love. Let's have a drink to celebrate our meeting. Lin Sun took off the beer cap in a serious manner and smiled at Su Qingshi. Su Qingshi's eyes were soft, and she followed his example, raising the bottle. Cheers. The two of them clinked their bottles together and took a sip in silence. Of course, it is impossible for them to finish a bottle, take a sip of wine, and then continue eating. From their position, they could see that many people in the stadium were dispersing in all directions. Apparently, the magic show was over. It has to be said that a magic show boosted the economy of the area. Countless audiences flocked to various stores and snack streets, and business was booming for a while. Even the barbecue restaurant where Lin Sun and the others was already full. The first thing they looked at when they came in was Lin Sun and the other two. No, to be more precise, they looked at Su Qingshi with amazement in their eyes. There is no way. Su Qingshi's appearance is definitely the best in the field. No matter where she is, she will attract a lot of attention. Although Su Qingshi was indifferent to these gazes, she still glanced at Lin Sun and said, "Eat faster." Lin Sun understood what the senior sister meant, and he didn't want her to be watched by so many people. After finishing the barbecue skewers, Lin Sun asked the boss for 2 more bottles of beer, plus 2 straws. Only then did he pay the bill and leave with Su Qingshi under the reluctant gazes of everyone. Going back so soon? On the other side, Lu Gang and others also left, and they looked at each other. I'll go back to the hotel. Wu Da said. Lu Gang thought about it, and then he said to Wu Da, it's not easy for us to come here. Let's go shopping. Where are we going? Have no idea. What the hell are you talking about? We also want to go for a walk. We can't sleep at this time. Lin Meow said. She and Du Linger walked hand in hand, and they were definitely good friends. Then shall I accompany you for a walk? Go Shengli looked at Lin Meow. The latter lowered his head shyly and nodded imperceptibly. It's settled. Remember to report safety when you arrive at the hotel. Lu Gang said, shaking the phone in his hand. Everyone nodded. By the way, where is senior sister Jiang? Lin Meow suddenly asked in confusion. I don't know. With so many people around, she must have gotten lost. But it doesn't matter. She couldn't have been kidnapped, right? Lu Gang smiled. There were indeed too many people when the show was over, and they got together because they had each other's contact information, but they didn't have Jang Yunxiao's contact information. Tell your friend, he's with senior sister Su. He should have senior sister Zhang's contact information. Everyone nodded in agreement. Then they thought of something, and their faces looked a little strange. While the show was going on, the couple just ran away. It turns out that men and women in love are always impatient. A few people greeted each other, and then went their separate ways. The other side, Zhang Yunxiao did not leave the gymnasium. There were too many people. She did not join the crowd, but walked towards the bathroom. Even in the bathroom, there were so many people that we had to wait in line for a long time. After coming out of the gymnasium bathroom, Zhang Yunxiao realized that everyone had separated, so she sent a WeChat message to Su Qingshi. After receiving a reply from the other party, Zhang Yunxiao left with her bag. As if possessed by magic, she entered the gymnasium again. At this time, some staff were cleaning up the stage. It was impossible to dismantle the stage immediately, but some equipment was sorted out and moved onto the car. To Zhang Yunxiao's surprise, the clown magician had not left yet, as well as the 3 masters of the magic world. The 4 of them gathered together, talking about something, with smiles on their faces, and the clown magician listened obediently, nodding from time to time, as if he was accepting comments from his predecessors. Zhang Yunxiao found a seat and sat down. There were other people in the venue who had not left. They lingered in various sparsely populated areas, either looking down at their phones or cuddling with their partners. After a while, Zhang Yunxiao noticed someone walking up to her. She looked up curiously and happened to see a clown magician dressed as a clown. Hello, we meet again, the clown magician said with a smile. Zhang Yunxiao was a little surprised. Do you still remember me? She had already guessed the other party's identity, but she didn't expect that the other party also remembered her. The boy who performed for the children. He is the famous clown magician. The clown magician smiled and said, I have some impression of him. If you weren't sitting in the first row, I probably wouldn't have recognized him. He glanced at this girl several times during the performance. Of course, he was also amazed by Su Qingshi's beauty. He subconsciously looked at them and noticed Jang Yuna. He didn't expect that she was a stranger he had met before. Let me introduce myself. My name is Fang Yi, and I'm a magician. My name is Jang Yuna, a female college student. Chapter 190, The Goddess's Room. After having supper, Lin Sun took his senior sister's hand and returned to the square. The spectators around had just left, and the road was still jammed, so it was simply not practical to go back. Is that Senior Jiang? Lin Sun suddenly pointed at a girl. Su Qingshi looked over, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Jiang? Didn't she leave? They saw Jiang Yunxiao and a boy walking a few dozen meters away from the two of them, and to their surprise, Jiang Yunxiao smiled very ladylike. Is this still the Jiang Yunxiao they know? Lin Sun and Su Qingshi looked at each other in confusion. Even Su Qingshi didn't know that Jiang Yunxiao actually had friends in Kyoto. Don't bother her. Su Qingshi said this and then walked in another direction. As her best friend, she would feel relieved if Jiang Yunxiao could have a relationship. The cost of living in Kyoto is still a bit expensive. Su Qingshi held a bottle of beer in both hands and sipped the beer with a straw. Lin Sun nodded. Yes, after all, Kyoto's economic level is the highest in the country, so prices are bound to be different. When he paid the bill just now, the money he needed was enough to have 2 barbecue meals in Liangqing. Of course, for him, this amount of money was not much. Why drink beer as a beverage? Lin Sun was also a little amused. The senior said that 1 bottle was not enough, so she asked him to pack 2 bottles before leaving. Well, 1 bottle for each person. So much, so that when they passed the zebra crossing, several eyes were staring at the two of them. The backs of the 2 men couldn't help but stiffen. Feeling the death gaze from the traffic police uncle, Lin Sun couldn't help but quicken the pace of his senior sister. Holding a bottle of beer and drinking it through a straw right under the nose of the traffic police is, I have to say, a bit rare and a bit arrogant. 2 bottles of beer were nothing to Lin Sun and Su Qingshi. The tiny amount of alcohol didn't even make them tipsy. It was just enough to make them slightly full. The 2 chatted while shopping, and when there were fewer people and the traffic was no longer congested, Lin Sun asked Qin Xiao to pick him up. Master. Qin Xiao and his bodyguards arrived, still with poker faces, and passers-by subconsciously avoided them. Lin Sun nodded. Take us back to the hotel. Qin Xiao nodded. I understand. By the way, have my friends all gone back? Lin Sun asked. Qin Xiao replied. Young master's friend didn't ask us to send him off, but went shopping. Lin Sun understood. After all, they would be going back to school tomorrow, so it was okay for them to hang out for a while longer. Without saying much, Lin Sun and Su Qingshi got in the car and drove towards the hotel. When we got back to the hotel, it was already past 12 o'clock. Lin Sun walked Su Qingshi to the door of the room. Turning back to glance at the junior student who had not left, Su Qingshi said calmly, You can go back to your room. Comrade Lin Sun showed a hint of bewilderment on his face. I'm here. Su Qingshi narrowed her eyes slightly, then turned around and walked into the room silently. As expected, there was a noise behind him, and Lin Sun followed in happily and kindly closed the door. Wow, senior sister, is this the room you and senior sister Jiang live in? Lin Sun entered the senior sister's room and looked around in surprise for the first time. Hearing Lin Sun's words, Su Qingshi's face suddenly turned red. The specifications of the room they lived in were actually the same as Lin Sun's, but now it seemed that their room looked a little messy. Just like after a war. The clothes were thrown randomly on the bed, the quilt was rolled up and unkempt, and there were also some more private clothes. This room has 2 beds. The other bed is a bit more tidy, but the suitcase on the floor is open, and the clothes inside have not been folded and are just casually thrown on the suitcase. Lin Sun recognized that suitcase. He was the one who helped bring it to Kyoto. What are you looking at? Don't look over there. Su Qingshi's voice came out coldly, with a hint of urgency. Lin Sun sensed the crisis and quickly retracted his gaze. He walked towards the senior sister's suitcase with a calm expression, squatted down, and helped her pack it. Senior, don't throw clothes around. It is hard to imagine that such a cool and beautiful senior sister would actually put her luggage in a mess. This image is really a bit collapsed. Su Qingshi looked at Lin Sun's back. A hint of shame flashed across her eyes. She was embarrassed. She was not like this before. She usually kept her things tidy. How could they be piled up in a heap? This time it was because, well, she was just too lazy to do it. She can't be like Jang Yunxiao. Definitely not. Jang Yunxiao has always been like this. He always likes to throw his clothes and other things around, and even take her things by mistake. This really gives her a headache, so when she is in the dormitory, she will organize her things very well. Any mess is basically the work of Jiang Yunxiao and has nothing to do with her, Su Qingshi. This was one of the few times he suffered a social setback, and it happened in front of his junior fellow student Lin Sun. Su Qingshi couldn't help but hold his forehead. Lin Sun carefully tidied up the senior sister's clothes. During this time, he did some private laundry and his face turned a little red. Although the two are already in a relationship, he still feels embarrassed when facing the senior's underwear. After all, he is still a rookie. However, Lin Sun looked at the clothes that were of a rather large size and secretly swallowed his saliva. He couldn't help but look at the senior sister, but was met with a sharp gaze from the latter. "What are you looking at?" Lin Sun smiled sweetly and continued to clean up obediently. Su Qingshi's cheeks turned red. She took a deep breath and should have known not to let this guy in. Su Qingshi caught a glimpse of the clothes scattered all over Jiang Yunxiao's bed. She took 2 steps over and covered the entire bed with her quilt. In this way, there was only one quilt on her bed, which also prevented Lin Sun from seeing things he shouldn't see. "Senior, clean up." Lin Sun clapped his hands. Su Qingshi looked at him expressionlessly. "Oh." Lin Sun raised his eyebrows, then moved closer to the senior sister, pretending to be serious, and blinked. "Say thank you." Su Qingshi glanced at him, then slowly said, "I'm going to take a shower later." Lin Sun's face froze. Su Qingshi's voice sounded again. "So the clothes you just packed include some that I will change into later." Lin Sun, does that mean all his efforts were in vain? Then why didn't you say anything, senior sister? Lin Sun said with a wry smile. Su Qingshi crossed her arms and said, "My boyfriend is so eager to help me pack my things. How can I refuse his kindness? Right, Junior?" Lin Sun wanted to cry, but had no tears. Seeing some sweat on Lin Sun's forehead, Su Qingshi was silent for a moment, then took out a tissue from the bedside and wiped it for him. "Thank you for your hard work, Junior." This time the tone was not joking, but serious and gentle. Chapter 191, I will never let you down for the rest of my life. "Senior, can we discuss something?" "Explain. How about we stay together tonight?" "You wish." Inside the hotel room, Lin Sun was kneading Su Qingshi's shoulders in a fawning manner while showing off his foxtail. "Comrade Lin Sun actually wants to sleep with the senior?" "Ha, brother, your calculations are really deafening." Su Qingshi knew very well that if the two of them slept in the same room, who knows how much she would be taken advantage of tonight. Lin Sun chuckled and said, "Senior sister, I will be very honest and behave myself." All he got in return was Su Qingshi's faint sneer. "A man's mouth is a lie. You say you'll be a good boy now, but you might turn into a big bad wolf later." She couldn't let this little pervert succeed. "Okay, you've done enough. Go back and take a shower." Su Qingshi ordered him to leave without any politeness. Lin Sun was a little stunned. "Ah, you're leaving now?" Su Qingshi rolled her eyes. "When Jiang comes back later, it won't be good to see you here." "What's wrong with that? Senior sister Jiang knows about our relationship." Lin Sun said stubbornly. "Are you going or not?" Su Qingshi glanced at him. "You can go, but you have to kiss me." Lin Sun settled for the second best and pouted at Su Qingshi. Su Qingshi was speechless. As expected, he couldn't hold it in any longer. "My junior is sometimes like a child, clingy, but well, she is not clingy." "Senior." Lin Sun looked at Su Qingshi expectantly. The latter blushed slightly and said, "Close your eyes." Lin Sun closed his eyes obediently. Just as I closed my eyes, I felt a soft touch on my cheek, and then it disappeared immediately. Lin Sun opened his eyes blankly. "What's going on? Wasn't it supposed to be a kiss on the mouth? Why only on the face?" When Su Qingshi opened her eyes, she only left Lin Sun's back and said, "I'm going to take a shower." A wolfish light flashed across Lin Sun's eyes, and a cunning look flashed across his face. He suddenly took 2 steps forward and picked up the senior student from behind, grabbing her by the waist. Su Qingshi exclaimed, and even she lost her goddess demeanor at this moment, and subconsciously put her arms around Lin Sun's neck. "What a what?" Su Qingshi's voice sounded a little panicked. She stared at Lin Sun, but not in a threatening manner. Lin Sun smiled slightly. "Senior sister, it's not too late for us to have a good exchange of feelings before taking a shower." Su Qingshi glared at him. "Exchange of feelings? Exchange of feelings?" Shouldn't you take a shower before you exchange feelings? A bitter picture flashed through Su Qingshi's mind, and her whole face turned red. Oh my god! How could she have such thoughts? When did she become so dirty? Before she could react, an enlarged face approached her. Su Qingshi was stunned to realize that her mouth had been blocked by her junior. The wonderful touch made her moan involuntarily, and she even forgot to struggle. Lin Sun was extremely excited. The atmosphere was already quite charming as they were alone in a room. Furthermore, the senior schoolmate was so beautiful that her every move revealed an irresistible charm. He couldn't help it. With the stimulation of a small amount of alcohol, Comrade Lin Sun was particularly bold tonight. Su Qingshi was about to fall into Lin Sun's offensive. She could feel Lin Sun's fiery and lingering affection. The sense of security that came over her made her reluctant to leave it all, and she could only passively endure it. Before they knew it, they were already on the big white bed. Senior. Lin Sun stared into Su Qingshi's eyes. The latter's eyes were full of water, and Lin Sun could even see his own reflection in them. Senior sister, you were so cute. Lin Sun's breathing suddenly became more rapid. Su Qingshi seemed to have also felt the boy's enthusiasm. A hint of shyness flashed across her eyes. She was already flustered, and more so, she was at a loss. Like a lost lamb, he is about to face a world he has never been exposed to. Reason told her that she couldn't do that. They had only been dating for a month and didn't know each other well enough. She couldn't give herself up so easily. Development, too fast. However, her empty wish was guiding her towards him. Su Qingshi frowned slightly. She had strong self-control and could always remain calm when conflicts arose. She looked at Lin Sun seriously. This was the rest of her future life. He could give anything for her, so why couldn't she take the initiative to get closer to him? Junior. Su Qingshi's voice seemed to have magical power. Just by opening her mouth gently, Lin Sun, who was a little dizzy, cleared his mind and regained his clarity of mind. He gently pushed back a strand of hair that was covering Su Qingshi's eyes and looked at her affectionately. I'm here, senpai. Su Qingshi took a deep breath and said, Are you ready to be responsible for the rest of my life? Lin Sun's heart softened. Senior sister, I will never let you down for the rest of my life. Su Qingshi looked at him steadily, tenderness gradually appearing in her eyes, as if his answer was like a key that unlocked the shackles that locked her heart. He slowly closed his eyes, and his breathing quickened. Lin Sun knew that the senior sister had made some kind of decision, and he slowly lowered his head. Just as their lips were about to touch, there was a knock on the door. For a moment, the two of them froze. They looked at each other, staring at each other, somewhat confused. The charming atmosphere just created is gone. Su Qingshi reacted. A hint of panic flashed across her eyes, and the next second, with a scream from Lin Sun, he was kicked off the bed by Su Qingshi. Lin Sun. Su Qingshi's face flushed red, and she quickly checked her clothes. Fortunately, except for being a little messy and wrinkled, everything was normal. She looked at Lin Sun, who stood up innocently and looked at her with some resentment. Senior sister, you actually kicked me off the bed. Su Qingshi's face flashed with embarrassment. Jiang is back. Oh my god. She was crazy. She almost had that happen in the hotel. She must be possessed. Lin Sun felt helpless and a little disappointed. Everything should have been smooth sailing, but he didn't expect that Senior Jiang would come back. Sure, are you back? Open the door. Jang Yun's voice came in. Lin Sun gritted his teeth. Go open the door. Su Qingshi gave him a charming look, which was full of charm. Lin Sun's heart was moved, and he felt even more empty. Some people who are in a bad mood want to open the door. Junior brother? Why is it you? Where's Sure? What's that look in your eyes? Are you heartbroken? Jiang Yun's puzzled voice sounded, and then she walked in and saw Su Qingshi sitting on the bed seriously. As a gossip expert, Jiang Yunxiao immediately noticed something was wrong. Why was her bestie's face so red? Her clothes, had some marks on them, and the quilt and sheets. Looking at Lin Sun's dark face again, Jiang Yunxiao had an idea. Fuck, I won't disturb you guys, will I? Lin Sun. Tsukinsi. Chapter 192, Driving License Test. The next day, a white Audi was speeding on the highway heading to South City. The three people in the car sat expressionless, and the atmosphere was a bit weird. I say, are you two really angry? Jiang Yunxiao looked at the two people sitting in front of him with some depression. She just went back to home and happened to run into two people who were about to do something bad. Is this her fault? It's like you caught your friends making love in your own home. She suddenly felt that she was more wrong than Do-yi. Su Qingshi raised her eyes and glanced at Jiang Yunxiao. She did not blame him. Instead, she was somewhat glad that Jiang Yunxiao had interfered. If she had not interrupted him in time, well, she would probably have really fallen into it. Although she could accept what happened with Lin Sun, she always felt that she was taking it a little too far and was still not ready. However, when Su Qingshi saw her best friend's dissatisfaction through the rearview mirror, a smile appeared on her lips. Lin Sun sighed and said to Jiang Yunxiao, "Senior Jiang, we are not angry. Don't think too much." He wasn't angry, just a little annoyed. He was clearly about to win the girl's heart, but Jiang Yunxiao showed up halfway. Well, he didn't know when he would be able to open his heart to her like this again. Judging from the situation, the senior student has probably calmed down a lot. "Hey, I am so disappointing. When I thought about how I was so excited when I went back last night, I couldn't sleep in the middle of the night. I went to the bathroom and stayed there for half an hour before falling asleep exhausted." Feeling sleepy, Lin Sun said to the senior, "Senior, I'm going to take a nap first." "Yeah." Su Qingshi nodded. She glanced at the tiredness between Lin Sun's brows and felt a little distressed and a little guilty. "Thank you for your hard work, Junior." In fact, she went to bed very late last night. The throbbing in her heart made her too excited to sleep. If Jiang Yunxiao hadn't been chattering in her ear, she would have been unable to sleep. Today is already Monday, and Lin Sun and his classmates have classes in the morning, but he has already told the dean, and the dean very politely guaranteed them that they can play for 2 more days. Lu Gang and the others all got into Lin Miao Miao's car, and some took the high-speed rail and headed towards Nanjing University. It was almost afternoon when Lin Sun and his companions finally arrived in South City. "Do you want to go back to school or come to my place for a nap?" Su Qingshi looked at Lin Sun. The latter was already awake. He thought for a moment and said, "Then let's go to the senior sister's rental house to have lunch first." Su Qingshi said calmly, "I'm a little tired." After driving for so long, she is now very tired. Lin Sun quickly said, "I'll cook. You just take a rest." Su Qingshi was satisfied. "That's great. I haven't eaten the food cooked by my junior brother yet." Jiang Yunxiao's eyes lit up, and he said expectantly. Su Qingshi glanced at her calmly. "You? Go back to school." Suddenly, Jiang Yunxiao drooped like an eggplant hit by frost. "Well, my bestie is still angry." But the next second, she pretended to be pitiful and started to act like a spoiled child. Su Qingshi was just joking. It was impossible for her to really abandon Jiang Yunxiao. She deliberately let the other party act coquettishly for a long time before he reluctantly agreed. Lin Sun couldn't bear to watch at the side. Senior sister Jiang was really shameless. Soon they arrived at the rental house. In order to get a free meal, Jiang Yunxiao was very enthusiastic and promised to leave the luggage to her. However, in the end, Lin Sun was exhausted and had no choice but to take her luggage. "You guys take a rest first? I'm going to buy some groceries." Lin Sun looked at the 2 women slumped on the sofa and smiled. Fortunately, he had a light nap in the car and is now quite energetic. When the door closed, Su Qingshi raised her eyelids and then looked away. Jiang Yunxiao sighed and said, "Little brother is so kind." Sure, you have also found a treasure." After a pause, she continued, "No, sure, you are also very good." "Well, it is my junior who is lucky." Su Qingshi said calmly. "Okay, you're still flattering me. When are you going to take the driver's license test?" She discovered that among the people she knew, she was the only one who could drive. No. As a cool goddess, how can she keep being the driver for these 2 people? Driver's license? Well, I'm too lazy to take the test. What's the point of taking that test? You can ride on shared vehicles or take taxis at Nanjing University. You don't have to drive yourself." Jiang Yunxiao said nonchalantly. Su Qingshi glanced at her and said, "Very good. Next time we go out to play, I'll drive and you can ride in the shared car." Jiang Yunxiao's face froze, and she imagined the scene in her mind. Her best friend was driving a cool Audi, and she was chasing after him in a shared car, shouting, "Wait for me." Quickly shaking his head to get rid of the strange thoughts in his head, Jiang Yunxiao said weakly, Then my junior brother doesn't have a driver's license either." Su Qingshi crossed her arms and said, "I have asked him to practice the questions. In a week at most, he will be able to pass subject 1. Jiang Yunxiao was speechless. "I'll give you a week to review the questions in subject 1. And then take the exam with your junior classmates." Su Qingshi's tone left no room for doubt. "Okay, but only a week. Is that really enough?" Even though she was a talented girl from Nanjing University, Jang Yuna was not confident about taking the driver's license test because she had seen many female drivers having problems while driving on the internet. Su Qingshi said calmly, "As a student of Nanjing University, your learning ability should be online. If you can't even get a driver's license, then I really doubt the authenticity of your college entrance examination score." Jiang Yunxiao. "Well, come on. I'm waiting to sit in the passenger seat with you." Su Qingshi patted her shoulder. Jiang Yunxiao opened his eyes and said, "I don't have money to buy a car." Su Qingshi said, "You can drive my car." "You asked me to take the test. Don't you just want me to be your driver?" "That's right. I asked her his cash tag." I understand." "So good." Not long after, Lin Sun opened the door and came in carrying large and small bags of vegetables. He glanced at the two women on the sofa. Well, they were sitting on the sofa without any image, turning on the TV and watching it blankly. Hearing the noise, the two women turned to look at Lin Sun tacitly. "You're back?" Su Qingshi asked. Lin Sun nodded. "What are we having for lunch?" "I bought the bullfrog that my senior likes to eat the most." "Okay." Jiang Yunxiao looked over with some curiosity. "Junior brother, do you have the pig intestines that I like to eat?" Lin Sun shook his head. "Well, no love." Su Qingshi looked at her expressionlessly. "Do you want to eat?" "Eat." Jiang Yunxiao nodded firmly. "Are you kidding? How happy would it be to have a free meal? Besides, bullfrog, well, she loves to eat it too. I bought some yogurt. If you feel unwell or dizzy, you can drink some." Lin Sun put a row of yogurt on the table in front of them and then went into the kitchen alone with the vegetables. As usual, organize the ingredients. Heat oil in a pan. When the food was halfway cooked, Su Qingshi walked in. Chapter 193, I'm so lucky to be in love with you. Don't you want to rest, senior? Lin Sun was a little surprised to see Su Qingshi coming in. Su Qingshi said calmly, "I'm not tired, I'll help you." Lin Sun understood. Then he stopped the work at hand, wiped his hands on his apron, and then took a women's apron and helped the senior student put it on. He bought it specially last time. It can be said that he bought all the men's and women's items available in this small rental house. Su Qingshi knew that he had a lot of money, so she didn't stop him. When helping the senior sister tie her apron, Su Qingshi inevitably touched her body, which made her face slightly red. "I can do it myself." She pretended to be calm and took over quickly, not giving Lin Sun a chance to refuse. Lin Sun smiled slightly. The senior sister was becoming more and more arrogant. "That's not right. The senior sister is originally cold-natured, so it's unlikely that she will be sweet, so she can only be arrogant. But even so, Lin Sun still feels very sweet because being able to stay with the senior sister is the happiest thing. And if you can do something naughty, it's tie pants. What's on your mind?" Su Qingshi looked at Lin Sun's face, which was gradually becoming idiotic, and took a step back with some disgust. "Ahem. No, senior. How about you cook?" Lin Sun cleared his cough to ease the embarrassment and looked at the senior. Su Qingshi's face changed, and she hesitated for a moment. "My cooking may not be as delicious as yours." "It's okay. Senior sister also does it occasionally. Don't worry. I'll be here to guide you," Lin Sun said with a smile. After hearing his words, Su Qingshi relaxed. She closed the kitchen door. It was okay to be embarrassed in front of Lin Sun. So the scene of Su Qingshi picking ingredients individually took place in this small kitchen. "What are you two doing in the kitchen? I can't wait any longer." Jiang Yunxiao looked eagerly at Lin Sun, who was carrying the dishes out. It must be said that Lin Sun is handsome to begin with, and wearing an apron at this moment, he is full of the temperament of a gentle male god, very pleasing to the eye. Even Jiang Yunxiao's eyes light up. Lin Sun smiled and said, "It's my senior who's cooking today, not me." "Huh? Shirsha cooks? Huh. That's great. It seems like I haven't eaten Shirsha's cooking yet," Jiang Yunxiao said expectantly. Lin Sun smiled and said, "Wait a moment, there are some dishes in there. I'll bring them out." After saying that, he turned and went back to the kitchen. Jiang Yunxiao looked at this scene strangely. Why did she feel like a guest, and Lin Sun and Su Qingshi were like the hosts? Ahem, it seemed to be the case, but she slipped into the role of the younger brother too quickly. How could it not be fast? If it weren't for her, the two of them would probably have already done it. In less than a minute, Su Qingshi walked out of the kitchen. Although her face was calm, it was slightly red. She lowered her head slightly, walked to the sofa, and sat down calmly. Jiang Yunxiao. Well, you don't have to guess to know that the two of them were intimate in the kitchen. Oh, this damn love affair. When Lin Sun finished serving the dishes, Su Qingshi and Zhang Yunxiao were already sitting at the dining table. The meal is ready. Go wash your hands, Su Qingshi said to Lin Sun. Okay. Comrade Lin Sun quickly washed his hands and ran back to the dining table. Yeah, it's not bad. Zhang Yunxiao looked at the delicious food and became eager to eat it. Try it. This is all thanks to my senior, Lin Sun said with a smile. Su Qingshi didn't say anything and lowered her head slightly. In fact, this dish was not cooked by her. Halfway through, Lin Sun insisted on teaching her how to make it delicious. So this guy hugged her from behind and taught her step by step. Well, the scene was too ambiguous, and thinking about it now makes my heart beat faster. Zhang Yunxiao didn't have time to care about her best friend's expression. She couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of bullfrog meat, and put it in her mouth. Yeah, great. Better than the one in the cafeteria. Zhang Yunxiao's eyes lit up, and she gave a thumbs up. She always used the cafeteria as her standard. Su Qingshi's face flashed with pride. Eat more, don't waste it. Although she was not the one who took over the whole process, she was satisfied that she could conquer her best friend. The three of them chatted while eating. Senior Jiang, that night we saw you walking with a boy. Do you know each other? Lin Sun asked calmly. Su Qingshi also looked over. Zhang Yunxiao's face froze. Are you nearby? Su Qingshi and Lin Sun nodded at the same time. Zhang Yunxiao curled her lips. Then she revealed a proud look and said, to tell you the truth, he is the clown magician. Really? Lin Sun widened his eyes and looked at her in disbelief. Su Qingshi, however, had an expression that showed she had expected it. Zhang Yunxiao nodded affirmatively. Of course, he is the clown magician. I was wondering why he looked so familiar. We have met before. Zhang Yunxiao recounted how he met the clown magician. Did you meet that mysterious man again? Su Qingshi raised her eyebrows. Zhang Yunxiao said depressedly. What mysterious man? He is just a scoundrel. He must have some problems. When she mentioned Li Mu Si, her mood dropped several degrees. After all, it was because of the other party that she was angry with her mother. Therefore, in her mind, the name Li Musi has been put on her blacklist. But it sounds like the man named Li Musi is really good. He is the president of a listed company at a young age, and he is handsome. But senior sister Jiang is not attracted to him. Lin Sun asked curiously. What? Who says I have to get close to guys who are rich and good-looking? Zhang Yunxiao said disdainfully. After she finished speaking, her eyes subconsciously fell on Lin Sun, staring straight at him, which was a little scary. Why are you looking at me like that? Lin Sun's mouth twitched. Under the cold gaze of her best friend, Zhang Yunxiao withdrew her gaze in disappointment. Well, junior brother seems to be very likable, has a good temper, and loves his girlfriend. The 200-word praise made Lin Sun blush, and he lowered his head shyly. Only then did Su Qingshi retract her death gaze and ate her meal calmly. After the meal, Su Qingshi rudely ordered Zhang Yunxiao to leave. Under her resentful gaze, Su Qingshi closed the door expressionlessly. Senior, do you think Senior Jiang will be single this time? After dinner, Lin Sun was lying on the sofa like Guyu and spoke in confusion. Su Qingshi's expression was calm. It would be best if she could be single, but few boys can handle her. In her impression, Zhang Yunxiao appears to be rather wild on the surface, but secretly, she is actually a strong-willed girl. It seems quite difficult to pursue her. Lin Sun sighed. I am so lucky that I can actually date the campus beauty. Su Qingshi's gaze fell on his face, and they met each other's eyes. Your luck is also my luck. Chapter 194 Fairy Tale. Rest here or go back to school? Su Qingshi looked at Lin Sun, who was lying on the sofa. The latter's eyes were dull. I want to go to the senior sister's room to sleep. Su Qingshi's pretty face suddenly turned red. You wish. When it comes to ambiguity, she remembered what happened last night. Lin Sun admired the shy look of the senior schoolmate, which was a rare scene on campus. The senior was only shy in front of him. Hey! Lin Sun just laughed out loud. Su Qingshi's expression suddenly turned cold. Did you practice the questions today? Lin Sun's face froze, and then he said with a bitter face, No. Even if he had a membership, it would take a while to memorize all 500 questions in the driving test, and he had already missed a day because he watched a concert yesterday. Let's review the 100 questions we memorized earlier. Su Qingshi said expressionlessly, and then she reached out to Lin Sun, cell phone. Lin Sun obediently handed her the phone. Su Qingshi opened the treasure book, clicked on the 500th chapter, and read the historical records. First question. For the next hour or so, Lin Sun concentrated on answering the questions from his senior, so that the following questions were also asked. Su Qingshi asked the questions, and Lin Sun answered them, and then she typed the answers for him. She didn't care whether they were right or wrong. Until evening. You've finished the review. Your accuracy rate is only 80%. Su Qingshi said lightly. 80%, 80 out of 100 questions is also very bad. Lin Sun frowned. Some of these questions were traps. If you didn't pay attention, you would fail. It's okay. At least you've gone through it once. Spend 2 more days getting familiar with it, and then sign up for the exam this week. Su Qingshi was indeed decisive and efficient in her work. She arranged everything for Lin Sun right away. Pressure brings motivation, so she can get her license faster and leave her job as a driver sooner. Lin Sun had no objection. Pack up, and I'll take you back. Su Qingshi said. Senior sister, you take a rest. I can go back by myself. Lin Sun stood up, put his hands on the senior sister's shoulders, and gently pushed her to sit on the sofa. Su Qingshi said calmly. Don't you want me to send you off? Lin Sun quickly shook his head. Of course not. I'm happy that you sent me off, but I'm more worried about your health. You look exhausted. Su Qingshi looked at him. I want to send you off. No. How about this? You go to sleep, and I'll wait until you fall asleep before going back. Lin Sun's face turned serious and said. Su Qingshi thought about it and nodded. It was not the first time that he entered the senior's room. When he inhaled the fragrance that belonged to the senior, Lin Sun felt refreshed. Just smelling it makes people feel a little bit intoxicated. Thinking of the last time he slept in the same bed with his senior schoolmate, Lin Sun secretly swallowed his saliva. Huh, what are you thinking about? Su Qingshi raised her eyebrows and glanced at Lin Sun with a somewhat unfriendly look. No, I'm a little thirsty. Lin Sun denied. No, he couldn't act too impatient in front of the senior. Otherwise, his image in her mind would collapse. Su Qingshi changed her shoes, got on the bed lazily, lifted the quilt, and got into the nest, leaving only her head exposed, with disheveled black hair and a pair of big eyes staring at Lin Sun without blinking. So cute. Lin Sun's heart moved, and he pounced forward directly. Su Qingshi rolled up the quilt to ensure that Lin Sun could not come in, and then looked at him calmly. Junior brother, what do you want to do? Lin Sun hugged the senior sister through the quilt and looked at her eagerly. Senior sister, I want a kiss. Su Qingshi smiled, her eyes teasing. Isn't your job to coax me to sleep? Lin Sun blinked. Then let's kiss each other before we go to sleep. Su Qingshi also blinked like him. Let her sleep first. Lin Sun thought to himself. Can you still kiss me after I put me to sleep? It seems that the senior sister is asleep, so he can kiss her. Comrade Lin Sun's eyes lit up. Su Qingshi secretly laughed in her heart. She knew exactly what this boy was thinking. Tell a story. It's been a while since anyone told her a bedtime story. She didn't know why, but the boy in front of her was obviously a few years younger than her. But she felt like relying on him. These things were usually done by her father, but now she hoped that Lin Sun could do the same. Perhaps she also wanted to try to find the shadow of her father in Lin Sun. Lin Sun had no memory of stories in his mind, so he could only take out his cell phone to search for fairy tales. Once upon a time, there was a little girl who sold nuclear bombs. Lin Sun read it for a while and felt like something was wrong, but he continued reading anyway. It was a cold day, but no one was willing to sell her nuclear bomb. At night, the little girl couldn't stand the cold anymore. She looked at the houses with dim lights. In the dim lights, she saw her grandmother. She missed her grandmother so much, so she ignited a nuclear bomb. That night, everyone in the village saw her grandmother. Lin Sun frowned. Is this how the story is written? Su Qingshi looked at him expressionlessly. Are you telling a joke? Lin Sun looked confused. I was searching for Hans Christian Andersen's fairy tales. Su Qingshi stared at him. Are you sure this is Andersen and not in Two Village? Lin Sun. Su Qingshi was also speechless. She had been ready to fall asleep, but was shocked by Lin Sun's story. Ahem, what a surprise. Let me tell you another one. Lin Sun coughed awkwardly and started telling another story. Once upon a time, there was a temple, and in the temple there were 3 monks. Later, the monk fell in love with a fairy who came to the temple to become a monk, so he decided to return to secular life, and the two lived happily together. Lin Sun's voice became smaller and smaller. He looked at Su Qingshi and found that the latter had closed her eyes and was breathing slowly and gently. It It was obvious that she was asleep. Looking at the fairy-like face of his senior sister, Lin Sun's heart was moved. Senior is asleep. So does that mean I have to fulfill my promise to you? He murmured to himself and slowly approached the girl. He kissed her forehead, then felt a little unsatisfied. So he kissed the senior schoolmate on the lips again before slowly withdrawing himself. How cute. Lin Sun sighed and considerately covered the senior with the quilt. He turned around to close the window, turned on the air conditioner, and walked towards the door. When he reached the door, Lin Sun turned back. Well, I won the prize, let's do it again. After happily kissing the senior sister's delicate cheek, Lin Sun reluctantly closed the door and left the rental house. Unfortunately, the campus beauty of Soochow University really fell asleep this time and did not get to see with her own eyes how her boyfriend was obsessed with her beauty. The corners of her mouth curved up, as if she had dreamed of something wonderful. On the other side, Lin Sun walked out of the apartment building and was about to take a taxi. Wait a moment, brother. Chapter 195, A Weird Conversation with My Brother-in-Law. A clear voice sounded, which startled Lin Sun. He subconsciously looked at the person who was speaking and always felt that the other person was calling him. But when he saw the other person, Lin Sun was stunned. Because the other party was a boy, and he looked extremely handsome, wearing a plaid shirt, which was as tall as his 1.80-meter height. He was so strong that his companions felt safe, and the enemies felt that they could not defeat him. What surprised him even more was that he had seen this boy before. He had also met him once when he left the senior's room last time. What a coincidence that we meet again now. Is it really a coincidence? Wrong. Not normal. Could this guy know the senior and be her suitor? As far as he knew, there was nothing in this apartment building that could attract outsiders, but this guy appeared here several times. Could he be her suitor? Thinking of this, Lin Sun suddenly felt a sense of crisis. This guy must be coming for the senior. No, he has to be on guard. The boy didn't know that just by walking over, Lin Sun's mental activities became so intense. He had to stop and stood a few meters away from Lin Sun and said helplessly, "Brother, do I look like a bad guy? What do you mean by looking at me warily? Please, I'm not gay, okay?" Lin Sun didn't say anything, but looked at him. The boy scratched his head, feeling a little annoyed, and said, "Well, it's like this. You look familiar to me, and I saw you once before. I want to ask, do you live here?" Lin Sun said calmly, "Who are you? Do you live here?" The boy was stunned, then shook his head. "No, I don't live here." Lin Sun nodded, understanding what was going on. Sure enough, this guy had ulterior motives. He wanted to ignore the other person and leave, but the senior sister was resting now, and he was afraid that if he left, this guy would really come for the senior sister. Seeing him like this, the boy was a little depressed. "Are you working nearby? Or are you going to school?" "Sir, before asking others, you should at least clarify your identity, right?" Lin Sun looked at the boy with a questioning look in his eyes. The latter was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and smiled. Interesting, today's college students have a really good awareness of anti-fraud. He smiled, stretched out his hand, and said, "My name is Su Mo, and I graduated from the police academy." Graduated from police academy? Lin Sun was stunned. Then he felt relieved. Was the other party a graduate of the police academy? Lin Sun felt relieved only after Su Mo handed him the ID card. "Brother, do you live here?" Su Mo asked curiously. "I seem to have a good connection with this little brother. I met him last time, and now I see him again. He is indeed very handsome, just a little bit shorter than me. I can try to trick him into going back and introducing him to my younger sister." Lin Sun shook his head. "I'm here to find a friend." "Oh, your friend also lives here? What a coincidence, my sister lives here, and I'm here to find her too." Su Mo's eyes lit up, and he said hurriedly. Lin Sun nodded. It turned out that his sister lived here. No wonder he saw him enter this unit last time. "Wait, sister? Well, what was your name?" "Su Mo. My surname is Su, the same as my senior's." "Who is your sister?" Lin Sun asked curiously, feeling a little nervous. No way. This handsome guy in front of me is actually my future brother-in-law." Su Mo raised his eyebrows, then smiled and said, "My sister's name is Su Xiao, and she just started high school. This guy is a bit anxious, and he wants to get his sister's information. As a brother, he knows how charming his sister is. Many boys want to pursue her. Like Lin Sun, he also kept a trick up his sleeve." Oh. Hearing that it was not his senior, Lin Sun breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking what a coincidence, his sister also had the last name Su. There are quite a lot of people with the surname Su. "What's your name?" Suemo asked. Lin Sun, currently studying at Nanjing University. Lin Sun replied. From Nanjing University? Sumo's eyes lit up. Isn't that the same school as his sister? Are you from Nanjing University? Then do you know Su Qingshi? Suemo asked tentatively. Lin Sun was stunned, then looked Suemo up and down. Why are you asking this? You. Also like senior sister Su? Good boy, good boy. Is the senior sister famous? Is she known in the police academy? Suemo smiled and said, I heard that she is the campus beauty of Nanjing University. It is said that many people are chasing her, right? Lin Sun gave him a strange look and nodded. Senior sister Su is very beautiful, and she is excellent in all aspects. She is very charming, and many boys like her. Oh. Suemo stretched out his voice mysteriously, then looked at him with gossip and said, What about you? You are also from Nanjing University. Do you like her? Lin Sun blushed and lowered his head shyly. He really likes the senior, and the senior also likes him. However, it was impossible for him to tell the other party this fact. Seeing Lin Sun's expression, Suemo knew there was something going on. He chuckled and said, It seems like you like her. Do you want me to introduce her to you? Lin Sun raised his head suddenly. Ah. Suemo raised his confident smile. I'll introduce her to you. Lin Sun was shocked. After digesting the information, he asked uncertainly, You know senior sister Su? Suemo smiled mysteriously and said, Of course I don't know her, but my sister does. You can't imagine that the campus beauty of Nanjing University actually lives in this apartment building and is a good friend of my sister. Well, he is so smart. That makes sense, right? Lin Sun's expression became more and more strange. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. This guy's purpose is too obvious, isn't it? They have only met a few times and talked for only a few minutes, but he threatened to introduce the campus beauty of Nanjing University to him? Are you trying to fool the Japanese? Brother, are you putting dolls together? Lin Sun suddenly said. Sumo's face froze. Why do you say that? Lin Sun didn't want to waste time with him and felt that there was something wrong with him. So he said, Well, I have something else to do, so I'll go back first. After saying this, without waiting for Sumo's reaction, Lin Sun turned around and left. His steps were very fast. Hey, are you leaving just like that? I'm telling the truth. I'm not a liar. I graduated from the police academy. Brother, I will really introduce you to the school beauty. Watching Lin Sun disappear around the corner, Suemo was left alone, disheveled in the wind. It's over, my sister can't get married. Suemo looked up to the sky and sighed. That's not right. Logically speaking, my sister should be a beauty among beauties. How is it possible that this boy wouldn't take the bait? Su Qingshi, did you really graduate from the police academy? This mine. If Su Qingshi had seen her brother behaving like this, she probably wouldn't even bother to acknowledge him. Chapter 196 Lin Dad Copy My. After returning to NTU, all 307 students resumed their normal university life. Thanks to Mr. Lin, the richest man, their trip to Kyoto was taken care of, and they enjoyed top-notch accommodation, which made them very satisfied. By the way, Brother Go Sheng, what is your relationship with classmate Lin Meow Meow now? Lin Sun curiously moved in front of Go Shengli. This guy has become a different person since he came back after asking them how to pursue girls. Normally, if there is no class, Go Shengli would definitely be the first one to lie in bed, but now he goes out early and comes back late. It has to be said that this surprised the other members of 307. Go Shengli was fixing his permed hair that looked like a chicken coop. Hearing this, he smiled confidently. Of course I need to say more. If I personally go out, how can any girl resist my charm? Lu Gang, who was passing by, glanced at him and said, You are here in person? I would like to call you Brother Mouth Cannon. He usually brags more than anyone else, but his true colors are revealed once he's on stage. Go Shengli glared at him angrily. How dare you, a soldier, talk to your father? As the head of a family, once a father, always a father. How dare you talk to me like this? Lu Gang silently threw his phone onto the bed and walked towards Go Shengli. Today, let's dye your braided hair green. Fuck. Don't come over here. Let's talk it over. Help me, my friend. Help me quickly. Oh. Yoha? Not bad for that, young man. And your butt is pretty nice. Fuck. Are you a dog? Why are you pulling my pants off? Ah. Lin Sun looked at this scene, swallowed his saliva, his anus tightened, and he quietly went about his own business. On Go Shengli's bed, the battle between the two heroes continues. Lin Sun sat at his computer desk and did the questions. It was already Wednesday, And apart from attending classes, he spent the rest of his time doing the questions over and over again. Well, after practicing for a while, he felt that he was doing it again, so he found his senior student and asked her to set some questions. Wow, it turns out his accuracy rate is as high as 95%. Logically speaking, this accuracy rate is already enough, but Su Qingshi set the standard for him at 100%, and Lin Sun had no objection. Brother, lend me your homework for Monday, so I can copy it. After winning the battle, Lu Gang patted Lin Sun on the shoulder. The latter was stunned. What homework? Lu Gang was silent for a few seconds, then asked uncertainly. You don't know there is homework on Monday? Lin Sun looked confused. I don't know. On Monday, he was still in his senior's rental house, and when he came back it was already evening, and no one told him anything. Fuck, Lu Gang murmured, then said, Strange, didn't I tell you? Lin Sun. Bro, how the hell do I know if you told me? It doesn't matter. University assignments give students plenty of time and space, so it's not too late to write them later. The homework needs to be uploaded to Zuexitong before 7:30 tonight. There are quite a lot of questions. You don't know, right? Lu Gang raised his eyebrows, and then he said, I only need to calculate 2 questions. Lin Sun's face froze. What the hell? Lin Sun opened the app in disbelief and took a look. There were 7 questions in total, 4 short answer questions and 3 calculation questions. There is less than an hour until 7:30. My life is over. Lin Sun wailed, and he looked at Go Xingli, his eyes lit up. Fuck. I guess that brother Go Xing hadn't finished writing either. Go Xingli covered his buttocks with a look of pain on his face. When he heard this, he said expressionlessly, Sorry, I've finished writing. Lin Sun. Lu Gang looked at him in surprise. You actually finished writing? Damn, this is not like you. Go Xingli sneered disdainfully. Are you kidding? How could such a small assignment be so difficult for me? He took advantage of the time. He went to see Lin Meow during the day to finish his homework. Of course, if a gay friend in the class hadn't asked him if he had finished his homework, he really wouldn't have known that he had homework. So he told Lu Gang, Wuda, and Lin Sun while he forgot. Brother Go, please copy it for me. Lin Sun's eyes sparkled as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Go Xingli immediately raised his head, his face full of melancholy. Hey, this homework, only filial sons can have the opportunity to copy. Those rebellious sons who always miss their fathers. Oh, and those slackers who watch their fathers die without helping are not worthy of copying the questions. Rebellious Sun Lu. Lin Sun, the Liuzi. Well, I was thinking of treating everyone to dinner tonight, but I can't finish my homework. It seems I can only focus on finishing it now. Lin Sun shook his head, looking regretful. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Gang and Go Xingli immediately stopped what they were doing. A few seconds later, Dad Lin, you can take what you copied from me. Godfather, come, it's still hot. 2 exercise books were handed to Lin Sun. Lin Sun glanced at them indifferently, then took both books without saying a word. That's fine, my sons are still very filial. Apart from my other advantages, Lin, I do have some money. Lin Sun could only put aside his practice and started copying questions every second. Even Lu Gang came over. He still had 2 big questions to finish. No one expected that Go Xingli would become the new generation of study star in their dormitory. Lin Sun didn't care whether it was correct or not. He finished the homework and uploaded it directly, then let out a deep breath. It's the timing and fate. Fortunately, I made it in time. Rubbing his sore hands, Lin Sun looked at Go Xingli, who was lying there with a silly smile on his face. He knew without a second thought that he was chatting with a girl. Where's Wuda? Oh, there is no class today, so he has a part-time job. Lu Gang continued. Lin Sun was a little surprised. Part-time job on weekdays? Is he short of money? Lu Gang said. Wuda has a younger sister and a younger brother who are in high school. It is difficult for his parents to support the tuition of 3 children, so he went to earn his own living expenses. That guy's been obsessed with studying recently, and the atmosphere has become a bit distorted. Go Xingli said with a smile. Yes, college life is very relaxing, and they won't feel any sense of urgency until the end of the semester. Lin Sun frowned. Why don't I know about this? Why would I tell you? He didn't even tell us. If we hadn't seen him wearing his part-time job uniform, we wouldn't have believed it. Liu Gang sighed. Although your family is the richest, if you want to help him, I don't think it's necessary. Even if you help him, you won't accept it. On the contrary, it will have the opposite effect. Lin Sun nodded. He would not do these things. Although he usually advocated going out to eat, He was the one who paid most of the time. If he spent money with a simple purpose to help his roommates, probably few people would accept it. Usually they just talked about it, and when the time came, people would regard it as alms. They also have their own self-esteem. Chapter 197 Brotherhood. A billiard club not far from NTU. This club is not very big, with only 5 tables, a toilet, and 2 mahjong tables. At this time, only 2 of the tables were open. Hello, do you need a table open for you? A boy staring at the computer spoke up when he noticed a customer coming. How long will you finish this job? A lighthearted question rang out. The boy was stunned. Then he subconsciously looked up at the other person. Brother Lu? Why are you here? This boy is Wu Da. Lu Gang smiled and said, Of course I came to see you. Wu Da was a little embarrassed when his roommate caught him working part-time, but he still asked, Where are the others? Oh, I'm ordering something downstairs. I'm waiting for you. Lu Gang said, There's a barbecue stall downstairs. Wu Da nodded, then asked anxiously, Do they also know that I'm working part-time? Lu Gang nodded. Everyone knows that you, kid, actually hid it from everyone and secretly work part-time. You really don't treat us as brothers. Wu Da waved his hands quickly. No, I didn't. This is a bit embarrassing after all, so I didn't say it. Lu Gang groaned and said, Why should I be embarrassed? It's just a part-time job. It's not a big deal. There's no need to hide it. It's only natural to make money to support myself. What are you afraid of? A hint of gratitude flashed across Wu Da's eyes. Thank you, Brother Lu. Lu Gang nodded. Then he looked around and asked casually, How long will you be on duty? Wu Da said, I get off work at 9 o'clock. I'm on the day shift, from 8 in the morning to 9 in the evening. Lu Gang glanced at the time and said, It will be soon. Come down after get off work and eat something. Wu Da nodded. Okay, but that's it for now. Do a good job. Lu Gang patted him on the shoulder and turned to leave. Wu Da looked at his back and then smiled. What's going on? At the barbecue stall, Go Xingli looked at Lu Gang, who had returned. The latter said, Wu Da is on duty and will be off work at 9 o'clock. Lin Sun and Go Xingli looked at each other, and the former asked, He didn't think too much about it, did he? How could that be? He will be down soon. Lu Gang waved his hand. Hearing this, Lin Sun also breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, are you all here? At this time, a surprised voice was heard, and a boy in a sports jersey came over and sat down next to Lu Gang. You're late again. Lu Gang looked at him with disdain. Isn't this person Zhao Jie from the sports college whom they know? Aren't there 4 people in your dormitory? Where's the other brother? Zhao Jie grabbed a handful of melon seeds from the table and asked while eating them. He will be here soon. Before that, I'll get you drunk first. Lu Gang sneered. Haha, since I dare to come out today, I can't go back drunk. Today I will show you what the best drinker in NTU is. Zhao Jie looked disdainful. Lin Sun and Go Xingli were silently eating melon seeds without saying a word. Drinking? They only drink a small amount. If they really want to drink, they will have to go to the hospital, right? Soon, the barbecue came up one after another, and a few people ate and chatted. After all, when drinking, you should fill your stomach first before drinking. Brother Lin, how are you and the school beauty doing recently? Zhao Jie looked at Lin Sun and asked. His tone was very normal, as if he was not the one who confessed to the school beauty before. Lin Sun said calmly, Very good. Hey kid, you actually managed to catch the school bell. That's really enviable. Zhao Jie shook his head and sighed. When he first met the other party, he didn't take her seriously. He didn't expect that just a few weeks later, the other party had already won the goddess. Of course he had a premonition before, so later he gave up pursuing the school beauty. The more he inquired about her deeds, the more Zhao Jie felt that he was not worthy of her. A goddess is not something that anyone can possess easily. It's called fate. They two look a perfect match. I feel jealous again when I say this. Lu Gang glanced at Lin Sun, and then the corner of his mouth twitched. Ha, Gangzi, why don't you chase after a beauty in the department? I see there's a Su Qing in our department. Ahem, isn't there a Chu Weiwei in the computer department next door? Gangzi, with your identity, won't it be easy to catch her? Go Xingli said with a teasing look on his face. Get out. I have a girlfriend. Lu Gang's face was full of black lines. These guys don't seem like good people, always telling him to pick up girls. Is he that kind of person? He just likes looking at pretty girls. You know what, that's someone recently, yes, Su Qing, right? This girl is very outstanding. Last week, she participated in a school-level speech contest, and I heard that she won the first prize. A senior from our sports college is pursuing her. Zhao Jie looked like he was curious. Oh, please tell me in detail. Go Xingli's eyes lit up, and he showed a hungry expression. Lin Sun also looked over with some surprise. Su Qing was his high school classmate. Although they were now familiar strangers, hearing her name still made Lin Sun a little concerned. Lu Gang glanced at Lin Sun and said, "What's the matter? Are you still talking about me?" Lin Sun waved his hand. "How could that be? I already have a senior sister, and I only like her. Everyone. Damn. The Brotherhood Bureau refuses to show off their affection." Time passed quickly. At around 9 o'clock, Wuda came down. The few of them did not talk about part-time jobs or anything like that. They just came to eat and drink. After everyone has eaten their fill. Hey, doesn't someone claim to be the best drinker in Nanjing University? You can pick any tonight, white or yellow, whatever you like. Lu Gang glanced at Zhao with a teasing look. Drink? You're shouting before you even have a drink? Just wait. Zhao Jie stood up with a look of disdain, and soon picked up the glass of wine and slammed it hard on the table. Come. Don't call for help tonight. Either bury him right here or walk back. Boss, we can sleep here too. No need to worry about sleeping on the street. A few people started drinking with shouting. Dice, poker, etc. are all arranged. In a night barbecue restaurant like this, the boss will stay as long as the customers stay. They work day and night shifts, and it's okay even if they drink until dawn. This time I drank very hard and finished it in 2 hours, 2 bottles of wine. Is that okay? You're the best drinker in Nan University? How many times have you gone to the bathroom? Lu Gang said to Zhao Jie with disdain. Lin Sun and his companions also had smiling faces. They had drunk quite a bit as well, and felt bloated and uncomfortable, with their heads a little dizzy. Continue. I don't know how long it took, but the number of cars on the street became sparse. Su Qingshi walked towards us from across the street like a fairy. What she saw first were several people acting drunk, including her boyfriend. Su Qingshi's brows suddenly frowned. This guy, is he drunk again? Chapter 198, I only feel sorry for my senior. Without any nonsense, Su Qingshi directly picked up Lin Sun from the barbecue restaurant. As for paying the bill, there is no need to worry about that. Lin Sun and his friends often come here and are familiar with the boss. Every time they have a hangover, they always keep a record of the bill, and then when they have time, Lin Sun will settle the bill all at once. It is worth mentioning that Lin Sun and his companions are already important customers in the boss's mind, so even if they are drunk, there is a place for them to stay overnight upstairs. After leaving the barbecue restaurant, Lin Sun was always supported by Su Qingshi. Apart from being able to walk unsteadily, his consciousness was a little fuzzy. Lu Gang and the others are unable to take care of themselves, so Su Qingshi is the only one who accompanies Lin Sun. After crossing the zebra crossing with difficulty, Su Qingshi helped Lin Sun to the front of the car. Come on, I'll prove myself today. I can drink a lot. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes, pointed at the air, and shouted. Su Qingshi looked at him expressionlessly. She said nothing and refused to argue with the drunkard. After a while, Lin Sun finally calmed down, but soon he frowned and said, Let me let the water out first, and then I will deal with you scoundrels later. After saying that, he turned around and walked in another direction alone. As soon as Su Qingshi opened the car door, she was left speechless by this scene. She had no choice but to catch up with Lin Sun. This guy actually came under a wall and fiddled with something with his hands in front of him. Su Qingshi's face changed, and then she stepped forward to support him. What are you doing? Huh? You a woman? No. Why are you a woman? Come into the men's room. Lin Sun glared. His tongue seemed to be tied. Seeing that he was about to urinate in the wild, Su Qingshi's mouth twitched, and then she said, This is not the men's restroom. I'll take you to the men's restroom. After saying this, he didn't give Lin Sun a chance to resist and directly pulled him towards the barbecue restaurant. The drunk Lin Sun could only be led by Su Qingshi passively. Hey, why are you back again? Beautiful lady. The proprietress said in surprise when she saw Su Qingshi coming back. Lu Gang and a few others were clinking glasses and were also attracted by the sound. Su, senior sister Su, why are you back? Lu Gang asked puzzledly. Su Qingshi said calmly, Send him to the toilet. She looked at the boss lady. Boss lady, where is the toilet? The latter pointed in a direction. Just go in and turn left. Thank you. Su Qingshi nodded, then helped Lin Sun walk in. Lu Gang stood up at this time and planned to go and help. Hey, where are you going? Drinking. Go Xingli grabbed Lu Gang. The latter said calmly, I'll go see Brother Lin. Oh, does he need you to watch? Isn't there a senior student? Go Xingli said unyieldingly. Hurry up. Do you want to escape from the drinking? Lu Gang glared and said, Hey, if I don't get you drunk, I'll lie down on the street tonight. The two once again entered into a fierce battle. Only Zhao Jie took advantage of the other's inattention to secretly glance at the backs of Su Qingshi and the other person, with a hint of bitterness in his eyes. Pour the wine and drink it all in one gulp. I took another look, feeling sad, and drank another glass. Su Qingshi waited at the door for 2 minutes, listening to the sound of running water inside. Her face turned a little red, but her expression was calm. Soon, Lin Sun came out of the bathroom. He seemed to have regained some of his sanity. He looked at Su Qingshi and blinked in surprise. Strange? Am I hallucinating? Why did I see my wife at the door of the toilet? Su Qingshi originally wanted to retort him, but when she heard the word wife, she glared at him shyly, but she felt somewhat happy. Awake. Headache. Lin Sun pressed his head. Come back with me. Su Qingshi said lightly. She felt that considering how often Lin Sun got drunk, it would be better for him to just buy a house nearby, so that he could move in directly when he got drunk. Well, the more I think about it, the more it makes sense. Okay, senior. Are you senior? Lin Sun stood at attention subconsciously. Then he looked at Su Qingshi with a frown. Small eyes widened. Su Qingshi had a blank expression on her face. She supported him and walked out. Senior Sister Su, please be careful on the road. Lu Gang and others greeted her. Su Qingshi nodded slightly, then seemed to feel something was wrong and said, You should go to bed early. Logically speaking, since her boyfriend drank with this group of people and got drunk, she should blame them. However, she knew that boys also have their own friendships and ways of getting along with each other. As a girlfriend, she should not interfere too much in her boyfriend's social interactions, but should be understanding and tolerant. Boys need their own space too. Su Qingshi helped Lin Sun get into the car smoothly and considerately fastened his seatbelt for him. Thank you, senior sister. Lin Sun looked at her infatuatedly. Su Qingshi said calmly, You're welcome. After starting the car and thinking for a while, Su Qingshi rolled down the window on Lin Sun's side a little, so that the cool breeze could blow in and help drive away the drunkenness from his body. Senior, where are we going? Lin Sun leaned against his seat with his head tilted, staring at the senior, who was beautiful in his eyes. Su Qingshi didn't look at him, staring ahead, and asked, Where do you want to go? Lin Sun's eyes suddenly sparkled. How about we go to the hotel? Su Qingshi was startled. What are you going to the hotel for? Well, doing something naughty. Lin Sun tilted his head and said indifferently. Su Qingshi's face suddenly darkened. She glanced at Lin Sun and said, Are you really drunk? Is this guy pretending to be drunk in front of her? Lin Sun stared. How could I be drunk? I'm the best drinker in class 307 of Nanjing University. Su Qingshi was silent. It seems that he is really drunk. To my house. Your home? You. Go to your home? Your boyfriend won't know, right? Oh my God. Senior sister took me home. Your boyfriend won't blame me if he knows, right? Lin Sun touched his chin thoughtfully. Su Qingshi choked, unable to follow Lin Sun's train of thought. Then let's go to my senior's house. If your boyfriend knows, I will protect you. Lin Sun said with a silly smile. Su Qingshi raised her eyebrows. Why do you want to protect me? Lin Sun said seriously, Because senior sister took me home. She is a good person. I only feel sorry for senior sister. Su Qingshi raised her lips, but then she suppressed them. Okay, then you are responsible for dealing with my boyfriend. No problem. If your boyfriend doesn't listen to reason, I also know some martial arts. Lin Sun clenched his fists, eager to try. Su Qingshi was silent. She was a little surprised. Has her junior unlocked a new drunken mode? How come he's like a different person? Roleplay? Senpai, I can't go home with you. Suddenly, Lin Sun sat up straight and pulled the seat belt out a little. Chapter 199. An incident triggered by a kiss. Why can't I go? Su Qingshi expressed confusion about Lin Sun's sudden excited behavior. Lin Sun's face gradually turned red. He tilted his head to the left, then to the right. Finally, when the car reached another red light, Lin Sun spoke up. I have a girlfriend. Su Qingshi was silent. She freed one hand and silently turned on the recording. You have a girlfriend? Who is she? Lin Sun's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said proudly, Humph. That's right. I have a girlfriend. My girlfriend is the most beautiful girl in Nanjing University. Su Qingshi almost laughed, but she still said calmly, "Oh, are you as beautiful as me?" Lin Sun was stunned. He subconsciously looked at her without blinking. After a while, "You look like a friend of mine." "Friends? What friends?" Su Qingshi narrowed her eyes slightly with a hint of a smile. "Girlfriend, hee." Lin Sun suddenly smiled shyly. Su Qingshi's expression returned to normal, and this time the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. "Boy, you know it's good for you. Otherwise, it will be impossible to have no half-hour keyboard package when you sober up. Look again. Who am I?" The car stopped after passing a traffic light. Su Qingshi finally had time to look at Lin Sun. Lin Sun looked at her, and this time Su Qingshi took the initiative to move a little closer to him. "Senior." Why are you here?" "I'm here to take you home." "Hey, senior sister, I missed you so much." "Yeah. Aha. Thanks. Give me a kiss, senior sister." Lin Sun pouted and looked at Su Qingshi pitifully. Su Qingshi's cold and pretty face froze. "Your mouth reeks of alcohol. I won't kiss you." She has a mild obsession with misophobia, which is fine at normal times, but given Lin Sun's current condition, it's not okay. "No. Kiss me. Baby senior." Lin Sun stretched out his arms and hugged Su Qingshi. Who would bother with a drunk guy? The recording could no longer satisfy her needs, so she quietly turned on the video. "Junior, you don't want this video to be known to others, right?" Soon, the green light came on, but Su Qingshi was held by Lin Sun's arm, and he seemed to be refusing to give in. After a few seconds, a car behind me honked its horn. The corner of Su Qingshi's mouth twitched, and she looked at Lin Sun. "Kiss." Lin Sun was satisfied and pouted. Su Qingshi pecked him lightly on the mouth helplessly and was about to withdraw her peck, but Lin Sun's tongue suddenly attacked her. "Su Qingshi." Beep, 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 beep. The cars behind honked their horns one after another, becoming a little impatient, but the Audi still hadn't left. The cars behind did not change lanes until the cars on the two sides had left. When they passed the white Audi, they wanted to scold it. But when he saw Su Qingshi, who looked like a god with a cold face, the greetings he had organized were immediately extinguished. Su Qingshi looked at Lin Sun, who was leaning on the chair with his eyes closed because of a headache, and silently withdrew her gaze, having already made a note of the matter in her heart. "The green light still has 4 seconds left. I can't go anymore. I have to wait for the next bus. Unfortunately, God doesn't seem to want to eat this dog food." "Hello, beautiful lady. We are from the South City Traffic Police Brigade. We are checking for drunk driving. Please cooperate with us." A middle-aged man in uniform appeared beside Su Qingshi and spoke politely. Su Qingshi was stunned. "So unlucky? Okay. Is this your boyfriend?" The traffic policeman glanced at Lin Sun, who was resting with his eyes closed in the passenger seat. "Sukinsi narit. Is this drunkenness?" "Yes." "You didn't drink?" "No." The traffic police uncle nodded, feeling a little surprised. "I saw handsome men and beautiful women today. Please blow it." The traffic police uncle took out the alcohol tester and handed it to Su Qingshi. "Although the other party said he didn't drink, we still need to check." After all, the white Audi just now also attracted his attention. Su Qingshi blew a breath in cooperation. Ding, ding, ding. Just then, the alcohol tester suddenly beeped and the red light flashed. Su Qingshi was stunned. The traffic policeman's look changed. "Beauty, excuse me. Please pull over to the side of the road and get out to cooperate with our inspection." The traffic police looked at Su Qingshi seriously, as if to prevent her from escaping by car. Drunk driving, this is no joke. Su Qingshi's brain worked quickly. Then she glanced at Lin Sun, sighed, and cooperated by parking the car on the side of the road. "Hello, please show me your ID card and driver's license." The traffic police uncle looked at Su Qingshi seriously. No matter how beautiful she was, he had to treat her equally. At the same time, several other traffic police officers also rushed over. Su Qingshi cooperated and took out her ID. Lin Sun was sitting in the passenger seat, so he was fine. "How much did you drink?" The traffic police uncle looked at Su Qingshi and asked. Su Qingshi said calmly, "Comrade traffic police, I didn't drink." "How can the alcohol detector show a high alcohol content if you haven't drunk alcohol?" The traffic police uncle looked at her strangely, as if saying, "Are you kidding me?" Su Qingshi looked at Lin Sun, her face a little embarrassed. Even though she had a cold personality, it was difficult for her to speak out at this moment. But if she didn't confess, her driver's license would probably be suspended and she would have to stay in prison for a few days. I kissed my boyfriend, and that was it. What? Several traffic policemen stared at each other in amazement. Some of them were unable to react. We kissed, Su Qingshi said with an embarrassed look on her face. Actually, it wasn't just for a moment. It took quite a while. If she knew it would lead to her death, she would never agree to be kissed by that guy. Every time I get drunk, something happens. If this happens, she will have to discipline her boyfriend. After hearing what Su Qingshi said, several traffic policemen didn't believe it and asked her to blow it again. The results showed that the alcohol content was still high, but slightly lower than the first time. How about this? Please both of you move over. We need to do a blood test. The traffic police uncle suggested. Su Qingshi did not refuse and nodded in agreement. In this way, the young couple sat in the VIP seats. Lin Sun was drunk and was dazed throughout the whole process, but he was honest. Fortunately, no one saw this scene late at night. Otherwise, the fact that the campus beauty of Nanjing University was invited to the police station for tea by the traffic police uncle would be enough to make her socially dead. I don't know how long it took, but a middle-aged man in uniform walked in with two lists. Su Qingshi and Lin Sun sat on two chairs, opposite a man and a woman. There's no need to say anything about the man. You can tell from his appearance. But he was in the passenger seat, so he didn't break any laws. The middle-aged man glanced at Su Qingshi, and then he said, "Little girl, after a blood test, the alcohol content in your blood is 0, which proves that you did not drink." He then smiled apologetically and said, "I'm sorry. This is a misunderstanding. Sorry for bothering you to make this trip. I won't punish you this time." Su Qingshi nodded as expected. Cooperating with law enforcement is the obligation of citizens. So may I leave now? Sure. Chapter 200 Admit Mistake. The next day, the sun was shining. Lin Sun knelt on the keyboard with full energy, sweat dripping from his forehead. He had been kneeling for many minutes, but the senior student still didn't let him get up, which made him very confused. I was just drunk. How did I offend my senior? Senior sister, my waist hurts. Lin Sun's weak voice sounded. The senior student required that when kneeling in front of the keyboard, the keys should not be pressed down, which is a bit of a test of waist strength. Su Qingshi sat on the sofa expressionlessly, looking at Lin Sun. "Do you know what's wrong?" Lin Sun quickly said, "I know I was wrong. I shouldn't drink." Su Qingshi said calmly, "I didn't say you can't drink." Lin Sun looked puzzled. "Then it's my fault that I'm drunk?" Su Qingshi sneered and said nothing. It looks like my junior has lost his memory. When Su Qingshi woke up this morning, she asked him to find the keyboard to operate. Now that he has been kneeling for so long, his spirit has returned, but unfortunately his memory has not returned. She has never been so embarrassed in her life. Being stopped by the traffic police and taken to the hospital for a blood test because of kissing and having to explain such shameful reasons in front of everyone. Thinking back now, Su Qingshi closed her eyes speechlessly. Fortunately, no one else knew about this. Otherwise, it would be enough to completely destroy her personality. "Okay, get up." Seeing Lin Sun sweating profusely, Su Qingshi felt a little reluctant and spoke softly. "Thank you, senior." Lin Sun was overjoyed. He slowly stood up and couldn't help rubbing his waist. Su Qingshi frowned. "Come here." Lin Sun turned around in confusion. "What's wrong, senior sister?" Su Qingshi stood up, pointed at the sofa, and said calmly, "Lie down." Lin Sun was stunned, a little confused, but he still lay down. Just as Lin Sun was wondering, a pair of small hands pressed on his lower back and began to knead it gently. Lin Sun was immediately deeply touched that the senior schoolmate even gave him a massage. "How do you feel?" Su Qingshi asked lightly. "Very comfortable." Lin Sun couldn't help but make a strange sound. Su Qingshi choked, then said, "I mean kneel on the keyboard." Although she had said before that Lin Sun should kneel down on the keyboard, this was the first time today. Lin Sun thought for a moment and said, "It's good for training one's willpower, but it's a bit taxing on the waist." Su Qingshi couldn't help but laugh. "Do you want to know why you were punished?" Lin Sun said without hesitation. "No matter what the reason is, as long as senior sister asks me to do something, I will accept it." Su Qingshi was left speechless by his words, but her brows softened. She immediately explained the matter. The most important thing between two people is mutual understanding. If you punish each other for no reason, then no matter how good the relationship is, cracks will appear. After hearing what the senior sister said, Lin Sun was completely stunned. He turned his head and looked at the senior sister. This So many things happened last night? Su Qingshi nodded calmly. That's what happened. Lin Sun looked a little guilty, turned over, and blamed himself. Senior sister, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If I hadn't been drunk and kissed you, you wouldn't have died. Why do the words social death sound so harsh to Su Qingshi? She shook her head. We are a couple, kissing is fine. You were right about that, but it's just not the right occasion. She looked into his eyes and said, drink less next time. You can drink alcohol, but the amount must be controlled. Lin Sun nodded quickly. Yes, I won't get drunk again next time. If I get drunk again, senior sister must not come to pick me up. Su Qingshi was stunned, and then her eyes turned cold. If I don't pick you up, who will? Any other girl? Lin Sun. Su Qingshi said calmly. It seems that you still don't realize the seriousness of the matter. Lin Sun's face changed, and he quickly sat up and hugged the senior sister, holding her soft body in his arms. Su Qingshi's face turned red, and she sat on Lin Sun's legs uncontrollably. The posture of the two was extremely ambiguous. What? Lin Sun's face was full of flattery. Senior sister, I won't get drunk next time. I won't go drinking with other girls when you're not around. Senior sister, I was wrong. Su Qingshi's expression became a little better. I'm glad to know. Lin Sun felt relieved as he looked at his senior sister, who had visibly calmed down. Fortunately, he was coaxed. In fact, when he heard the senior's description, he wished he was awake at the time. He actually let the senior face it alone. He really deserved to be beaten. Can you let me go? Su Qingshi spoke calmly, but with a hint of unrest. Lin Sun was stunned for a moment, and then he had the mind to feel the touch of his senior sister. I have to say, it feels so wonderful to hold the goddess who is the dream of countless boys in Nanjing University in my arms. The senior sister was tall, but when he held her in his arms, Lin Sun felt that she was a little petite, but her body was very well proportioned. Just sitting on his lap, her long legs and small feet in slippers, every one of them touched his heartstrings. So, Lin Sun started to think in the wrong way again. A cold gaze suddenly fell on him. What kind of filthy thoughts are running through your mind? Lin Sun swallowed his saliva and said, No, no. Then why did you react? Su Qingshi blushed, but frowned. Isn't it that senior sister is so charming? Senior sister, to make up for my negligence last night, give me a kiss. Lin Sun approached Su Qingshi in a mean manner. Su Qingshi's face changed, and she immediately supported his chest with both hands. Are you compensating or rewarding yourself? And a kiss? Do you think she's easy to fool? Lin Sun refused to give in and still wanted to rub against the senior sister, but she slapped him on the face, causing his facial features to be deformed and look a little funny. Go brush your teeth. Lin Sun's face froze, and then his expression wilted. Okay. He drank too much last night and smelled of alcohol when he woke up in the morning. Su Qingshi was able to hold back her anger because he was her boyfriend. While Lin Sun was brushing his teeth, Su Qingshi walked towards the kitchen. A few minutes later, Lin Sun came out after washing up. He glanced at Su Qingshi, who also came out of the kitchen with a bowl of soup, and asked in surprise, What is this? Su Qingshi handed him the bowl. Ginger soup, drink it. Lin Sun was immediately moved. My dear senior sister actually made ginger soup for me. I am so touched. Are you touched? Then finish it. By the way, there is another pot in the kitchen. Su Qingshi glanced at him indifferently. Lin Sun's face froze. Senior sister, spare my life. After drinking the ginger soup, the two began to eat breakfast. Su Qingshi bought breakfast, but she didn't eat it herself because she was busy punishing her junior. You seem to have classes today. Su Qingshi took a bite of bread elegantly and suddenly spoke. Chapter 2:01 Voluntary Activities. I do have classes this morning. However, after Lin Sun's first experience of skipping classes, he has now gotten used to it. Today should be computer class. Lin Sun munched on a piece of bread and ate with relish. Your roommate sent me a message saying that there will be a test in this morning's computer class. Su Qingshi said lightly. Lin Sun froze. He turned his head mechanically and looked at the senior. Ah. Su Qingshi nodded affirmatively. She saw the message sent to him by his roommate on Lin Sun's phone in the morning. Lin Sun's face suddenly turned bitter. Why are you so unlucky these days? Su Qingshi said calmly. You can't catch up at this point. Maybe it's over already. Lin Sun looked at the senior with some resentment. Senior, why didn't you remind me? Oh, I was angry and forgot. Su Qingshi's face was calm, without any guilt at all. Lin Sun wanted to cry, but had no tears. I thought today's class was to make up for the class that was missed during the National Day holiday. They have a National Day holiday and will have one less class. The teacher will take time out after the holidays to give makeup lessons. Now it seems that he was wrong. After breakfast, Su Qingshi sent Lin Sun back to school. Senior, are you usually so free? Lin Sun looked at Su Qingshi, who was driving seriously. The latter said calmly, there are more courses in the third year, but I have already applied to the school, so I can just take the exam when the time comes. That knowledge was not difficult for her at all. In the words of the school leaders, it was a sheer waste of time for such a talented girl to take university courses. Therefore, the school tacitly agreed that Su Qingshi could manage her time as she pleased. As long as the results were good, there was no need to come up with those rigid rules. Lin Sun was immediately envious. Isn't this too good? Su Qingshi took the time to glance at him and said, if you can become the best student in Nanjing University, the school's resources will be tilted towards you. Lin Sun sighed. Is he really okay in his current state? He just skipped a class. Go back and remember to eat. After Su Qingshi parked the car, she said to Lin Xuandao. The latter nodded. Senior sister, you have to eat too. Sukinsi narid. Lin Sun looked around and suddenly approached Su Qingshi slyly. Senior sister, can you give me a kiss? Su Qingshi was now extremely sensitive to the words, give me a kiss. She looked at him indifferently. I'm not in the mood. A smile flashed across Lin Sun's eyes, and then he kissed the senior sister on her beautiful face in a lightning speed. By the time Su Qingshi came to her senses, Lin Sun had already run far away. Su Qingshi looked at Lin Sun's cheerful figure, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Senior Su. At this time, a voice sounded. Su Qingshi turned and looked at the person who spoke. It's you. Su Qing looked at the dazzling and impeccable girl in front of her and took a deep breath. Well, can I buy you a cup of milk tea? After saying this, she glanced vaguely at Lin Sun, who was walking away. Su Qingshi was a little surprised. She didn't expect the other party to say that, but she didn't refuse. Okay. She was not hostile to Su Qing. Although she was Lin Sun's sweetheart in high school, Lin Sun was hers now. As for the girl in front of her, Su Qingshi firmly believed that she could not pose any threat to her. The two girls went to the milk tea shop on the second floor of the second cafeteria. The two stunning beauties walked side by side, immediately attracting the attention of all the students. Isn't that the school beauty, Su Qingshi? Why is she here? Who is the girl next to her? Don't you know her? She's a freshman this year, and she's very pretty. Maybe after senior sister Su graduates, she'll have a chance to become the campus beauty. She is Su Qing, a new talent who has become very popular in the finance department. She recently won first prize in a competition and has already made a name for herself. How come two beautiful women are together? Who knows? But there are so many beauties in our school. I suggest that the school should set up a list of campus beauties. There shouldn't be just one campus belle. Confused. Who can compare to the goddess of Su University? Is anyone else worthy? How foolish. If we set up a school beauty ranking, wouldn't we be able to know who the top beauties are in the school? Hiss. It seems to make sense. Second the motion. Report it to the school. No one knows why these two extremely popular goddesses got together. It couldn't be that they knew each other, one being a junior and the other a freshman. It looks like Su Qing is getting milk tea for Su Qingshi. She looks quite reserved. Well, the goddess is worthy of being a goddess after all. YYDS. They don't know that the two girls got together partly because of a boy. Men's dormitory. You guys, are you sober so soon? Lin Sun looked around at his roommates in confusion. How drunk can you be with just a few bottles of beer? Brother Lin, you wouldn't be drunk now, right? Go Xingli looked at him jokingly. TSK. Senior sister Su picked you up last night. Tell me quickly, where did you slept? Did you share the same bed? Lu Gang said teasingly. Lin Sun blushed and lowered his head silently. What nonsense are you talking about? Fuck. You look like you're about to die. No way. Are you really sleeping in the same bed with the goddess? Go Xingli suddenly glared at Lin Sun with an exaggerated expression, looking extremely heartbroken. Lin Sun rolled his eyes at him. Do you think I am you? So dirty. My senior sister and I are innocent. He and the senior student only held hands and kissed each other. It seems that there was nothing deeper than that, right? This is pretty pure, right? Go Xingli heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, my goddess chastity is still there. Lin Sun's face was full of black lines. He raised his feet, and the slippers swung into his hands, and he threw them towards Go Xingli. Get lost. Lu Gang was no longer surprised by this. He suddenly said, "By the way, this morning's class is not an exam. The teacher said that we should make up for the class that was missed during the National Day holiday. So we are practicing freely, and we'll have the exam next week." Lin Sun nodded. "I told you, there is still a class to make up. How can I take the exam? By the way, I recently signed up for a volunteer activity, which requires me to leave school and go to a welfare home to help with some labor. I can earn credits. Do you want to go?" Lu Gang said, glancing at Go Xingli. The latter was startled, and then said, "Fuck, volunteer score? I'm just 1 point short. It's enough for me this semester. Oh no, I can just lie back next semester." Their credits are divided into 4 parts: volunteer points, cultural and sports activity points, innovation and entrepreneurship points, and ideological growth points. Only if they get 2 points in each category can they graduate successfully. "Sure. Have you signed up for the event? I'll go too. I'm in the honor guard. There's a senior among our members who's in the student union. You guys can just sign up. I'll ask him to handle it," Lu Gang said with a smile. Dad Lu is righteous. Chapter 202, Subject 1 Examination. Weekend. "Junior, let's go. We must pass the first subject today." Jang Yuna rolled up his sleeves, eager to try. She was dressed very coolly today, with tight jeans and a pair of long boots that highlighted her long, straight legs. Her leg shape could be said to be very perfect. She wore a white shirt on her top, and her hair was tied in a high ponytail, which made her look more mature. Next to her was Su Qingshi. Su Qingshi was equally stunning today. Her black silk stockings were casually tied up, which made her look more gentle and homely. She was also wearing tight jeans, but the hem of her jeans was wide, unlike Jang Yuna's. She was wearing a pair of simple white shoes and a black t-shirt. Her figure is no less than Jang Yuna's. When the two of them stand together, they attract many envious and amazed glances. The sudden appearance of 2 such beauties in this place where the first subject is tested is undoubtedly a bright sight. It is worth it to take an exam and see a wave of beauties at the same time. But what is somewhat eye-catching is that a boy stands next to 2 beauties and next to the most beautiful and most elegant one, which makes people want to replace him. Although Lin Sun does not have an explosive body, he is 1.8 meters tall, which is already a plus. Standing next to the 2 beauties, he does not look mediocre at all. Moreover, his face was very clean, with a faint smile which made people not feel angry. Why does this guy stand with 2 extremely beautiful women? Why aren't they the ones who look like Wang Lihong? At this moment, the male compatriots looked at Lin Sun with some hostility and inquiry. Today is a big day for Lin Sun and Jang Yuna. Well, it is the first stage for them to take the driving test. Subject 1 exam. In preparation for today's exam, Su Qingshi had been asking Lin Sun and Jang Yuna to go to her rental house in the evening after class for the past 2 days. She personally tested the 2 of them until they accurately chose the correct answer before they could go back to sleep. These 2 days were undoubtedly very fulfilling for both of them. When you enter the exam, pay attention to the questions and try to pass them in one try. Su Qingshi said lightly. "Don't worry, senior sister. I will definitely not let you down for your encouragement during this period of time," Lin Sun said with a firm look. He didn't dare to slack off at all these days. Although he was already familiar with the theoretical knowledge, he would take out the question bank to practice whenever he had free time. His diligence surprised a few people in the dormitory. So when he left this morning, several roommates held a farewell ceremony for him. Well, it's nothing more than a scene of a few old fathers sending their sons away to work hard. There's nothing to brag about. Jang Yuna said confidently. "I am an outstanding student of Nanjing University. I got into Nanjing University with a score of 687 in the college entrance examination. It's ridiculous to get a mere subject 1. If I remember correctly, I scored 726 in the college entrance examination," Su Qingshi said lightly. Jang Yuna's smile froze. Lin Sun also agreed. "I am worse than my senior sister. I only scored 711. Puff. Jang Yuna's smile disappeared, and he covered his chest as if he had been shot by an arrow. "Come on, if you 2 don't get 100 points, go back and copy the 500 questions again." Su Qingshi glanced at the 2 of them in a flat tone. Lin Sun and Jang Yuna shivered at the same time and felt a chill on their backs. Copy it again? Damn, this is not allowed to be copied. Immediately, the 2 of them made assurances one after another. Soon Lin Sun and Jang Yuna entered the examination room one after another. Lin Sun took a deep breath. There were other people waiting in the examination room as well. Each person had a seat, and each seat had a computer. After verifying the information, I logged in, and the question popped up. When Lin Sun saw the question in front of him, his expression was calm. He didn't even take a second look at it. He just selected the answer and jumped to the next question. These questions have accompanied him to sleep in the past few days, and he even dreams of himself answering the questions. The same was true for Jang Yuna. Her head was slightly drooped forward, her body was hunched, and her eyes were emotionless. She was completing her task like a machine. Finally, click submit. Lin Sun stood up, looked at the other people who were still answering questions, smiled, stood up, and left the examination room. When he wanted to go out to find his senior, he saw a scene that made him grit his teeth. Two boys are chatting up his senior. This is intolerable. Lin Sun's face suddenly turned cold, and he walked over. Beauty, add me on WeChat. You've been standing here alone for so long. Who are you waiting for? One of the two boys looked at Su Qingshi with a smile. They looked a little old, of course, compared to Su Qingshi, but they were no more than 30 years old and had just graduated and entered the society a few years ago. Su Qingshi's face was cold, and she looked at the two of them indifferently. With just one glance, the two of them felt an inexplicable chill in their bodies. A feeling of inferiority arose spontaneously, and the two looked at each other, feeling a little embarrassed. This girl is a bit cold. Senior. Lin Sun came over and stood beside the senior sister. He tilted his body slightly to block her and also cut off their line of sight. Who are you? Lin Sun looked at them calmly. It's no wonder that Lin Sun is taller than the other two boys, so his aura alone makes them a little intimidated. Who are you? A boy looked at Lin Sun suspiciously. This guy is handsome, and it seems he knows this beautiful girl. He's my boyfriend, so can you guys leave now? Su Qingshi took the initiative to speak, but her voice was emotionless. The two boys looked at Lin Sun in surprise. They obviously didn't expect that the boyfriend of this beautiful girl was the boy in front of them. But it seemed that if they stayed any longer, they would become clowns, so they had no choice but to leave in disgrace. Lin Sun turned to look at the senior. Su Qingshi's expression gradually warmed up, and she asked, "Have you finished the exam?" Lin Sun nodded. "It's not difficult. I've done all these questions before." Su Qingshi nodded. "Thank you for your hard work." Lin Sun sighed softly. "Senior sister, I should come out soon." Su Qingshi looked at him puzzledly. Lin Sun continued. "If I had stayed by your side earlier, no one would come to bother you." His senior sister was so charming that even in her most simple appearance now, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Su Qingshi looked at him with an annoyed look and smiled helplessly. "What are you thinking about? This has nothing to do with you. I can only say that I am too charming." Lin Sun choked and laughed. "Senior sister, are you proud?" Su Qingshi asked back. "Shouldn't I be proud? Being beautiful is her advantage, and she never feels bothered by it. In fact, now she is proud of her beauty. Ever since she had Lin Sun as her boyfriend, she started to care about her appearance. Well, my sister is really charming. Who can snatch her away from her?" Chapter 203 Hunan Cuisine. Not long after, Jang Yuna also came out. She looked extremely relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. "How about it?" Su Qingshi looked at her and asked. Jang Yuna raised her head proudly. "Are you kidding? Isn't this the little Keese who is easy to catch? Let's go and have dinner." Seeing how confident the two were, Su Qingshi guessed the outcome and suggested having dinner. Great, great. I'm almost starving after sitting for so long." Jang Yunxiao's eyes lit up when he heard about food. Lin Sun took the senior sister's hand and asked, "What do you want to eat?" "Hot pot." Jang Yunxiao raised his hands in quick response, looking extremely funny. Su Qingshi glanced at her and said, "It's not good to eat hot pot often. Just eat normally." Jang Yunxiao suddenly became depressed. "Okay." Lin Sun had no objection. Obviously, the senior sister had the highest status among the three, followed by him, and finally senior sister Jiang. The three of them came to a Hunan restaurant. The owners were a passionate couple who came from other places to open a restaurant. The restaurant was doing good business. The owners were also very patient and cheerful. They took the initiative to give Lin Sun and his friends suggestions on taste, spiciness of the dishes, etc. The looks of Su Qingshi and Jang Yunxiao attracted the attention of the crowd wherever they went. They were a little surprised that they met two such beautiful girls in a small restaurant. However, when everyone saw a young man holding the hand of one of the beautiful girls, they knew that they were a couple, and they all smiled. "It's great to be young." I have to say the food here is good. Lin Sun ordered several dishes according to the tastes of several people, including stir-fried large intestines, bullfrogs, pickled fish, etc. The aroma was fragrant, and the taste was pleasantly surprised. Senior, I'm going out for an event next week. Lin Sun suddenly said to Su Qingshi. The latter was stunned. What activity? Lin Xuandao. It's a volunteer activity. It mainly involves going to several welfare homes and nursing homes to help with some labor work. It earns a lot of volunteer credits. No way, no way. There are still people who haven't completed the credits? Jang Yuna joked with a smile while chewing a piece of large intestine. Lin Sun looked at her. Has Senior Jiang finished her study? Of course, since I participated in the last speech contest, I have completed all the credits required for graduation. Zhang Yunxiao said proudly. You'll have to complete it in your junior year? I completed it in my freshman year. Su Qingshi said calmly. Zhang Yunxiao's face darkened. Can I compete with you? My best friend is really amazing. She won so many awards in her freshman year. Her credits probably add up to dozens. And with her grades, even if she doesn't finish the course, the school will not sit idly by. Su Qingshi glanced at her, then she looked at Lin Sun. Do you know where to go? Lin Sun said. At present, the confirmed ones are Beijing Welfare Home and Fuyu Nursing Home. Su Qingshi nodded. Be careful. Got it, senior. Lin Sun told the senior that he had to report to her, of course. After lunch, Su Qingshi, who of course had a driver's license, drove the two people who were about to have a driver's license back to Nanjing University. Do you have any plans for the weekend? Su Qingshi looked at Lin Sun. Lin Sun shook his head and said, nothing. He looked at the senior sister. Senior sister, let me hang out with you. Su Qingshi rolled her eyes at him. What nonsense are you talking about? What does it mean to be a mess? Everything she does is upright and serious, right? How about we go hiking? Wanxiang Mountain in the south of the city is pretty good, and many people go there to check in. Zhang Yunxiao suggested excitedly. If you talk about studying, this lady may not be interested, but if you talk about going out to play or eating, that is her strong point. Climb mountains? Lin Sun's eyes lit up, and he gave Zhang Yunxiao a thumbs up. It has to be you, Senior Jiang, isn't it? Zhang Yunxiao's face suddenly became proud. Su Qingshi looked at Zhang Yunxiao with a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. Climbing a mountain? With your physical fitness, can you reach the top of the mountain? Zhang Yunxiao doesn't exercise with her usually. She just lies in the dormitory and watches TV series all day long. She looks very Buddhist, but surprisingly, her figure has not changed at all. No matter how much she eats, she can't gain weight. This is also what makes Su Qingshi wonder. This girl keeps such a good figure even without any exercise. If other girls knew about this, they would be so envious. Zhang Yunxiao jumped up immediately. Who are you looking down on? It's just climbing a mountain. I can conquer it in a minute. I've never seen you have such will towards a man. Su Qingshi said lightly. Zhang Yunxiao's face froze, and he lowered his head silently. When Lin Sun saw this scene, he shook his head. Senior sister Jiang was being suppressed so completely by the senior sister. Then let's climb the mountain. There's not enough time today. Let's do it tomorrow morning. Su Qingshi did not refuse, mainly because she wanted to stay with her junior for a while longer. Climbing a mountain? Damn, that's great. Young man, you can have some fun. In dormitory 307, Go Xingli was extremely envious when he heard that Lin Sun was going to climb a mountain. Are you going together? Lin Sun looked at his roommates. Lu Gang. I won't eat dog food. Go Xingli. I made an appointment with Lin Meow for dinner. Wu Da. I'm going to work part-time. Lin Sun immediately said with satisfaction. Okay, actually I'm just being polite. It would be better if you don't go. This statement immediately earned the cold stares from several of his prostitutes. Okay. I treat you as my son. Why are you playing tricks on me? Roll! TFK, this sour smell of love. So, having absorbed a wave of negative emotions, Lin Sun returned to his computer feeling extremely comfortable. I can see my senior sister again tomorrow. Happy. The next morning, Lin Sun got up early and combed his hair. Men and women in love start to pay attention to their dress and appearance. Just wanted to show their most handsome side to the one they love. Lin Sun didn't pay much attention to his appearance because he looked handsome no matter how he dressed, just as handsome as his readers. However, the senior sister was so beautiful that he couldn't resist her, so he could only improve his own handsomeness. I have some hairspray. Do you want some? Go Xingli turned over in the bed and looked at Lin Sun seriously. Lin Sun was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. It's just climbing a mountain. not that serious. Oh, you're pretty good looking, only slightly worse than mine. When you go out, you must protect yourself. Go Xingli sighed. Lin Sun's mouth twitched, and he ignored him. Didn't you make an appointment with that girl to have dinner? Why don't you get up? Lin Sun asked. Oh, for girls, it takes a lot of time to put on makeup and dress up. Wouldn't it be a torture to wait for her in advance? It's enough time for me to take a nap or sleep for another hour. Go Xingli said in a tone of being accustomed to it. Lin Sun choked and felt a little doubtful. Is that so? But every time he went to the senior sister's dormitory to wait for her, she would come down in a few minutes. Maybe he didn't know that in order not to keep him waiting for too long, the girl was very quick and just put on some lipstick before going out. The beauty is here, no need for too much embellishment. Chapter 204 Climbing. Lin Sun obediently went to wait downstairs of the girls' dormitory. In order to avoid being seen by others, he kept a distance from them. But it still took more than 10 minutes to wait. Lin Sun didn't dare to ask the senior sister on the phone when she would come down. Are you kidding me? If he asked that, wouldn't he be asking for death? When Su Qingshi and Jang Yuna came down, they also saw Lin Sun standing a few dozen meters away waiting. When he saw the two women, Lin Sun's eyes lit up, and he immediately felt that his wait was worth it. Because today involved sports, Su Qingshi wore a short-sleeved shirt, loose casual pants, a pair of brown and yellow sneakers, and her hair was tied into a high ponytail. She was full of mature and capable temperament, and her face was cold, giving her a kind of aloofness that kept strangers away. Su Qingshi simply applied some lipstick and made up her face a little. Even with such light makeup, she was still beautiful. Compared to her, Jang Yuna looked completely different. Her long wavy hair was tied up into a cute bun at the back of her head, revealing a delicate face the size of a palm. Her facial features were delicately made up, and her pair of lively big eyes revealed a cunning look. She was dressed even more sexy, with a black tight vest and tight black denim shorts, revealing a pair of long legs as straight as chopsticks. Her skin was delicate and smooth, and her body was hot. She was definitely a sexy girl. The senior Yuan haha. This is Jiang Yunxiao's personality, passionate, cheerful, and generous. Brother, do I look good? Jiang Yunxiao threw a coquettish glance at Lin Sun, sending him a hint of affection. Su Qingshi had a blank expression on her face. Lin Sun also had a blank expression on his face. My senior sister is the prettiest. Jiang Yunxiao's face darkened. Did I not show enough? Lin Sun ignored her and diligently took the mobile phone and a mini bear bag from the senior sister. Senior, let me help you get it. Thank you. Su Qingshi smiled at him. Jiang Yunxiao rolled her eyes fiercely. Why did she have the nerve to come out with him? Lin Sun took a taxi. The two women sat in the back seat, and Lin Sun sat in the passenger seat. The driver was a middle-aged uncle. When he saw the young man with two beauties, he was immediately curious. Handsome guy and beautiful girl, are you planning to go hiking? Yes, master. Lin Sun replied. Hi, it looks like this is your first time climbing Mount Vientiane, right? The driver said with a smile. Is there anything I should be aware of? Lin Sun thought there were some special requirements for climbing the mountain, and Su Qingshi and Jang Yuna also looked over in confusion. Although they stayed in Nanjing University for a long time, they had never been to Vientiane Mountain and usually traveled to other places. The driver saw several pairs of clear eyes looking at him. His mouth twitched, and he smiled awkwardly. Well, I'm just asking, I don't mean anything else. I haven't climbed it before. Who understands? He just wanted to find a topic to talk about, but he ended up talking himself to death. Soon, the car came to a roadside. Some places at the foot of the mountain were inconvenient for the car to enter, so they had to park outside. This Wanxiang Mountain used to look pretty nice from a distance, but how come it looks so beautiful up close? Jiang Yunxiao exclaimed, looking up at the peak. It was also Lin Sun's first time to climb a mountain, and he felt a little excited. Wanxiang Mountain is a major scenic spot in the south of the city. It has very unique features and is free to climb. Su Qingshi also said this, and the context was very similar to Jiang Yunxiao's. Today's goal is the top of the mountain. Set off. The group began to climb the steep stone stairs. As it was morning, there were not many people here, but at a glance, there were indeed quite a few people. The three of them thought it was nothing at first, and it was no different from walking up the stairs in a teaching building. But after walking up who knows how many steps, Jiang Yunxiao, the leader, became breathless. Passers-by frequently looked at the three people with kind smiles on their faces. After all, the three of them can be said to be eye-catching on this long ladder. The two girls are very good-looking, and as the only gay man, Lin Sun's handsomeness cannot be ignored. If you don't know him, you might think he is a star. Fortunately, the youthful aura and tender faces of several people dispelled their doubts. After all, those big stars who debuted and became famous are generally over 25 years old. These people are obviously college students. Young people are so energetic that they actually dare to challenge Vientiane Mountain. Senior, why do I feel like the way they look at us and their smiles seem like they're looking forward to a good show? Lin Sun asked the senior quietly. Su Qingshi glanced at him and said, is it possible that they think we are overestimating our capabilities? Where should I start? Jang Yuna frowned. Su Qingshi said calmly. Weren't you quite confident at the foot of the mountain just now? How do you feel now? Jang Yuna. It's worth mentioning that from this point, they're only 100 meters away from the foot of the mountain in a straight line, but their current location is not even 1/5 of Wanxiang Mountain. She was already exhausted, and if she climbed to the top of the mountain, it would be a real risk. The three of them continued to climb for more than 10 minutes. At this time, Jiang Yunxiao's face looked like a dead dog. I can't do it anymore. Oh my god, I can't crawl anymore. Let me rest for a while. Jiang Yunxiao's face turned pale, and sweat soaked the 2 strands of hair in front of her forehead. She suddenly sat down in a husky manner. Lin Sun looked at Su Qingshi and found that although she was also sweating, she was still in good condition. Before he could say anything, the senior student sat next to Jiang Yunxiao and waved at him. Come and sit for a while. Lin Sun nodded and sat next to the senior. Handsome guy, beautiful girl, do you want to experience the artificial bridge lift? A few uncles passed by, saw Lin Sun and his friends, and asked enthusiastically. Lin Sun waved his hand. No, thank you. Lifting the bridge manually is a physical job. Normally 2 people lift 1 tourist and send you to the top of the mountain, but the price is not low. This kind of lifting bridge is very common when climbing a mountain. Lin Sun just saw 2 strong men carrying an old lady up the mountain. I have to say that he admires them very much. They have no choice but to do this just to earn some hard-earned money. There were people coming and going on the long ladder. Some people climbed up 1 step at a time, while others came down the mountain carefully. The flow of people began to increase. Lin Sun bought 3 bottles of water and some food from a small vendor and gave them to his senior schoolmate and Jiang Yunxiao. After a brief rest, the 3 of them started again. After warming up, the 3 of them were more persistent this time and had reached the halfway point of the mountain. We've been climbing for more than an hour, and we're only halfway up the mountain. Lin Sun sighed. Although he had been exercising regularly during this period, to be honest, climbing mountains was really tiring. No more. Su Qingshi's faint voice came. Lin Sun's face turned angry. Senior sister, how can you say that your boyfriend is not good enough? Keep climbing.